scientifically.
Ask if you were in jail. Were you in jail when this happened?
If the proximity is close to you, sometimes you can hear the sounds in the room that are deadened by their presence.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're changing the premise of what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you're saying. I'm just saying that that's one you can do it.
This is very simple, and it seems to happen to most people. So it will be a miracle that it's never happened to any one of you, right? But have you ever been somewhere? It doesn't matter where you are, right? You're looking completely in the other direction, and you feel somebody looking at you. You can't explain who it is. You can't explain how far they are, but you know or you feel somebody's looking. You look around, and you indeed find someone looking at you, which confirms what you were feeling. How do you explain that scientifically for those that this has happened to, which I'm assuming is most people?
Through millions of years of evolution, where you need to know if there's a predator.
You have to prove evolution, Gummy Bear, to give me that bullshit.
Is there any way you could let somebody speak?
You're just going to interrupt immediately, so why would anyone even dare engage, dude?
What a fucking cunt. Goodbye.
Don't give me the evolution bullshit. Don't give me that bullshit.
You don't get to do that, man. Fucking, was that Moyak or Pure? I barely heard it.
It was Moyak.
He was pissed.
Yeah, this is what happens. Like, if somebody just wants to be super aggressive and start fights, like unless the moderation just like mutes them or does something, like they usually can just create all this chaos and get a bunch of other people fighting who normally wouldn't be fighting. So,
yeah,
somebody else want to ask that question
intuition
again?
Powerful thing.
Yeah.
A lot of times I'll be, I can hear when someone turns their voice towards me. I can tell when they're starting to look at me. They'll be talking in a crowd to somebody else, and then I'll hear, all it. You know what I mean? And you can tell, like, the voice got pointed right at you.
Yeah,
it's
almost like when your ears have an equal volume, you can tell that it's going to be either straight ahead or straight behind you. But if one ear hears a little bit louder than the other one, then you can know what direction it's coming from.
Gummy, have you ever had the experience where, like, let's say it could be either way. Either you're sitting in a car, just with your windows up, just in a parking lot, and you're seeing someone else, or you're out there walking and someone else is in their car, and like the person in the car, they know that the person cannot see them, looking at them, meaning they're like looking the other way or whatever. And if you stare at them, the person will feel like someone's looking at them, and they'll look around and see who it is. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, fuck nice. Intuition.
Well, I've also noticed I've sat there and stared at somebody that was right next to me and they couldn't even see me.
The explanation I have for that is that our brains have developed, because I believe in evolution, in order to avoid predators. If we have, for example, eyes looking at us in our peripherals, it's not obvious enough for our conscious to notice the eyes looking at us, but our subconscious has developed this in order to avoid predators, that if there's eyes looking at us or things that looks like eyes, we get this feeling of I'm being watched. And the answer is yes, there are something that looks like eyes in your peripherals, and your subconscious is telling you you're being watched. This is what It's
called adaptation. You don't have to believe a theory or a hypothesis. You can just go with what's known as adaptation.
Couldn't that be applied to most things, though? That same logic that he just disputed, couldn't that be applied to a lot of the things that so-called need to be scientifically proven?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you look like, too, right? I mean, you've got your bumshine jeans on, and you got a bunch of, you know what I mean, things hanging off of your jacket and shit, and then people are going to be looking at you. You're probably pretty much guaranteed to turn around, swivel around at any time and find someone looking at you.
Well, what I was talking about is a very specific. What I was talking about is a very specific thing where you're in a parking lot walking, and you're not looking at anyone in their car. You're just literally walking, and there's a specific person, like you feel like right when the person in the car starts looking at you, within like usually about 5 to 8 seconds, the person who's walking instantly feels like they're being watched, and they look sometimes even in the direction of the car, even though they don't know where you are. Like it's like they psychically know that you're looking at them,
Yeah,
and vice versa, and that you're being looked at.
And I believe that that isn't just some psychic thing. That is something that happens conscious.
But can you?
Of course.
All right. Now that Gio explained exactly what I was asking.
There's no.
I mean, how do we know you didn't wiggle your leg and the car wiggles a little, and your subconscious picks up the fact that that car's moving?
That's not what it is, though, because the person might be even looking the
It
other
could
way.
have been.
They might be 50 feet down the parking lot, looking the other way. So they're not even. It's like a ring of just a whole line of cars with sunlight reflecting off them. They're not noticing any movements like that. It's that it transcends the physical world, because physically they don't know that you're looking at them. They don't know that you're looking at them, but psychically they pick up on it.
But
That's exactly the sentiment.
You know this.
Gio, that's exactly the sentiment that I was referring to, right? Which everybody immediately started caveating. Oh, maybe they heard. No. We're talking about an intuition feeling that you can't scientifically verify. You can't explain it. You can only feel it, right? And we were talking about things being scientific, that you can only accept it once it's scientific. When I just gave you
I think they've done it with twins.
Gave you an example that there are things that happen that cannot possibly be verified scientifically. So are we just going to disregard those intuition signs that we have because it isn't proven scientifically? That was my entire point in bringing that up.
My question, Gio, is you're using the words physically and what's the other one? Sorry, not spiritually, psychically. You were using those terms. I would say that the important terms to use is consciously and subconsciously. When you say psychically, I believe that's your subconscious. When you feel an intuition, that's your subconscious.
What is the psyche? Yes, the psyche.
I hear you.
Now, whether
you may be
you're
defining those things maybe differently than I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that the unconscious, the subconscious, and the conscious mind all have psychic qualities and components. They're just different layers of the unconscious and of awareness.
Let's say that your subconscious. So I of course believe that the reason you, for example, feel like someone's watching you is because in your peripherals, your subconscious notices that there's eyes. But you can just as well say, well, no, your subconscious actually can receive psychic signals, and that's how your intuition tells you you're being watched. Now, I can't personally disprove that that's what's happening, but I do still believe that it is a subconscious process.
But either way, however you want to define it or describe it, it is still something that happens that until the moment we don't have any way of presenting it and verifying it to anyone else. If it wasn't that it happens to most of us, we would never even understand this feeling. And again, you keep saying that we've evolved this way. This can all be explained with what we were talking about earlier with the so-called voodoo or whatever. It could all just be things that have evolved that way that we just simply don't understand. Right? My entire point was that it's something that happens that we can't quite quantify it, we can't quite prove it, but we all know it happens. And you guys just proved my point that things do exist, that it does exist, but we can't quantify it. And that sentiment, that intuition, that's one of those things, just like many other things.
But the difference between voodoo and what I'm talking about is that what I'm talking about both is repeatable and testable. It also serves by Occam's razor. Yours follows neither of the two.
Occam's razor will only attempt to give you some sort of simple explanation out of possibly thousands. That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. When we're trying to find an answer to something, Occam's razor is very, very, very important.
Occam's razor is also erroneous. It's
Was
erroneous. It doesn't mean because
No.
something gives you the simplest answer doesn't mean that it's always necessarily true. It's fallacious.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
All right,
people
my 2 cents.
But
Sorry,
the
go on.
more complicated something gets, the
Right.
less likely that it's true.
And there, and the more unlikely or the more complicated something is, the more evidence you
I
need
put
to show
5
that it's true.
cents in it.
There's only
Yeah, I mean,
complication in explanation.
the
There's
philosophical reason is that they're useful tools for explanations. They're not rigorous. They're useful. They're not rigorous, and I think that's what Matrix is saying.
Right, I think it's all vibration. And just like with intent, as we've seen with water and snowflakes and all these different things, you can feel whether someone's giving off bad vibes. We've all had that feeling. You don't even necessarily even need to communicate with somebody. And
Sure,
just
sure.
like I'm sure
I
that we
always
see
thought it had something to do
peripheral
with the magnetic
eyes
field around
and
our
things
hearts.
like this, I think we all have a field. And when someone is looking at you with a certain intent and you're in tune with yourself, not fully toxic and contaminated, you actually feel something. And it prompts you to look in the direction of where that frequency is coming from.
Whiteboard.
Intuitively.
Wouldn't some people consider that to be some sort of magic? If you were to explain it to people that don't understand this feeling, wouldn't
That's
they consider that some sort of
Whiteboard,
magic?
whiteboard, what are we doing?
Or they would say it was interdimensional or spiritual. But yeah, those things that we're talking about in that aspect seem more physical. I mean, there's a physical mechanism for this idea, right? That it isn't reaching somewhere where we can't prove anything. It's reaching somewhere that we do know we have a magnetic field around our heart. That we do know that inside that magnetic field, a particular energy field tries to be kept. That's us. We do produce electricity. We do have piezoelectrical muscles. There's all kinds of interesting shit going on in this machine. So there's an electric field,
yeah.
there's a magnetic field, and absolutely you can probably sense or tell when other animals even, or if you're in tune with yourself, you know, as like I said, like he said earlier, what's his name, with the evolving to protect ourselves from predators and stuff. And I'm sure like plants and other animals have the ability to detect their layout and their whereabouts magnetically, like with even plants, but birds and whales and dolphins and all this shit, they all fucking travel magnetic field lines.
That's why some insects attack some plants and not others. Sorry to interrupt.
But we could have all just been.
I surely wouldn't say that was the spirit world, and that's proof of the spirit world, and that makes the spirit world real. I would say obviously.
No, electricity. I meant. Sorry.
Yeah. No, not you. Before this is where I was trying to go with it. That's why I kept saying. Well, I don't know why. I'm not saying that the imagination isn't a real place. If it's just in your imagination, let's unpack what the imagination is, right? And that's where I wanted to go with that. But see, I was just polarized against the whole idea about it somehow because Matrix couldn't understand where I was going. He just wouldn't be quiet long enough. So the whole point is really that what is the imagination, and why do we act like the imagination is just some stupid little thing, right? Why do we treat it like that? If I say, well, that's just your imagination, why go get all fucking frustrated and shit when you don't even know what the imagination even is yet? Relax. I'm not saying the imagination is nothing. Obviously,
the thing
it has
is,
to exist.
usually when we say it's just your imagination, we're usually making a bit more of an implication than it's just your imagination, as in like it's just that. It's usually we're implying that it didn't actually happen, you just thought it did for you. That's the implication people make when they say that, which is not the same as all of your imagination, but it is like part of it. You know what I mean?
So Gummy Bear, I have a contention with what you said about the evolution, that you believe, which is okay for you to believe, that we evolved this way, right? So what if I have a caveat and I say that these are just this is just how we are, right? Our being, our life force has that ability to detect certain energies, right? And because we can't prove billions of years of evolution. We can't prove that. That is, you could assert it because obviously it's a mainstream idea, right? But you can't prove it. But we can accept that we were just made this way, able to pick up certain frequencies. Like when somebody is looking at you, maybe when they're looking at you, they're putting out a certain frequency that we could detect, right?
Well, so the thing is, we can do testing with. We can put people, for example, put a person somewhere, and they don't know. Like it is a blind test, and they don't know what's going to happen.
No, they've got to be in
Get someone
tune with
to look at them.
themselves.
And
You can't just do this with random people.
Yeah, this doesn't happen
Okay.
all the time. I'm not saying that
Oh.
every time somebody's behind you and they look at but certain times you get this weary feeling like, man, I'm being watched, right? It doesn't
You
happen
find
every
a pack
time.
of wildlings.
So you're saying that it is a very situational thing that you can't test in a lab, but it's still
Gummy
happens?
Bear, are you seriously telling me that this
It's
has never happened to
adaptive.
you? Is this what you're saying? Is this are you fighting so much to say that this has never happened to you?
Yeah, I haven't experienced it where someone's staring at me from out of nowhere and I suddenly know that they're staring at me
That seems
Without it-
very dishonest to me.
without
It
it
seems very
being.
dishonest that hasn't happened to you as a man, as a human being. It seems like you're
Put
almost
it a
saying it
different way.
so you can't
Have you
relate
ever
with the
met
point.
someone's eyes?
Yeah,
If you've
that's
met
like
someone's
not,
eyes, it suggests they
yeah,
were
but
looking at you.
what's that really proof of though? People look at people all the time. I mean, I'm just curious and want to see did that person move? Am I, you know what I mean? And just we look around at each other. Does that mean that if I was a suspicious person and I'm always thinking that someone's looking at me and I'm always looking over my shoulder, then I'm going to frequently find people looking at me a lot more, aren't I?
And the thing is, I've
Yeah,
never
but
had.
So
you're
how
right.
do you know you're not
It
just being
comes down to your
suspicious and wondering?
situation.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. Your suspicions, they make your hairs crawl up on the back of your neck. You freak yourself out. You turn around and you look. The more times you look, the more frequently you're going to find people looking at you because usually people are looking at you when you're walking.
And you never register when you don't see someone looking at you because
Right.
that's not creepy, but you will register when someone is looking at you because that's
Yeah.
creepy.
It's a fucking confirmation bias issue that I can't be sure you're not having.
Yeah, but I reckon it goes both ways. I think you can have a psychological thing where you get paranoid or something down a dark alley, and you just psych yourself into the biological reactions. But then I think there's a time when your hair stands up on end, your pupils dilate before you're even aware of a situation. I.e., you're in a bar and something's going down. It could be in your peripheral, but you could have just heard something. Next thing you know, your body is getting you ready for a situation you mentally weren't even perceiving. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I'm talking
it can
about.
go both ways.
That's the
That's the
scenario I'm
thing
talking
is-
about, where you intuitively understand or know without knowing that someone is looking at you, and not just looking at you, right? It has to be more than just looking. Maybe the person was staring at you for a long amount of time, right? Is a certain feeling that you get at the moment that is indescribable, it's unquantifiable, but you feel it nonetheless.
Yeah. And not everyone would react the same way. Some people will get like a sucker punch. They didn't even fucking get a vibe one bit that there was someone approaching them from behind. And some people turn around and defend themselves.
I understand that. A lot of people, in my opinion, right, I see all that stuff coming as part of what some people would register as subconscious shit because they're not really aware of their surroundings with their forward mind like I would be. Like I'm just, for some reason, I go into a room like that. I take a mental image of all the different, variables in a lot of ways, right? And a lot of people don't do that. So I would, from my axiom, I'm saying, well, it's just logic. You counted the amount of people that were in the room. You heard you saw who looked like the roughhousers to you. You heard a little squelcher, you something over there, under somebody else's breath, and some voices raised up, and then all of a sudden the hair on your back of your neck raised up. But a normal person would have been like, there was no indication at all that there was about to be something to go down. But you were like, yeah, actually, I was sitting there aware of it.
Footsteps getting
Nah, I
louder.
think you guys are talking about different. Like you guys are changing the premise of what we're like of the feeling.
We're
You
not
guys
changing the premise. Okay,
but you're describing different scenarios that it isn't the crux of what we're talking about.
You don't know that it isn't, though. You don't know that you didn't subconsciously hear a couple of louder footsteps and a stumble, or a fucking thing gets slammed down, or if somebody's rings clenching together in a fist. You don't know that subconsciously your brain, which picks up all the information around you and doesn't give you all of it to the forward part of your head because it's lazy and doesn't want all that information, but it still has it. So it's back there doing shit with that information, working out variables, fucking all kinds of different things, like, what could happen, outcomes, probabilities, all this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, you're thinking about getting laid, but your brain is thinking about all that shit. So when you hear a particular thing, your brain picked it up and said, oh, time to send a chemical to this dumbass and wake him up. He's thinking about pussy. Wake up, dummy. Something's going on. And then you think, wow, that's magic.
Some pussy. Some pussy.
But you don't necessarily have to be paranoid or have to have a look at everybody in the room. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a scenario where you're doing something, being entertained, and you just get that feeling, right? Not because peripherally you saw someone, not because when you went in the room you scanned the entire.
That's the point, dude. How would you know if it's happening in your subconscious?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the feeling, the intuitive.
Yeah, I thought I covered all of that, dude. Whatever. All right.
That's why we call it the subconscious. It's not something you consciously know is happening, but it's still being processed in your mind and can send signals to you that something is going on.
Okay, so you follow what I'm saying for sure. Absolutely, 100%. That's what I'm saying.
I follow.
At least I don't feel fucking frustrated that nobody gets it right now. You know. Like, am I not making sense? Am I crazy? At some point.
I completely agree with you. At least,
all right.
I just feel like we're on a different wavelength than Jay right now.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, because we don't know, voodoo and all that side of things could just be a manifestation of it. And maybe these practitioners, the good ones, are able to actually manifest their ill intent or good intent, whatever it might be, in some people's. Like, well, I don't know. I can't explain it, but we do know intent very much affects things.
Yeah, Dr. Placebo would agree with you.
Dr. Placebo. Yeah, look.
Yeah, no joke.
I'll agree to a certain point with that, but that's biological. And I believe everyone can heal themselves biologically, yeah.
I know, but
well, it is, yeah.
I know, but I mean, is it? When you imagine...
Well, it is.
I know it is, but I'm saying, like, where does it start, though? Does it start with an external healing agent? Physical external healing agent? Or, you know what I'm saying? Or is this a way to show how the metaphysical, which would be the thought of the imagination of, could be real? When you say, I imagine that I'm getting better, therefore my body started sending out that and working and doing the proper things to get better.
Exactly. Biologically, we have the ability to heal from everything. And what triggers that can be nutrition, it can be psychological. Yep, definitely. Like intent, without a doubt.
Yeah, and I would say that the psychological would be sort of along the lines of metaphysical, right? Your imagination or your beliefs. Excuse me.
Some could perceive it that way. I think they would mean metaphysical in a different way, though. But some people may perceive that as metaphysical. I personally.
Hold on. Yeah. I feel like you guys are taking placebo to a place where it isn't. Like, do you believe that placebo
I definitely
can heal
am.
a wound?
No, I'm definitely taking it to a place where it isn't.
Your body heals a wound.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as placebo making your wound heal faster.
No. The sugar tablet or the salt tablet won't do it, no. But if someone actually believes they're on a brand new breakthrough drug that's going to help them from something, and they truly believe that, then within themselves, they've changed a lot of stuff biologically. Because beforehand, they had no hope, which is illness in itself.
But isn't that enough to question it, like reality in itself, if you're able to do that?
It's
no, because our biology dictates that's possible.
Right.
Okay.
You can dissect what had happened, right? In a lot of cases, like you quit putting out the stress hormones and the adrenaline and stuff like that as much, which is more damaging to the organs that are trying to heal and go through whatever it is that's cause you less inflammation for less pain and everything. So then when you feel happier and you more affirmation or whatever, you feel less pain. You have less of that negative interaction going on chemically to the organs, the less inflammation, things like that. Inflammation equals pain, man. I mean, if you got that going on, you know, this could be one of the mechanisms as to how a placebo could work. My wife.
But how would you describe the actual what's actually happening with the person, right? If he chemically took a pill, regardless of what the pill is made out of, right? He took this pill. This pill isn't designed to fix whatever's wrong with it, but the body does get better. So it wasn't a chemical reaction that started it. So what is exactly the thing that kicks in the after effect of the pill? If it isn't physical?
So just one mechanism alone would be the cessation of cortisol. Okay, your stress levels go down, you have hope. Up until that point, you thought you were dead in 5 months potentially. So your stress levels are to the max. Next thing you know, you've got a little bit of hope and your stress levels come down. Kids and your family are a little bit happier because there's a bit of hope, etc. Cortisol drops. Cortisol is basically sugar. So even if you're not eating, but you are stressing, you are constantly having your insulin raised, and that just perpetuates inflammation, which is the cause of all disease. So, you know, there's just one mechanism. There are many more.
But you have to be able to believe it, though. Doesn't it initiate what you have to believe that pill is going to help you in some way, shape, or form?
Well, yes, that's why placebo isn't 100%. It's not even 10%. But people can be cured from incurable, in quotes, things with a placebo. It's, you know, it's interesting. It's like intent. You know, some people reckon they can manifest their reality with intent. And I actually don't deny that. But you have to be very powerful in your intent. You have to be in control of it and everything like that. You know, that's not me. That's for other people to do, but I don't doubt that it's possible.
Gummy Bear, I don't know if you ever heard.
Might be doing that.
I don't know if you ever heard this scenario of this guy. I don't know if it was a guy or a girl that he went into a coma for a couple. I don't know if it was a couple of years or something. But when he woke up like speaking French or some shit, right? Like a completely entirely different. I don't know if you guys have heard this story before.
Yeah.
How would you explain that scientifically? How would you explain that?
I'm not sure how to verify it, to be honest. I'd need to verify it before I try and explain it.
But let's just say it's verified, right? Let's just say
you said everybody speak French now.
No. What I said was there's this story, right? I don't know if it's some sort of myth or something about some guy going into a coma and waking up, and when he wakes up, he's speaking an entirely new language that he didn't study and that wasn't his native language. He just started speaking an entirely different language fluently as if he's always done it.
Okay, again, I don't know that it's true, so why discuss how the gas lanterns in Narnia are refueled? I don't see the point in.
Exactly. I usually say, like, what color are Jesus's underwear? Oh, let's figure out if Jesus existed first before we decide on what color panties he's wearing. Right.
Damn.
We do know intent. We do know that has effects. We can talk about that.
I prefer if you didn't effeminate Jesus. He was a man's man.
I'm not the one who gave him that haircut.
Speaking of a man, Grim was going hard today, bro. You was going off on him, Grim.
On who?
Well, talk about the consistencies of the logic, the meat, all this shit, bro. You was going pretty hard today.
Oh.
Well,
I mean,
I just
Jay was too. It takes two to tango, man.
No, not with Matrix. This was earlier today.
I got something to my point about the coma. I just put it on YouTube, and there's teen woke up speaking in a different language. That's one. U.S. man wakes up from coma speaking Swedish. That's two. Aussie wakes up coma speaking Mandarin. That's three. Man wakes up from the hospital speaking fluent Chinese. Apparently, this shit is something that happens a lot. So can we get past the proven part? How do you explain that, Mr. Gummy Bear? Rationally, please. Make it scientific.
Okay, so all on the media right now, there are reports, Russia did this, Russia did that. Oh, Ukraine just took out heaps of Russian planes, this, that, the other. They show video game evidence. So are you going to honestly say that because there's heaps of reports that we should class it as legitimate and real?
I mean, you could
Well, are there
literally do
videos
that
of them
with
speaking?
anything. You could literally do that with anything. You could classify it the exact same
So,
way
okay.
and say because the mainstream media says it, it doesn't mean it's true. We don't have to address it. You could say that with anything.
Well, okay. So how do you find they were defined that they were fluent in another language? Did they wake up and say hello, good morning, or
What
did
makes
they
you
then go to the
believe it?
country and?
We need a
Well,
video.
shit.
The better question, what makes you believe? Pick your best one, and why do you believe that one is real? Like, and ask yourself that question. You don't have to come to us with the answer. You know.
Well, I'm gonna give you guys the keywords of what I put on
bias
Google
right now, and that's acceptable because it fits a certain, like, feeds your psyche.
So what I put in YouTube was guy wakes
Just
up from
kidding.
coma speaking different language. If you type that in YouTube, you should get all those cases of
Dude,
that
I
happening.
mean, I've heard of it 30 years ago, dude. Back when the stories came out.
So what are we talking about here? Is it
I didn't
something that's
believe it then
real? Is something
either.
that it isn't real? And can we prove
I
it
didn't believe
scientifically?
it. I didn't believe it. How do we know these people weren't secret Chinese agents in the first place? Bonked their head and forgot how to speak English.
So, foreign accent syndrome is a thing where people wake up seemingly speaking with a different accent or attenuation.
From different brain
like
damage
that.
and shit. I've seen that.
So that's a medical condition from brain damage, but that's not what we're talking about. The other one, which I have seen some things where it does seem confirmed, someone woke up speaking a different. But this wasn't just someone randomly speaking a language they've never heard before, but rather, for whatever reason, they started speaking with it as the original language. Like, for example, I'm brought up in Sweden, so my native language is Swedish. So that's like kind of my default language. So someone wakes up with their default language switched essentially, where they feel most comfortable speaking in a different language, which again points to a brain thing where, for whatever reason, the brain has associated that language with being their original native language or whatever you want to call it. It's not one where they've never heard the language before and all of a sudden they can speak it fluently. There are some which you can find online that say like, oh, he'd never heard a word of Spanish in his life, but he woke up speaking fluent Spanish. I've never heard one case like that being proven.
That would be difficult to prove, though. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, all right, when I said this earlier, everybody was, oh, I'm not like I was making the shit up. Now all of a sudden, we've heard this before 30 years ago, supposedly. Now all of a sudden, we all know about this, regardless of if it's true or not.
We're not
We've all
agreeing
heard
with
about
you.
this. I don't give a. You don't need to agree
Well,
with me.
no, you don't get to
but this is a
grab
thing,
everything
though.
we said and then
Jesus
put it
Christ,
all
Graham,
under your
I don't
little
need you to
wings.
interrupt me every fucking time I open my mouth, bro. I don't need you to do that.
Well, you don't re-editorialize what just happened, my man. Don't do that.
I don't need you to run plays for me.
Because that's not what happened just now, though. Just for the record, you're running your mouth again, posturing and shit.
For the record, I came up with a scenario and I was being shut down. I was shut down with my scenario saying that we don't know if that happens. Now all of a sudden, everybody heard about it before. Yeah,
heard about
they've
accents,
looked into it.
Not language. And replacing the language that they already knew as their first language.
I don't have the patience
with their second language that they already knew as their now first language.
Talk all you want, bro.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about, that we agree with. Switching languages that you already knew and getting accents that you didn't have before.
That's a caveat that Gummy Bear came up with. That wasn't what I was talking about.
Yeah, you're saying that you think we're agreeing that these people all of a sudden speak a completely different language when they never knew a word of that different language. We're not saying
I literally got the reports in front of the YouTube videos in front of me, and that's what they say. What the fuck do you want me to relate to you when that's what I'm picking up from the information?
No, you're telling us that we agree with you about this point.
We agree that this is something that happens, Grim. Fuck, listen.
Oh my God, you are a scrambled egg, dude.
Damn, I'm gonna have to block this fucking idiot, bro.
Oh, block these nuts, dude.
No,
You're a scrambled
don't
egg.
block.
Doesn't make any sense.
You turn each other down if you're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
getting
man, I
along.
blocked him. I'm not gonna deal with him, bro.
Don't actually mute though, because if he's talking,
I blocked him completely.
I don't know what that does. I've never done that.
That's just weird, man. Yeah, that's just a weird, fucking scared runaway type of thing to do. You can't fucking deal with the logic. I mean, you're not making sense. You don't block somebody because you're not making sense. Fool. He's trying to say now we all heard of it. Now we're saying we all agree with it. None of you saying that we agree with it. You never asked specifically if it was we saw that if they had changed accents or if they switched from their second language to their first language when they already knew both languages. He's trying to act like we agree with the fact that they just learned a new language during their coma or some shit when they've never heard a word of this other language. That's just nonsense. We're not agreeing with that. At least I'm not.
Me neither. Pretty sure.
He's saying that's what the videos say. I think he was he was agreeing, like, or giving the benefit of the doubt that, you know, the videos are accurate, but it's really hard to prove whether or not this person knows this language before the accident or what have you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, for example, like I googled it as well, and like the one he mentioned about Swedish, well, this guy not only started speaking Swedish, but he also forgot everything about his life. So how would you know if you didn't know Swedish before if he's actually got brain damage and doesn't remember his life?
Dude, you guys managed to twist everything. It has nothing to do with what he knew. What I wanted scientifically explain. How does someone wake up not speaking a language, right? Go to a coma, not speaking a language, and wakes up speaking. That's the only thing I wanted to be proved scientific. The other caveats doesn't fucking matter. It seems like you guys are purposely taking every point and converting it into something else.
Hold on. Let me see if I could like find some common ground. So Jay, that's the claim that these people woke up speaking a different language. They're contending the claim. You cited the videos. Maybe that's enough evidence for you. We haven't seen the videos, as far as I know. So, like, they're contending it. They're saying that it's number one, if the videos do show that, it's very hard to prove. And number two, that's what I'm saying at least. And number two, we haven't even seen the videos to be even like. I guess that should have been the number one. We haven't seen the videos. Number two, if the videos did exist, we don't know if it's actually the case. You know, it's hard to prove something like that. So I'd like to see more evidence.
Well, for more understanding, my entire point is, since Gummy Bear brought up that he doesn't believe anything that isn't like some verifiable scientifically, whatever the fuck, I keep giving him scenarios where things cannot be proven scientifically, like the intuition thing and this scenario, right? And I'm gonna keep bringing it up to what I want. And I know this might not be possible, is for him to accept that, yes, there are things in this world that are true that are not scientifically possible, right? That's what I want him to understand. So I'm going to keep giving him scenarios and things until he acknowledges that.
But we see a flaw in your ability to get that point across or to make that point at all.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say the scenario that he's giving has not been validated.
Anyway. You can't prove that ever happened. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
then you can't start talking about
as of yet.
Yeah, you can't start explaining that how it's like. I mean, through physics, it's like it's an imaginary thing that hasn't happened. So how could we say, oh, here's in physics how?
But I don't know if you could say that either, Grim, because you haven't looked at the videos. Maybe there is maybe it does satisfy your threshold for proof. When you look at the videos and you see these people talking, or maybe their stories are believable when they're explaining it and stuff, you got to examine it first. You know,
couldn't take an anecdotal story from a YouTube video back in a time when YouTube videos and making money was a big deal.
No, but it's not purely anecdotal because I imagine they'll show the people speaking the language that they, you know.
That would be anecdotal still.
Yeah,
that would still be anecdotal.
The problem is that the claim that's being trying to prove with these videos is one of I'm not even sure how to like some sort of metaphysical knowledge of languages that's beyond like learning them, and all you've got to prove this are some testimonials on YouTube. I see a huge mismatch between the severity or like the not severity of the claim, but I can't think of another word, like how big of a claim it is compared to what kind of evidence there is.
As opposed to what, Gummy Bear? As opposed to what evidence? If YouTube isn't viable for you, what would be? And because you accept it, I want you to explain to me. You talked about YouTube as if implying that YouTube isn't some like a credible source. What is a credible source?
For something like this, it's very hard to prove it. You would have to know the person personally or their family personally or something like that. Otherwise, it's kind of impossible to prove.
But can we agree that it's documented that it occurs? Can we agree that it is documented that this occurs? This weird scenario about people waking up from comas, it is documented. Can we agree on that?
Is definitely documented.
Yeah, the claim is documented, but the fact of whether it is confirmed and the reasons why it happens has not been documented.
But isn't that exactly what I'm asking for you to prove it scientifically, right? Because you specifically said that you won't believe anything that isn't scientifically proven.
The point is, it's never been proven to have happened.
Able to explain it to me scientifically.
Hold up, guys. Okay, so I'm about to head out, but before I do, Jay, now that you've blocked him, can you hear him when he's talking?
Dude, listen, man. I don't wanna come from work and have this motherfucker boil my blood pressure every time. I
understand. Right? But can you hear him when he's speaking?
I can't hear him. What I would do is every time he lights up, I would just simply shut my mouth.
All right, that was my next question. If you could see when he's lit up, but if you can, that's good. All right.
He's always lit up.
All right, be good, guys.
Yeah, I think the whole point of this conversation is we're asking to prove that it has happened before we start trying to figure out the physics of how it happened. If it hasn't happened yet, there are no physics to it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
like the claim is documented, but whether it is a true claim or not, that has not been proven or shown.
The best you can do actually is come up with possibilities based on the domain of what you currently know and the information that you have currently.
Okay, that's acceptable, Kosho, but couldn't we do that same thing for voodoo? Because it is being claimed. There's a lot of people that claim that they do voodoo. There's a lot of people like myself that have seen weird voodoo-ish shit. So can we just do the same thing? It is claimed, but we can't verify it. So there you go, Gummy Bear. What was the contention that you had earlier?
You didn't hear what I said, I guess. But I said
no, it's not you, Kosho. It was Gummy Bear.
Yeah, but you're acting as though I agreed with that. That's not what I said.
My contention.
Yeah, but for the record, I really want to say that Matrix, you bring a bad vibe to the fucking party, dude.
My contention with what you're saying is that you're trying to prove things like voodoo with anecdotal stories, and that's just not how you prove something.
So again, you say it's anecdotal, right? That's what you're saying. But when you're in a room with other people, and when a lot of people are witnessing what you're witnessing, I would say that isn't anecdotal. Anecdotal is like if it just happens to you, right? We're talking about things being witnessed in a group of people, more than one person, right? When I'm telling you I've seen things in front of people where I am verifying that they are seeing what I am seeing, right? So not anecdotal.
I'm envisioning a bunch of parents taking their children to go take photographs with Santa Claus, and the children really believe that that's
so technically aren't all
their anecdotal stories or that they actually saw Santa Claus.
Every individual person,
because I could say the same thing about we're all watching a magic trick together on stage. We're all seeing the same thing, so it's not anecdotal. So we must say that it actually happened. That's not true. That's not what, like, it's still an anecdotal thing that we just saw it happen.
But you're confusing.
It's not the same as trying to figure out why it happened through, for example, science and experiment.
You're confusing a magic trick with something with a practice, right? Voodoo is a practice. It's something that people are actively practice.
People practice magic.
So now we're gonna deny the entire
tricks.
practice.
Yeah, Jay, perhaps you're seeing a magic trick and seeing it as a practice. Maybe it's the other way around. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying, how do you know if it isn't? How can you tell if you're just seeing a magic trick and saying, oh, it's real, or if it's actually real? How do you distinguish between these two? I think that's the important question here.
What do you mean by magic trick?
So magic trick as in it looks like something amazing to the viewer, but the person actually performing it isn't doing anything magical. They're just doing some sort of illusion or sleight of hand or something beyond what you know to make it seem like this amazing thing.
So if it's a custom, if it's something that is done customarily, something that you've grown up seeing since you were very little, in different occasions, different houses, different people. So you're telling me that that everybody that practices certain thing, right? They all just collectively are mind fucking everybody else.
So some of these things you can also believe yourself while performing it. It is not something where they have all of the people who practice this have to be fooling everyone else. They can believe what they're doing as well.
Or it could just simply be true, right? That's not an option
correct.
for you?
No, I'm saying correct. But how do you distinguish between these?
Well, that's what I'm asking you, because when I made my claim, or at least what I saw, I was being bombarded with, we don't know what's happening, and people have proven that voodoo is real and all that. I said, I know what I've seen, right? I know what my family's seen. I know the shit that's being practiced, right? I can't explain it, the intricacies of how it works, but it works. This shit is real.
And the thing I'd say is the way I personally would decide whether something like that is real or not is through science, through scientific experimentation. And since any experiment that has been tried with voodoo has come up null and void, I personally do not believe in it. And that is my way of finding the truth. You might
So
have
who's usually the people conducting the science? Who are usually these people? Any science being conducted, being funded, who are usually the people that conduct and fund this science?
The indigenous people to the country.
No, not anyone. It's usually
the
somebody
indigenous
on the
people
left.
to the country.
Somebody on the left is usually funding it or propaganda, something.
He's gonna fucking trample me every time now with every excuse.
And it's all with a purpose. It's all with a purpose to disqualify it, so people like yourself could not even focus on it because they've already disqualified it. So there's an agenda behind it.
So the left are making voodoo not a thing by not doing real scientific experiments on it, and then telling people it's not real, but it's actually real. It's just the left trying to make you not know that it. Do you not see that what you're saying right now is a little bit like conspiratorial, almost like crazy talk?
Everything is a conspiracy. Always,
I'm
all
not
the
saying
time.
that.
It doesn't
I'm not
matter how you
automatically.
personally view it.
Are you
Doesn't
saying
matter
that
how
it's a
you feel about
conspiracy to say that the sky is blue? Is that a conspiracy?
Is the sky blue? If you go all the way up to the sky, would you see it blue, or is it just how we see it from the ground?
If you go up into the sky, it depends on what you go up into the sky. The further out you go, the less blue it's gonna be. Yeah.
Well, you said that if the sky blue, it should be blue all the time.
Well,
but
it's
if you
actually
go up to
still
the sky,
blue,
you no
right?
longer
If
see
you
blue.
start getting
So
further away
therefore,
from it,
at
you
that
can
moment,
see
the
that
sky
it's
would not be
blue.
would it?
You can see the thin layer of atmosphere. You take a look through from the ground to the atmosphere. You see that blue, glowing blue atmosphere from the Rayleigh
Like
scattering.
the equivalent of what you're saying right now is, okay, let's say, okay, that basketball is orange, but what if you're inside that basketball? It's not orange anymore. Like,
Is the sky blue from the sky?
From
is the
space,
basketball
yes.
orange from the basketball?
You can't go inside the basketball. You can go up the sky. We're talking about
Is the sky
something
blue
that
at
we
night?
can't do, which is go inside the basketball. With something that we can do, which is go up to the sky.
No, but you can go into the basketball because it's a really big basketball. I created just for this purpose.
Oh,
a
he's
really
a
big
good
one
one.
that's
He
big
can
enough
get
to
right
get
in
into.
there.
Why is it orange, but it's not orange from the basketball?
You answer my question, I will gladly answer yours. Is the sky blue
Yes.
from the sky?
Answer is when you're inside something, it has the same property. Looking at it from an outside perspective.
Well, when you're inside
Right.
the basketball, you're
What about
potentially
if the
looking
guy
at
has no
inside the
eyes? Is it
leather, or
still
the
blue?
rubber, the material, not the surface, which is not analogous to what I'm asking you.
How do we let him just dance out of the? You know what I'm saying, guys? What where are we doing here?
You're right, Grim. I'm gonna have to take a stand and not
I know
respond
it's like
until
pedantic.
you're able to join in.
No, I don't. I'm not even trying. You know what I mean? To stay on this pedantic type of conversation. It was better when we were like throwing ideas together and all this shit. And then somebody's got to be you know, I don't know. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that at the end of the day, my whole idea is if it can't be tested scientifically, then you don't really have much going for it, for the validity of it.
And you're wrong with that. And you're 100% wrong with that. And we could leave it at that.
So can I just ask, on what basis am I wrong on that? Do you like? Is it because usually there are other ways of verifying, or is it because like? How do you say I'm wrong on that?
Because you're wrong. Because when we talked about the intuition thing, we agreed that we can't scientifically prove it, right? We can't prove it. Somebody's staring at you, but somebody is staring at you.
We can.
Can you prove that scientifically?
We can prove scientifically that people can feel like someone's looking at them.
Can you prove that?
Like this. Yes.
You can prove that scientifically, that people get intuition.
Prove scientifically that people get intuition.
See, there you go.
That's a very
there
vague
you go.
statement. That's a
there
very
you go.
vague question.
All what you're doing, you keep reverting it back to the scientific, right? You keep reverting back to the scientific.
Vague,
so I ask you, what was there before science and the scientific industry? How did anyone acquire truth or knowledge before then?
He's like 40 grit sandpaper. He thinks he's so fucking smooth, but like all these higher, more fine, he doesn't even recognize that exists because he's the smoothest shit going. 40 grit. I should sell sandpaper for a living.
You sold me on 40 grit. I'm gonna go buy some right now.
Very rough stuff.
Because like at the end, like you can, for example, like the way we tested things before science. So as you speak, oh, let me put my hand on the fire. Oh no, I burnt. Fire is hot. And now that's a test. Now we know that fire is hot. But if we do science on it, we figure out why is it hot? What even is hot? What can we do to make it less hot, more hot? Like just because we could figure stuff out before, science has elevated that. We know more because of science. It is a way of acquiring more knowledge, more information about things.
Isn't a science a way of understanding the nature of our reality, like a way of quantifying it?
Yeah, in a way, that's a way of stating it.
So what you're saying is, if something isn't quantifiable like intuition, therefore it can be scientifically proven, therefore it isn't real. Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying.
You see how you polarize people, man? It's not what anyone's saying. It's just your idea of what should be being said against your polar enemy. And so you project that onto people, you're sublimating your arguments into people, And that's what's causing me so much fucking problem with you. Sublimation, brother. Relax.
It's definitely possible for there to be true things that can never be proven by science. That's true. That's not the same as saying, like, oh, because it can't be proven by science, we can prove it through something that isn't science. That might also not be true. There might be things that couldn't be proven in any way whatsoever.
Well, isn't that exactly the kind of things that I'm bringing up?
No, what you're saying is because something like voodoo can't be proven by science, means we need to prove it by anecdotal, and therefore, because you have seen it anecdotally, it has to be true.
Well, you're also
I'm trying to say,
reducing every experience to some sort of anecdotal experience, therefore disqualifying it in its entirety.
when you say anecdotal experiment, what do you even mean by that?
I'm responding to what you're saying. You're saying that I anecdotally saw something and now perceive it to be real. You could say that about anything, any topic, and it would apply equally the same.
Incorrect. You saying that doing a test 100 times with different variables and looking at how the variables affect the outcome and all of that, are you saying that that's anecdotal?
Are you saying that that's the only way to verify that something is real?
No.
So we agree then.
So just because I don't agree that it's the only way doesn't mean that anecdotally is another correct way.
Which is my entire point, Gummy Bear. My
I think
entire point
my
was
problem is
to
the
fight
allocation of the
your point
phenomenon.
on that things
He
has to be
therefore gets
proven
to allocate
scientifically
it to
for it to be real or for you to believe it.
spirit world or or magic or something. When we could agree that it's an unknown physics, but you don't get to then take it from there and say, I'm going to allocate it to voodoo magic.
Like with the voodoo, now we've tried to test it through science. We've gotten nothing. It's just come up with null and void. It doesn't seem to be working. And now you want to say that, okay, well, it doesn't work in science, but the reason for that is because of the reason you gave was left propaganda, which I don't even know how to talk after that. But I feel like if you can't show it through science, the only way you seem to be able to show something like voodoo is with anecdotal stories of people being like, oh, look, voodoo. And I'm just not going to trust it because I have no reason, or I have very, very low bar of confidence in it.
I'll take it a step further.
That's okay
right?
for you
I'll
to
take it a
not
step
trust
further
it. See,
than that
I'm
and
fine
grant
with you
them
or
even
anyone
more
else not
by
trusting
saying
something
that,
to be true.
oh, he's
right?
not going to
But
shut
when
up.
you say that it cannot be true because of science, that's when I have
thought
the
you were going to
contention.
fucking look when my light was green and you would be quiet. And yeah, anyways, I thought for sure it's so. Why couldn't you then? Fuck. I don't even know how I want to put that. Because I'm not really talking to him, am I? But it just brings us back to that idea. Yeah, it really fucks up the vibe of the conversation, and you can't just.
Yeah, like, well, the whole thing is, if something doesn't work, if you try proving something with science and you come up with a null, like you haven't proven it, it doesn't necessarily mean you've disproven it. You've definitely lost your big proving method. So if you want to prove it, you have to use something different, and no one's really presented anything that's as good as proving something as science. The next best thing seems to be anecdotal stories, which are very, 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 very prone to flaws and misunderstandings and subjective experience and all of these things. So I'm not saying that just because it wasn't proven through science doesn't mean that it's automatically false, but you've lost so much of your proving power. It
I was going to
seems
take it
be
earlier.
disproven.
Sorry, I was going to take it to grant them something earlier. You started interrupting me, and I felt like not granting it. But
So
I'll still be honest to it. It was granting something for you.
I'll speak when he's done.
Right. So real quick, that they just found out that the placebo effect was real before Dr. Placebo, and they weren't published. Right? I mean, since we understand as you tell somebody if they believe that they're going to be, that's what they say about voodoo, you got to believe in it and all that. So I mean, that's the only, like, I could give a placebo effect to voodoo as well, which would be, you'd have to consider. Otherwise, you'd have to say the placebo is voodoo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So, well, if so it could just be that through the understanding we know about placebo, that some of those things, unless he's trying to say something like, I'm going to be quiet for a second so he can talk, but just out of being fair, I'll wait for this next point.
Gummy Bear, have you ever heard of the word voodoo before I mentioned it?
Yeah, of course.
So would you say that is a little more than anecdotal if you've heard about it, and most likely most of the people on here have heard about the word voodoo, right? Would you say it's a little bit more than anecdotal at that moment?
So the reason I would still call it anecdotal is because in order for it to not be anecdotal, in my mind, it needs to have been tested, proven.
Okay, but this is what I'm asking you. I've been asking you since the beginning that if things are not verified for you in a scientific way, does that mean that to you it isn't real? Can you please just answer that question? No.
No,
okay.
It's like I said. So not verifying it through science doesn't automatically disprove it. But like I said, it takes away the big way of proving it, which is science.
I don't know that over the years, science has been wrong in a lot of things, and a lot of claims that they've claimed that most people believe to be true simply because it was said by science, quote unquote. Right? I don't know if you're aware that science has modified has changed during the years, and the implication here is if it changed, is because it wasn't correct. Because something that is correct and true is unchanging, right? So would you at least acknowledge that sometimes science doesn't get it right, even though when it's being claimed is right?
The thing with science is that sure, it doesn't always get it 100% right, but science makes you find out better and better and better answers. That's the thing, is you hone in towards a good answer.
So is it possible? Is it possible that in this scenario, maybe when it comes to voodoo, in this situation, only in voodoo or whatever mysticisms you guys want to call it, is it possible that maybe science just simply hasn't caught up to it yet?
Yes, and that's why I'm leaving that little bit of room at the end there, where I'm saying that science can't prove it right now, but that doesn't mean it's disproven. Because
there you go.
Some things that people called magic in the past is just science to us now.
That was my entire point, bringing that up about the voodoo. Just because we don't understand it and can explain it doesn't mean it isn't real. That was my entire point. Thank you.
But the big thing that I want to say is, because of that fact, it currently can't be explained, doesn't automatically mean that it could be this huge thing in the future, and therefore we should believe in it. Rather, it should be this thing that, okay, it hasn't been disproven, but it definitely hasn't been proven, and therefore we need to look at it with skepticism.
It hasn't been proven, in your opinion, scientifically, but if hypothetically, not hypothetically, actuality, people are practicing voodoo, right? I'm pretty sure you've heard of people practicing voodoo. So they have to have some sort of understanding of this practice to be able to practice. So would you say that maybe to them, even though it isn't verified scientifically, it is very much real?
Yeah, but at the same time, there's also people practicing Satanism. Like what does that even mean? Because people practice Satanism, does that mean that Satan is automatically real?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. But again, if people are taking their time to practice, it isn't like people just wake up one day and just decide to practice something, right? For us, for human beings to entertain something, we have had to at least see something in it, right? Don't matter how you see it. We have to see something in it that we could resonate with, that we see as true, right? So
But
these
yeah,
people practicing all these witchcraft and all this magic, regardless of how how the world feels about it, to them it is very much true. It is very much true and very much proven and all of that, right? Even though it isn't scientifically according to you.
but yeah, but to some people, like reading minds is true to them, or like seeing, like there's a bunch of things that are true to a person. That's not what's important. Anything. What's important is what is objectively true. What'll be true for everyone. What'll be true if I do it and you do it, and we'll both get the same thing. Because if something's just true to one person, why would that matter? Or even, let's say it's true to 1 million people. Well, fine, it's true to them, those million people, but what about the other 7+ billion people in the world? Why should anyone bother if it's only true to that 1 million?
I don't think anyone bothering. Like, I don't know how to answer why should anyone bother, right? Because people have their own reasons to be bothered by anything. That's on the individual. But what I'm saying is, if people find it true enough and really enough to be able to practice it, if you've heard about it, if everybody else seems to have heard about voodoo, then can we at least assume that there has to be some redness of something real in it?
Like, I feel like you're loading it a bit more than is true. Like, sure, people practice it. Sure, people look at it and see things it does. Thinks it's amazing and they want to learn it, and they learn it and all of these things. But that doesn't make it true. That it has these effects that it says it does. Like,
Does it make it not true?
Doesn't make it not true.
So where do we stand? Where it doesn't make it true and it doesn't make it not true. So where do we stand on that? How do we come to a consensus?
The consensus that I have, which I don't feel like I'm gonna move away from unless I get brought in new information, is that because it has been tried to be proven with science and it was not proven, it failed the scientific experiment. That doesn't mean it's disproven, but it is very low, like low confidence level. Like, if it wants to make extraordinary claims, well, and no, I have a very low confidence level of what it can, because none of it has been proven. If they want to claim that they can, I don't know, let's say, just say for a second that they want to claim they can cure cancer, well, that's a huge claim, and my confidence level in them is so low that I'm not gonna bother with that.
Well, on a side note, this is a side note. You mentioned the cancer thing, and there was a doctor. There have been multiple doctors, but there was a doctor called Dr. Sevi, and he claimed that he could cure cancer.
Yeah.
So would you be inclined to believe Dr. Sevi and all of the people that he supposedly cured, even though it isn't scientifically provable?
If it's not scientifically provable, then no, I'm not gonna trust him.
There you go. So it doesn't seem to be about the information being true or not. It seems to be that you and people that think like you, they need the information to be conveyed in a certain way for them to be able to absorb the information. And I think that has nothing to do with if the information is actually true or not.
The thing is, I could say, okay, I can cure cancer, and then I'll prescribe people this medicine, which is actually just water. I'll still have some percentage of my people that go into remission and survive. But that's not
Baseline
me.
25 to 30% of all people,
That's not
all cancers stop growing on their own at some point.
that's not me curing them. It would have been fine without me interfering, but now I'm taking credit for them going into remission. And that's why you need science, because you want to show that it's not just that it's pure. It's not just like, oh look, some of these people are cured. No, you need to show that compared to baseline, compared to like, no treatment, what do you get? Well, my thing that I said, well, compared to no treatment, there is no change, and therefore my treatment is not
That's right.
not a treatment. And that's the big
Like
thing about like.
if you took it, yeah, if you took 35 people out of this 100, you know what I mean? Didn't continue to it cured these people, but that's the baseline though. So if it was only 35, then it's still 0. So 0 people were cured. That's how you
That's
get
like
that.
the whole thing is like science isn't just about showing, oh look, someone got cured, or look, this thing
Do you
happened.
cure cancer or do
It's
you treat it? You know what I mean? Like, is it because can't you always develop cancer on another cell somewhere else? I mean, do you really cure it or do
But in a
you,
sense, couldn't science
put the
also be
tumor into
limiting?
remission?
It
I don't know what kind of
limits
language you
people to
used
be able to entertain ideas simply because things are not
when you're
proven
interrupting.
scientifically. It hinders some people, like yourself,
well,
when we talk about voodoo.
can you think of a single thing other than voodoo, of course, that isn't proven scientifically? Sorry, excuse me. That isn't proven scientifically, but you believe is 100% true, or can be proven some other way.
Well, I can mention a few things. Not voodoo, spirituality. I don't think there's a way of proving spirituality, but I do believe spirituality. I do believe that we have a spirit, right? But of course, I can't prove it.
But
It hasn't been
the
proven.
big question isn't just do you believe something that wasn't proven by science, but have you proven something that wasn't through science? Have you done another thing, like have you proven this thing without science?
Well, science. Well, when people mention science, some people they think of a lab and a bunch of somebody pouring one chemical into another. Right? Science is a very simple thing, right? Science is. I'm gonna give you science in its purest form, right? A baby, 1 year old, 2 year old, maybe he knows how to walk. Let's say he goes to the park for the very first time, right? He has never been to the park before. He goes to the park. There's sand. He's never touched sand. He's never seen sand before, and he's curious, right? That's a scientific inquiry, right? He's never seen sand. He's curious. What is this? He touches the sand, right? He verifies that it's something that he could grab. And what do babies typically do? They put it in their mouth, right? He puts the sand in his mouth. At that moment, he conducted a science experiment. He verified that sand does not taste good, and it is also not food, right? So in its purest form, that is science.
But the problem with, for example, that is, okay, but I can show you there's one person who actually loves eating sand. To them, it tastes amazing.
Not the point. You guys have a thing of twisting the points.
But hold on, because you said that the baby conducted science, and he proved that sand doesn't taste good, and yet I can find someone who does think.
Not the point, Gummy Bear.
That is
you
the
guys,
point.
Hold on. This is why I'm pissed off with this fucking guy, because you guys kept doing this, changing the examples, changing the premises completely.
How you blaming this shit on me all of a
160
sudden?
on what was being said. It has not. It
You
doesn't
just have
matter
bad
who the fuck
logic.
eats sand. It don't matter who likes sand. That is not the point of what I'm saying. The point of what I'm saying is the baby in this hypothetical scenario conducted a scientific experiment. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't matter anybody
Yeah, and you
outside of that
injected that little
example.
bit
It has
of
nothing to do with it.
in there for no reason.
The thing that I would differ from is I wouldn't say that baby necessarily conducted science. He kind of just tried things to see if he enjoyed them, or tested things. Something that I would say science, like one basic thing would be, okay, you have a fire in front of you, you put your hand to it, okay, it's warm. Okay, what if I put this other thing on it? Okay, it's still warm. But what if I put water on it? Oh wait, it's no longer fire. Okay, but what if I put this other thing on it? Well, okay, like that's a science to me. Is you're testing different things to see what the outcome is. it's not just, oh, I've never seen sand, let's go see let's go try sand and put it in my mouth. It's, here's this thing, let me try different things with it to understand how
That's
different things
laboratory.
affect the outcome.
That's laboratory. CSI fucking TV. This is exactly why I try to give you science in its purest form. This is why I use the example of the baby, right? That's exactly why. Because every time people like yourself talk about science, it's automatically some sort of lab, some sort of testing. No, this is not what this is an extension of science, right? But in its purest form, that is not what science is. What I described to you, when you see something, and when you see something and you don't know what it is, it's the beginning of science, right? When you have a hypothesis, it's because you've noticed some sort of pattern, something that you've noticed that is going on that you don't know what's happening, right? You persist to have the science go through the scientific method, which is the hypothesis and the testing, but you're already jumping from the baby seeing the sand and deciding deciding in his head what this thing is to just experimenting on the sand, and that's not what's being talked about.
Well, isn't science supposed to be objective? Like, shouldn't a scientific experiment that I do here be the same for you over there? Isn't that one big thing of science?
Gummy Bear, could you just sum up what is science exactly to you?
It is the method of, how can I summarize this well? Like, method of trying different things to seeing the outcome and seeing the cause and effect relationship, figuring out essentially that. I'm a bit tired, so I don't know how to explain it well, but that would be what I'd say.
So I have the definition here. It says the intellectual and practical activity of encompassing a systemic study of the structure and behavior of physical and natural world through observation and experiment.
Yeah.
Okay, so when the baby observed the sand, wasn't that part of science? Observation? Going to touch the sand, playing with it, touching it, isn't that part of him part of the scientific method as well? Putting it in his mouth, isn't that all scientific in its purest form?
Yeah, so it's part of it, but it's not all of it.
It is or it isn't. Don't give me that double speak
no,
shit.
it's
Bro.
part of it.
It is or it isn't.
Because you can't say the baby proved that sand was disgusting by putting it in his mouth.
Not the point about science. And if I'm, as far as I know, and as far as you Globers say, science doesn't prove anything. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about right now.
Because that's the thing is what science is to me, and you're allowed to disagree, but what science is to me is not just, oh, you observed this and now you're done with it. It's you observed this, you tried something different, you observed that, tried something different, observed this, and you get an understanding of what it is because of the different things that you're trying.
Sure. I don't disagree with that, but in my hypothetical scenario, would you say that science was conducted at that moment? That baby conducted a science experiment?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Why would it not be labeled science? What would be the caveat that would not label this science?
Because what it's doing isn't objective; it's a subjective thing.
But isn't that exactly? So you're telling me if everybody doesn't do the scientific experiment, it's objective? And when does objective have anything to do with science and the procedure and whether it's true or not? I don't understand.
Because the thing is, like, first, like say I don't know what sand is, and I observe how it feels like on my feet, and I feel like it feels ticklish. Well, okay, I wouldn't say that's science, because another person could go and do the same thing and they feel sand on their feet and they say, no, it's a scratching feeling. And that's not science to me.
But would you say it isn't science simply because the other person did something else? Is that what is it like a consensus thing?
No, it's a thing of outcome is a subjective thing, not an objective thing. The outcome from a science experiment, for example, would be if if I add this thing to the fire, it becomes hotter. And that's an objective thing. No matter who adds that thing to the fire becomes warmer. But
How
when
about
it
if you
comes
pick
to
up the
the
sand and you put it in your mouth and can't eat it because it doesn't taste good? Is that a
yeah,
science
and
experiment?
that's again subjective because one person might take it in their mouth and be like, "Ugh, this is disgusting," and you find some odd people who take it in their mouth and be like, "Ooh, this is a nice crunch."
Sure. But would you say that's the majority of the people?
That doesn't matter. The fact that it's a subjective thing is what makes it not
Not
science.
subjective. We're talking about the scientific experiment that the baby has conducted for himself, not the world. Because remember, we're talking about a baby with a baby mind. He's never seen sand. He doesn't know what it is. So to him, it's an
Yeah,
entirely new thing. Remember, when we talk about the
that's why.
scientific process, this is exactly how you conduct science. You notice something, you notice some sort of pattern, you come up with a crazy hypothesis in your mind, and then you go about trying to verify it or either prove it or disprove it.
Yeah, but that's not what the
Wow.
baby is doing. Not trying to
Matrix
disprove or
science
prove or
insane.
well, I think that was Mike. But the baby isn't trying to prove or disprove something. He's just trying to test what happens if I put this in my mouth.
Not the point, Mount Gummy Bear. You're focusing too much. Regardless of the intentions of the baby, he still conducted a scientific experiment at that moment, right? Because
It's
he
not
saw
about.
something, he went, he touched it, he felt the texture of the sand. He was like, "Oh, this is funny. How does it taste?" He proceeded to put it in his mouth. Right? He spit it out because he didn't like the taste of it. Right? At that moment, he understood, right? Intuitively, this isn't food. This is not good for eating. Let me proceed on with my day. I think that is science in its purity.
But at the same time, you can give a baby a durian. He'll pick it up, put it in his mouth, and be like, "That's disgusting. Spit it out." And oh, that's not food. But no, that's wrong. It is
Not
food.
the point, Gummy Bear.
That
This
is
is
the
not.
point. That is
No,
the
bro. It's
point.
the process of what the baby did. Man, it doesn't, bro. You keep changing the premises completely.
He really does not
Just
see
missing what I'm
the
trying to say.
flaws.
You've been doing this
I don't
entire
think
time.
he sees
You
it
and
at
that
all,
other
or he
asshole
just
have been
can't.
doing this shit this entire time. Changing the premises to the stories, changing the little
No, you're saying
caveats
things like
that at the end of the
that
day,
means he
you don't even
determined that
understand what is being said.
scientifically that's
This is
not
what
food.
what's been pissing me
It
off
is
this
when it is
entire
food.
time.
I mean, he gave a great example of how you're wrong. God damn, you just can't handle being wrong. That's what
The
it
thing
is.
is,
You must be an
it's
only
not
child.
change.
It's
Not about
like
Okay, so
changing the
what premise
premises.
would you like us to focus on, Matrix J? Let's bring back the
We were
point.
talking about science, right? And what it is and what it isn't. And I gave him a hypothetical about a baby that has never been to the park, right? That and he looks at the sand and he's curious about the sand. He walks up to the sand, right? He touches the sand, right? He's playing with the sand and he puts it in his mouth and then he spits out the sand because he at that moment he realizes that this isn't food, right? And in a sense, isn't that what didn't the baby for himself? I'm not talking about for the world. Didn't the baby conduct a scientist experiment at that moment? He saw something new that he don't know what it was the sand. He went up to the sand, he walked on it, he grabbed the sand, and he put it in his mouth. Isn't all of that a science experiment
He
in
tried
its
to
purest
collect
form?
data. He tried to collect data, but if he was trying to get like a cause and effect, that's something else. It depends on how you define it. But yes, he tried to collect data at the very least through some sort of observation. Some people would say it might be scientific if you use the right equipment, if you have a hypothesis, if you have some sort of variable control, independent variable. Some people define it differently, but I guess it's a small scale experiment, sure.
That's all that I was looking for, and Gummy Bear has obstructed it to it's just like a Glober has double spoken the entire time.
Okay, Gummy Bear, did you have a response that you
So
wanted to address for that or whatever?
yeah, so the problem that I've said essentially is that because what the baby's just trying is it's subjective. How do I feel about this? How does it taste to me? That's not a scientific experiment because the outcome is the child doesn't enjoy the taste of sand. Okay, fine, but you haven't proven anything about sand. You haven't shown anything scientifically in any way. The only outcome of what he did was the baby doesn't like the taste of sand.
So you need something else to be asked about the sand, like its density or something like that, for it to be a scientific
No,
experiment, basically?
it needs to be something. The outcome of the testing needs to be an objective thing. Like, okay, what happens if you take, like, if you, I don't know, if you burn sand? That's a scientific experiment because it doesn't matter who burns the sand, the outcome will be the same. When
Oh,
it
you're
comes
trying to
to
get something
a baby,
objective versus subjective. Like
yeah, because
subjectively, he doesn't like the
baby,
taste of sand, but he's not
the
trying to
baby,
establish anything objectively for all people other than him who don't eat the sand.
exactly. Because the baby tasting some sand and saying, "This is disgusting," is true for him, sure. But I can find some person that takes some sand in their mouth and says, "Oh, I like this crunch. I actually enjoy sand."
Maybe.
It might
But
be
which is not
rare.
the point,
It is
though. This
still a
is what I keep
thing.
telling him. You keep focus on someone else, and I am focusing on the baby. To him, remember, it was his first time in the park, right? He doesn't know what sand is, so he's in his way because he can't ask what it is, right? There's no way that you could tell him because it's a baby, right? So in his way, in his world, he is 100% conducting a science experiment. It doesn't matter how does it feel to the rest of the world. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a lab and is pouring a chemical into another
But
chemical.
you would
None
agree.
of that matters at the moment.
But you would agree that he is kind of trying to talk about a subjective, experiment that's just for him versus something that's more objective for like other people, wouldn't
Sure,
you?
sure, sure, sure. But I was talking about science in its purest form. And as far as I understand, anyone can conduct science. You don't need to be a certain person or have a certain degree or wear a certain lab coat to
Oh
conduct
no,
it.
I'm
Because
not saying that
well,
either.
that's what you're reducing this argument to.
Oh
And it
no.
doesn't matter if it's objective or subjective. The person, the baby, he did conduct the science experiment at the moment. He realized that sand is not good for eating. He will probably never put it in his mouth again. That's all I was saying.
Interesting. I guess I can see it from both of your perspectives. I'd probably call it, gathering data or observations, but I guess I can see it from both of your perspectives.
And isn't gathering data and observation part of science, Lemon?
It is part of it. I think Koyak was trying to cut in there, or he's not
He's experimenting with the world, but he's not doing a scientific experiment.
Interesting.
That's my whole
So
thing.
now we have a thing on what is it that we classify as science. And I read the definition for you guys. You guys need me to read it again for you guys? Because it doesn't say that science is limited to certain peoples or persons, right?
I'm not saying that either. So hold on quickly. You seem to be strawmanning that it has to be certain people that do it in a certain place or like scientists and all of this. No, that's not what my point is. My point is that a scientific experiment is testing something that's objectively true about this object. It doesn't matter who does it. But the thing is, like, when you call the baby eating sand a scientific experiment, I find that to be wrong because if I conduct it and I like the taste of sand, I got a different outcome than the baby. But a scientific experiment to me is supposed to be everyone who does it will get the same outcome. Anyone who puts sand in a fire will have the same outcome because it's independent of the person doing the experiment. It's an objective truth that we're testing.
But you're never going to find anything that everybody's going to agree with or view the exact same way. So therefore, you just disqualified science in its entirety, right? And we just had a conversation about how science has been wrong all these years and have had itself right.
Well, we are formulating a bit of a definition, though, where we have two possible definitions for science. One is the systematic gathering of data as part of science, where he puts it in his mouth. And the other one is, trying to establish some sort of objective thing or something, I guess, through systematic inquiry, that gets beyond the subjective, I guess. So we have kind of 1.5 or 2 different definitions that are possible.
The thing is, okay, anyone who tries putting different liquids on a fire is doing science. They're trying to see, okay, will water put it out? Yeah, sure. Will putting gasoline put it out? Oh, absolutely not. That's science because it doesn't matter who's doing it. You're testing different things, how it affects the fire. So that's anyone can do this. The baby could do. If the baby's doing this, yes, I'd call it science. I'm fine with that. problem that I'm having is when it's a thing they're doing that's subjective, where the outcome is dependent on the person doing it. That's the one big contention I have.
But science science has shown to be subjective, or at least consensus driven, right? There's a lot of things that haven't been scientifically proven, but still accepted to be scientifically a fact when it's just consensus. So how would you differentiate between what's real by consensus or science, or what isn't real but it's still being claimed by consensus or science?
So evidence shows the same thing for everyone. When you go and you look at the horizon, you see that the horizon always drops. Now that's scientifically valid. The horizon does drop at distance. And when you go higher, it does drop further. These are things that are scientifically factual. Now, the agreement as to what cause of that may be something that's up for debate, but
anyone that disagrees that water puts out fire. And of course, I'm talking about a wood fire, not a gas fire, because we all know what water does to a gas fire.
What about a magnesium fire?
Well, reproducibility, I guess, would be part of that. You know, ideally, we get the same results, and that's why I can see where some of his definition is, because somebody could put the sand in their mouth and be like, yuck, and most people probably would, to be honest. But somebody may not reproduce that result because of their subjective response to the sand in the mouth. And so that takes away the reproducibility of it, and I guess makes it, you know, less scientific potentially, if we don't have reproducibility to help us all try to establish the same thing if possible with some sort of standard.
The baby spitting out the, by the way, the baby spitting out the sand or eating the sand has nothing to do with that. He was curious about something and he went and gathered more information. Which was simply the point of this entire thing. He gathered information, which could be considered science. This is the entire point. The spitting out of the sand, the other people like the taste of sand. These are all side things that he's come up with in order to railroad the entire point.
Yeah, but
okay. So here's the thing, though: gathering any information, do you classify that as science? Is that
potentially yes? Discovering things that you don't know potentially could be science. It's gathering information and data. Yes, it's at its purest form. That's what science is.
Well, the point I'm making is that sure, he's trying to collect data, but the data or information that he's collecting is what's the word? Like, is not considered science because it's a subjective thing. For example, would you say that, okay, I just tried a new food? Are you saying I'm conducting science? Like, oh, I just tried putting a bit more salt in my food. Is that science? If I like it now?
Chemistry, literally chemistry.
No, we're not trying to see, oh, what does salt do to the food? We're just trying to see, do I like it if I put more salt in the food?
But it's chemistry though, and it's still science, man. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. It is still science.
Yeah, well, the way I define science personally, or I don't know, I guess not define it, but describe it, is a tool to approach the objective truth. And if you're not using it to approach the objective truth, I can't see why you call it science.
To me, just collecting any information isn't science. Science is collecting objective information.
So would gravity? Go ahead, Moya. Go ahead.
It lacks the rigor. It doesn't. It's not systematic.
So okay. So I'm gonna take that into. I'm going to take that into account, right? The subjectivity of it, right? And I'm going to give you another scenario. How about Newton when he came up with the theory of gravity, right? It wasn't subjective or real to no one because he came up with it, right? So how did he take something that was subjective to him, something that he noticed, something that he quantified? How did we go from there, from that being one person to the entire world believing it?
I get the question, dude. They're making a distinction between finding out an answer to something that is objective versus finding out the answer to something that is subjective. Like gravity and nothing that Newton did was anything that was only personal to him and subjective. He was looking for the things that are actually happening in reality that would be true for anybody. And if that's not the case, that it's really only something that pertains to you, it's not really science.
So did the apple didn't fall on his head exclusively?
So the apple falling on his head, if it's not, it might not even be a true thing, but that's not part of the science. Not him doing science. Apple falling on his head isn't doing science.
Not necessarily. I'm not saying that's science, but what I'm telling you is that objectively or subjectively, the apple fell on his head. That was enough for him to come up with hypotheses and ideas, right? That led to the science being possible, right? Something subjective, just like the baby could possibly eat the sand, and you don't know, maybe in the future he'd have made an experiment just because he had that experience when he was little, right? This is what I'm saying. Just because you're saying something is objective or subjective, I don't think that has anything to do with science or something being true or not. I think these are side notes.
But now you're getting to the reason why he did it to begin with. I'm talking about the information gathered from what you've done. The information gathered from what Newton did was, for example, Newton's laws of motion, or Newton's universal law of gravitation, or whatever. I don't remember which exact word he uses. Like these concepts are objective things that anyone can test anytime. You can test them right now. You can. I can test them right now, right here. You can test it right now, right there. You can test it tomorrow, right there, and we will always be testing the same objective thing. But when it comes to something like the baby tasting sand, it's something that can't be reproduced. It is only something that child could do. Because if you do it, you might get a different outcome than if I do it.
But nonetheless, me doing it, the baby doing it, is still an experiment. And I gave the example of the baby because he's never been in sand, he's never seen it, he didn't know. At that moment, that baby was inquiring, it was gathering knowledge, and in a baby way, he did conduct a scientific experiment in his way. I'm talking about in the mind of the baby, not the objective world around the baby. Because what I was trying to tell you about the Newton, he went through his process, right? The apple fell on his head. We don't know what happened. He went through his process. It happened to him, right? And now the entire world knows it. But if it would have not happened to him, how would we have come with the knowledge of gravity and everything else, right?
Why do you think that question is important?
Which one is that?
The one you're asking right now. Why do you think that's important? Why are you asking if it hadn't happened to him? It doesn't matter who it happened to. That's not what the basis of what determines whether it's scientific or not. It's
well, that's what I'm saying.
It's whether the question pertains. It's whether the question pertains to everyone in the world. Okay, imagine if you hallucinate every single day, all the time at the same time. It's like a dream world that you go into, and in this dream world, something fucking happens that you I don't know, something happens. You get your dick sucked or something like that, and then you fucking do some experiments, and you're like, oh wow, it looks like if I fucking think about redheads, it's gonna be a redhead doing it. So hey, cool. It's like these aren't scientific experiments. Okay, this is literally something that only you try to go share this with somebody, and be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Because it doesn't pertain to anybody else but you.
But it doesn't matter if it pertains to you or anyone else. What matters is the information gathered. The process of what's happening, of gathering information, of going from not knowing or ever seeing something to having an understanding that this thing feels funny in your hand and it tastes funny when you put it in your mouth, right? This is what I'm talking about. And also, in none of these science definition, none of these definitions mention everybody else or it being objective to anyone else, right? I don't think that's a part of science. I think you guys believe is a part of science. This is why I gave the baby example.
The thing about science, the part of science that does this is repeatable. That's the big word, repeatable. If only one person could do this, if it only pertains to one person, it is not repeatable.
So therefore, you're saying because something isn't repeatable for the one person, for that one person, so it isn't true for anyone else. Therefore, it isn't science. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If only one person, if the outcome is subjective, then it's not repeatable because every person will have their own subjective answer. Repeatable, it is not science. That's a big part of science is repeatability.
I don't see where subjective or objective is anywhere in the definition for science. So can you or anyone here show me something, explain it better via definition or citation?
Because if you cannot do the same experiment as I, and it's not repeatable, it's just how logic. Like I don't know how else to describe that.
To be fair, Gummy Bear, I wasn't talking about anything being repeatable, right? I am talking about a certain mind, a certain person, the baby, or any certain one person gathering information for themselves or knowledge, however they do it, right? The subjective world around doesn't matter, and I don't see it in any of the definitions. In any of these definitions, I see anything about being subjective or objective or the entire world having to take this into account for it to be real. I haven't seen it. So if you guys could cite this, then I would accept it.
That's what I'm trying to say is that the big word that I feel like very, very often, if not always, comes up in the definition of science is repeatable. And that's what I think the word, when you say the word repeatable, it is that everyone can try it and get the same result, as in it's an objective thing.
Why don't you just give us your definition that you're using, Matrix?
Systematic. That means a system, something that somebody else can do. A system. As far as
No. A systematic is like shit. I'm gonna define the word with the word. It's like a system that is like a system of things that you do. Doesn't necessarily mean that somebody has to have laid out the plan for you, but it's a system of things that you do, which would be systematic.
Right, but that's the repeatable thing. If you have a system, other people can repeat your system and come to the same answer, as opposed to you just randomly going and eating sand, and then making your own decision whether you like it or not. You might go in there and have a set of criteria, like do people, find the grittiness of sand what's detestable, or is it the taste? Which tends to be very subjective, but you could start making it more objective by systematically looking at recording the information and finding out how many people like sand.
So in regard to that, so if you were to do a hypothetical experiment, right, and put 100 people on the beach and have them running down the same process as the baby, right, going down to the sand, touching it and putting it in his mouth. Objectively, how many people would you think would actually eat the sand and say the sand is good?
I don't know. It depends on the texture of the sand. I mean, maybe there is good sand
Again,
out there.
I would accept
really
any number. This is a hypothetical scenario. How many people out of 100 people would you think?
Listen, this is arguably not science. This is exactly what Karl Popper argued against. When he argued against what pseudoscience is. Doing that test, even though the people might call themselves scientists because they're studying sociology or psychology, there's many people who do not classify that as science, because all you're doing is you're
gathering information,
you're observing
and data
something after the fact and not coming up with any predictable model.
The model and the predictability, again, I don't see these things in definitions. I think you guys are inferring these things on the definitions.
Tell me what science is, man. Why don't you give us your definition of science, okay? I'll give you.
I've already read the definition. The intellectual and practical activity of encompassing a systematic study of a structure and behavior of a physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Experiment was exactly what the baby did with the sand.
Okay, what you said about the physical and natural world. I see someone that says about the universe about the universe and the physical and natural world, all this stuff. This is not This is not describing things that are true just to you. This is describing things that are true in the natural world, true about the rules of the universe. You know what I'm saying?
It's nothing about subjectivity. It mentioned nothing about subjectivity. None of this.
That's what that means. That they're saying that in that way.
No, it doesn't mean that, Kosho. You're inferring.
Yes, it does. It's not saying something that's true to you. It's saying something that's true to the natural world.
It doesn't seem to make any sense because there's a lot of people that are like low-key scientists that like to fuck with wires and shit and put circuits together, and they make a lot of things by themselves. So you're saying because the rest of the world isn't there witnessing what the one person is doing, it isn't considered science? What you guys are saying doesn't make any sense.
Even if somebody was there witnessing it, it wouldn't be science. What you just described is not science. Somebody tinkering around with the electronics. That doesn't make it science.
So the baby observing the sand, going to touch it, experimenting with the sand, like it says in the definition, somehow isn't science, but some subjective, objective reality that everybody has to be aware of. Somehow that is in the science definition.
Finding out objective truths, or seeking objective truths, would consider science. Seeking truths that are subjective only to you, it's not science.
I think we're confusing scientism with science.
No, I think you're using science just for the sake of it. The way you're describing it, almost everything is science. Every single thing that ever happens is science.
Everything, yes, you're correct. Almost everything is science.
It's not.
If you're cooking something new and you put new ingredients, you just conducted a science experiment. It doesn't matter how you view it or how you call it, or if you don't like it. It doesn't matter, right? The problem is we've been so indoctrinated with thinking that science is some laboratory fucking white coat, putting chemicals in another chemical and writing shit down. That isn't what science is. That's the image of what they've given us. It's supposed to be science. That is not science.
Okay, so there's Karl Popper, who's, by the way, the metric by what people use to describe what science is and not science. It says clearly that the falsification principle proposed by Karl Popper is a way of demarcating science from non-science. It suggests that for theory to be scientific, it must be able to be tested and conceivably proven false. Okay? So things that are false for a single person is not relevant to science.
Which is crazy how you're giving me a Karl Popper, which is one person, a subjective opinion, and now you're imposing it. Isn't that ironic?
Well, we're talking about words and the meanings of words. And the meanings of words are the ones that we share the meaning for. If we don't have a shared meaning for it, then it's a relevant word. But this word does have a shared meaning. And the meaning that people use to define it, what is science versus pseudoscience versus non-science, is Karl Popper's description.
Which is a one man, right? An objective and subjective opinion, right? Which is
it's not a subjective opinion. It's a description that everyone agrees on. Everyone.
But one man came up with it, correct? Nobody was there to analyze it with him. So what would that make that any scientific than the baby eating the sand?
No, I don't even know how you're connecting those two things. A single person made up the word science as well. Does that make it subjective? No. What makes it objective is the fact that we all use it together.
Right, so I'm gonna agree to disagree with you guys. I believe that you guys are inferring scientism as science. I don't believe science is scientism. I believe science is a very simple thing that anybody can do. This is what I believe. This is what I understand, and the definition backs me up. Whatever you guys are saying is strictly in your minds. I can't find it in any definition. I can't find it in any citation.
I think what's funny though is your loose definition of science is the antithesis of what they've been trying to like Quantum Eraser and the likes of him have been trying to pigeonhole science into. You know, this 4-step process that everybody has to do exactly thus and so.
By the way, not my interpretation of science. The actual definition, meaning given to by Google. So not mine.
It's I agree with you in part. I just disagree a little bit with the word scientific experiment. I think the baby is experimenting with the world. You can experiment with things. You can learn more about the world by doing it, but to be a scientific experiment, I think it needs a little bit more.
Okay. All right. I like what you say. I like what you say, right? But hear me out. Hear me out. Removing the scientism from it, right? Removing the entire world but that baby, right? Just like Newton, when he came to the realization of it, however he did it, right? He didn't think about gravity. The apple hasn't fallen on his head. He hasn't thought about it. All of a sudden, the apple fell. He had a realization. Then gravity ensues, right? However it ensued, right? It happened to one person. We're talking about Newton, and we're talking about the baby, not the outside world. And the baby conducting a science experiment, not to the world, but for himself, right? Regardless of what wording you want to use, he went from not knowing what sand was, never touching the sand, not knowing how it tastes, and I don't understand how else I have to make it clear that is a science. He conducted a science experiment for himself, by himself, not for the world. I don't know how to make it any more clear. You guys agree with me and disagree with me at the same time. It's weird.
Like I said, for me, it's just a word. It's just the science part of it. I have a problem. I think he's learning about the world, but the subjective nature of his experiment is just precludes the. I want, for me, science has to have a little bit more rigor, has to have a little bit more information, so that he can utilize that information. Like, why didn't he like the sand? What particular things? Yeah, could you have made the sand more palatable by changing the texture of it, the flavor of it, or is it just stuck no matter how you do it?
I like that. So would you say that if hypothetically, if the baby were to add some additives, maybe a little bit of sugar, a little bit of salt, and then he would have enjoyed the sand, would you say that's an experiment?
Possibly.
Isn't that the same as cooking? And Mr. Gummy Bear said that cooking isn't science. So you guys have a nice little contradiction.
No. Cooking is not necessarily a science. Let me think about that for a second.
There's a lot of people that disagree with you with that. There's a lot of chemists that it either is or is. I don't believe in that double speak shit. It is, it isn't. It either is or it isn't.
No, I mean, it can be, as in, like, if you do pay attention to the temperature and you find out what's happening to the materials to make them more palatable, like the caramelizing of sugars. So if I cook my mushrooms at just this right temperature, it'll caramelize the sugars. Now I'm starting to do more of the science of it so that I can actually repeatably do it. So
that's isn't that what cooks like in their nature? That's what they do. They check temperatures, they check certain ingredients, a little bit more of this, a little bit of this and that. Like, I don't understand. You could take cooking out of it. You could just say, hey man, they're just doing science. It just happens to taste good. But it is nonetheless, it's with chemistry, with chemicals, with temperature, all of it is science. Like, this is the thing, that some people are so close-minded that they just simply refuse to see the truth, right? They refuse to see these things as simple as a baby conducting an experiment for himself, right? That is very simple. It's very intuitive. You don't have to add any caveat. You either understand or don't.
I guess the thing that's missing from the cooking, from me thinking that it's a science for the most part, is why did when you look at it, why does that mushroom taste better than another mushroom? Yeah, I cooked it for longer, but what inherently changed it from what it was to a more palatable form? Like, I hate raw mushrooms. You put a little heat on those bastards and mushrooms turn into a delicacy.
I
don't know why. I just know I like them. Raw mushrooms are awful. They taste like dirt.
Actually, listen, I can relate to you because before I used to not like mushrooms, and I started working in a restaurant once, and they prepare like this pasta thing, and they put mushrooms and white fucking pepper and fucking some green leaf thing, and that shit tasted delicious. And after that, I loved mushroom simply because they changed the chemicals of what was put on the mushrooms. Before, I used to just eat the raw mushrooms, or it wasn't as seasoned.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I don't want to be pedantic, but to me, in the definition, it backs me up. It is science, right? We don't call it science because we are used to it, but it is all science. Technically, it is.
Well, let me put it this way. When I cook, it's definitely not a science. I throw this in, I throw that in to taste, but I don't know anything about why it, like, how I got it to. I make a lot of stir fries up and stuff since I'm keto, and so I just sort of sometimes I have disasters, like, oh shit, I fucked that up, fierce. So when I cook, it's not a science; it's me messing around, and I put together the same chemicals every time, but I don't get the temperature just so, or I add a little bit too much of this, a little bit too little of that. Now, if I was to record my best recipes and stuff and started paying attention to the temperature, maybe found out why, maybe if I found out how the temperature fixes things, maybe I could decide whether I wanted to adjust that temperature more to get more of that desirable result, more of the caramelization of sugars, to get it just perfect. Then I would consider it more of a science than what I do. I'm a hack. I'm that guy who takes some circuits at home and pokes them together and says, "What happened? Oh shit, that was good," or "That fucked up."
Okay, well, just like you can observe some things and you make some observations that are not science, and you make some observations that are science because they're scientific observations for scientific endeavor. You can sometimes do experiments that are not science. You can experiment with your sexuality and suck a dick. That's not science at all.
Kosho, why does it always come to sucking a dick for you, bro?
It doesn't ever come to sucking a dick for me. Okay? Because I don't have to do a scientific experiment to realize that.
I don't know. It sounds like you're offering a lot of dick sucking.
Yeah, bro. You've mentioned
not into dick sucking, man. My point is, you can observe plenty of things, and you can even record your observations. But if that's the extent of what you're doing, those aren't scientific observations. And it's the same thing with experiments. You can experiment with cooking, experiment with sexuality, but there's a difference between scientific experimentation and just plain experimentation. And there's a difference between learning about what you like and what you don't like, and learning about things and using science to learn about the universe and nature and the world. They're two different domains. I posted a link that have a full list of domains in science. There's a lot of things in there. I don't know where you would put seeing if sand tastes good to you. I don't know, but that doesn't. There's no place that exists in science because it's not a subjective.
It isn't about the sand and the taste. It's about the experiment that the baby conducted, the curiosity, noticing something new, the sand, going to walk on it, touching it. He's conducting an experiment. It has nothing to do whether it tasted good or not, Kosho.
Regardless of where it tasted, regardless of the reason why he did it, it's not science. If it's pertaining to his interest in what it is. If you're saying that if you're saying he did it just to see what it was, and that's his way of testing to see what it is, and yeah, I mean, I kind of see what you're saying at that point. But if it's not this, it tastes good. What is it? It's a kind of his way of, but that still goes to the same category of observations.
But that's what I'm saying.
He's making an observation.
That was an inquiry. We're a scientific inquiry. He made a scientific inquiry. He didn't do extensive experiment. It wasn't real for the world. But for that baby at that moment, he went from not knowing what it was to understanding what it feels like and understanding what it tasted like. And as far as I could tell, that seems like science to me.
I'm gonna give you two scenarios. One, there's a kid who's never ever seen people have sex. He doesn't know where babies come from, and he hears a noise at his neighbor's house, and he sees that they're fucking. He looks in their window, and he's fucking. He's studying. He's checking to see. Oh, they fuck on this night. Okay, this happens. Then he sees her get fatter and fatter, and he's like, okay. And then she has a baby. And he's like, oh, maybe it was that fucking I saw a couple months ago. And so he fucking watches again, and they're fucking again. And then he sees that she's getting fat again, and he's like, okay, looks like that is what was up. Them fucking is how babies are made. Okay, now that's different than a kid who hears people fucking, and he goes to the window, and he knows that every Tuesday night they fuck, and so he jerks off to them in the window. This kid's not doing science, okay? The first kid was doing science, okay? They're doing the exact same thing. They're both observing, taking notes of what they're doing, but there's a big difference. One is he's trying to learn the truth about the world, and the other one is he's trying to find something to jerk off to. Okay.
And he sucks a dick.
And he grows up. He sucks too. That's right. Are we on the same page, Matrix?
Not even close, bro. Not even close. But I can't even speak right now. I'm in the hallway, and it's gonna sound like shit. So
I got
just
you. I
give me
got you.
like
Okay. You do. I'll wait for it. I'm just saying, Moyak is right. You're on the exact opposite side of Quantum Eraser, where Quantum Eraser, I like really made science. He condensed science into this tiny domain where only a couple things can be scientific. And then you have the extreme example of where every single thing that you ever think about and inquire in is scientific. When it's just not the case.
bro, I don't agree. I don't agree with some things that quantum erasers. I'm not on his barrier. So I don't agree with a lot of the things. Well, not a lot, but I don't agree with some things that he said.
All right, but we're just saying that, like, Jeremy, quantum eraser, a lot of the flat earthers have tried to pigeonhole science into this one thing, and then you've gotten this somewhat more loosey goosey science. You wanted to include just about everything in science, and I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I'm not saying you can't learn about the world by what you're doing, but it's what you're learning about it that's maybe different. Again, you're learning subjective things by some of these experiments that you're doing. In fact, one example is that you didn't like mushrooms, but then you found out that mushrooms can be really good. It's a subjective thing and a particular experience thing. Like as a kid, I don't think I liked mushrooms. Now I like them about any way you can prepare them, except for raw. Raw's gross. Raw tastes like ass tastes better. I would like to just change one word, and what you're saying is remove the science and say that kid's experimenting with the world. Great.
People have to think because the experiment is actually in the definition of science.
I'm going to duck out. Have a good one.
Good night, Mr. Moore. I'll post a picture for you, Matrix.
Yeah.
So, Kosho, how would you augment the scientific method to not be so strict?
I wouldn't augment it.
Okay, so it is determining the cause of the effect, right?
No.
No, it's not. Okay. What is it then?
It's a process that you use to best approach the objective reality about the universe. The objective truths about what is true and real about the universe.
So it has to be objective. It's not a process. It's an objective.
You're attempting to approach the objective truth. Yeah.
By attempting to prove the cause of the effect, right?
No, not by attempting to prove the cause of the effect. That's
okay, what is it then?
I just told you. You're just narrowing it down to proving the cause of the effect, but that's not the only domain.
Okay, what are the other ones?
What do you mean? It's exactly everything that's encompassed in what I said. Neil deGrasse Tyson actually has a good quote that I only used because it was good.
Field goals can move when a football's kicked. Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's not it. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go.
You're not really going to use him, are you?
Give me 1 second. Okay, his goes like this. It says scientific methods do whatever it takes to not fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not true, or into thinking that something is not true that is true. And that's a scientific method, whatever it takes.
Okay, so I don't feel like I'm spinning. What does it take? If I feel like I'm fooling myself to think I am spinning when I don't feel any spinning, how do I go about making sure that I'm not fooling myself?
Do whatever it takes to find that out. Have you done
whatever it takes? So just whatever it takes. A loose definition of it is whatever it takes.
Do whatever it takes to make sure that you're not thinking something is true that's not, and thinking that something is not true that is. Yeah. So whatever it takes.
What does thinking have to do with it? What I think about it may not matter. We're talking about science, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why is an opinion?
What does thinking have to do with science?
No, I'm talking about what you think about it, whether you're fooling yourself or not. That's not.
When you come to conclusions, those conclusions can be true or not true.
Right, but the process of actually getting to that point is to go through the scientific method, no?
Yeah, and I've just described to you a.
So how would you explain the process?
Well, there's several ways you can do that. You can go to the bare bones, like middle school way that you learned, and that's a good way to start. You can start with so you have some observation, and then you come up with some hypothesis for what's going on, and then you construct some experiment based on testing that idea, and you isolate everything else that you can. You isolate that test variables. Isolate it so you can falsify that result, and then you come up with some result, whether that was successful or not, and you keep it open so that you can repeat it if new information comes you come across, or if maybe somebody else can.
And the result would be the attempt to prove the cause of the effect, right?
That's one example.
What's another one?
You could be trying to. Let me see. You could be trying to explain what the sun is. Yeah. You can see the sun, and maybe you're trying to come up with a model for what actually is the sun.
But a model's not science.
It absolutely is science.
Not if you can't manipulate the cause. The sun, you can't. The sun's not tangible, so you can speculate about what the sun is through ideas and tests and stuff. Yeah, you can speculate all you want, but that's not following a scientific method.
The sun is tangible, and finding out what it is science.
So the sun's tangible?
Yes.
Is it totally tangible?
Is it totally tangible? I don't know any parts.
Shout out to Isa Mahalski, by the way.
You said what?
I said shout out to Isa Mahalski.
Oh,
he did a song called "Totally Tangible." You heard that before, right?
I haven't heard it, but yeah, it's not. It's
totally tangible.
Yeah, it's
you can get
tangible.
there if you really want to.
I can't think of any parts of it that are not tangible.
Like, how about touching it? Maybe that's it.
That would make it tangible.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's probably what tangible means, right?
Yeah. Is there any idea that you have that it's not tangible? Like any evidence you have?
But you can't touch it, right?
No, you can touch it.
You touch the sun?
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
That's right.
How you do that?
Well, you'd have to spend a lot of money, get a plane ticket, go to a rocket facility, get them to build you a rocket that's going to take you to the sun and climb in it and go touch the sun. And if you think that it's going to be a fun experience, you're going to be in for a surprise, but it definitely can be done. And we've sent other things there that do exactly that.
I think you're kidding, right?
No. Okay, I'm reading this right now. I just looked up solar probe, and then the first thing that comes up: Parker Solar Probe. NASA's Parker Solar Probe is the first ever mission to touch the sun.
Well, that's not going to fly with anybody that thinks NASA's bullshit, right?
That's fine, but I'm not trying to convince anybody anything. I'm just trying to tell the truth, and the truth is that, from what you asked, that the sun is tangible.
The truth according to NASA.
Yeah, I've spammed that bullshit that can claim.
Can anybody think of anything that heats them up? Something that will heat you up that is intangible?
The sun. Sun would be a good example of that. Seems to heat you up, but it's totally intangible.
Is a microwave wave, radio wave tangible, Kosha?
Yes.
Okay, well then,
Lights.
Is everything tangible?
Everything you can touch.
Can you touch a radio wave?
Yes.
Okay, well, what else? Can you touch light?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Oh, well, what is? Can you touch space time?
Not really. I mean, I wouldn't say you could touch it. You exist inside of it, but I don't know if touch is the best. I would disagree if someone said you could touch it, but I could see how someone could loosely say that you could, but I'm going to say no. Thing is, what's his name? What's that guy? John Wheeler. He had a simple way of describing gravity, and he says mass grips space-time and tells it how to curve, and space-time grips mass and tells it how to move. And in that very succinct definition, you could see that there is a, like I said, I would say no, but I could see how somebody could say you could claim that you're touching space-time. But for my answer, I say no.
Didn't you say earlier you were going to come up with a flat Earth model? How'd that go?
I did it.
Oh, cool. Let's see it.
I've already gotten praise on it.
Nice. Let's see. Where is it in the?
Actually, you might like it yourself because you gave me part of the inspiration. Now that I remember.
Yeah, my friend E1, right?
Yeah, but this is my model. So
how's it different than his?
Big booby Earth model.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what I was saying. I'm Titty Earther.
Well, then I have one member already. Anyways, but there's only one liberty I've taken. So I've marked the what do you call that? The elevation change. So you can see the elevation changes as you get closer and closer to the center points. And these are two isolated hemispheres, by the way, or semicircles. And actually, like I said, there's a liberty I've taken. There's a supernatural effect when you cross the equator. You can actually see things across the equator, okay? And you can actually cross the equator. But what's actually happening is the things you're seeing actually exist on the other semicircle. And when you cross the equator, you travel along this green path instantly to its the complement part on the other hemisphere, and it's a smooth thing, and that's it. So there it is.
So I look in the live stream voice text. Is that what we're talking about?
No, it's right here. It's just
oh, you're showing it here?
It's a picture, yeah.
To click on your name or something?
No, it's just in the live stream text. Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's in live stream text. I'm not streaming it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then how do they connect?
I've just explained that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm making a burger.
There's two semicircles. They're completely isolated, other than the fact that they're when you cross them and you can look across them. And what happens when you look across them and when you walk across them is you're instantly transported to its complement position on the other circle, and you can travel along that all you want. And those are
so it's a joke.
It's a joke? No, there's no joke. This is
instantly transported.
Yeah, I've taken one liberty. I've taken one liberty, but how many liberties has every other flat Earth model taken? Many. I've only taken one liberty.
Yeah,
I can admit that I can't explain that phenomenon, but that is a necessity in this model.
All right. So yeah, so the point you're making is that it's impossible, but you can take one liberty that seems impossible, but not compared to other flat Earth models that are totally not even supported by any flat earther.
No, I'm saying that this is completely supported by me. Anybody else who comes with any flat Earth model, they can't explain 1,000 million things. Okay,
bullshit,
there's only one thing I can't explain.
Kosho, real quick, man. He just, or whoever's talking to Kosho, what's your name again?
Dave.
Dave. He just said two half circles, man. That's not a flat Earth model. That's a fucking semicircle model.
Joke. Yeah, it's a joke.
It's two flat Earth models. I mean, it's a flat Earth model. This is a flat Earth, but they're not connected. Just because it's not a circle doesn't mean it's not flat Earth.
I thought you meant like a half sphere.
No.
Okay.
No,
sorry
did you hear his point? No, he said that if you want to cross from one to the other, you're instantly transported.
That's right.
So he's obviously made them spaced apart so that they don't seem to work together unless you include this jump of logic that you could instantly transport from one to the other. And it doesn't make any sense, but no flat Earth model makes sense. So we might as well.
It does make sense. Ridiculous. I didn't say it didn't make sense. I said there's one liberty I had to include.
Instantly transporter makes sense in our world.
I've had to include one thing in it that I don't have evidence for, but given that one thing, yeah, this model works perfectly.
Sounds like the rectangular looping model that fucking Arwin talks about.
It's similar to that, where you leave one side and you go to the other side instantly. Listen, that's another. There's no mechanism for that either.
Think about it. But think about it. What if that's what's happened, but it happens so instantaneously that we just assume we're just going to the other side? How will we be able to find that out, right?
That's what I'm saying. This is a more correct version of that model, because that model is not correct for other reasons. But this model is at least the sizes and distances and all that kind of stuff are correct. Whereas that model, it's a Mercator map, so it's got distortions.
See, that's the shit about this discussion, Kosho, that no matter what you come up with, it's gonna sound crazy. It's gonna sound crazy because what other reality other than we, are flying through space possibly came from a big bang? What other reality do most people entertain?
You're right about that. If you want to try to explain the way the world works, the one that has the least assumptions and the most verified truths, yeah, that one's going to be the one that I'm at least going to agree with. That's why I don't agree with this model. I agree with the Earth, the globe Earth model. This is just a description of a flat Earth model in which could work, which takes one liberty. But yeah, you're right. That one liberty that I've taken, there's no proof for it. We got no way to prove that's real.
I'd say you're talking about, I think it's a case of quality versus quantity, right? You're saying the least amount of assumptions, right? Well, the biggest assumption, the quality assumption, is that we're spinning without feeling it. That
Venus is a certain size, and that the sun is a certain distance, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot of assumptions in this.
Yeah, and flying through space in all these different directions with no sense of it, it's seeming the exact opposite of that. That's the quality of what I would weigh over the quantity of what you're calling other assumptions that don't make sense with the model that you've predetermined and assumed is true. But I got to make a burger. I'm going to be making a bunch of noise. I'll let you guys have at it.
You're good. No, but the thing that you just said, quality, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So on the globe model, all those things that you mentioned, they're not assumptions or made up things at all. As a matter of fact, there's nothing that's just made up that people assume is true on the globe model. The things that we share as truths are the things that we know to be true, or the things that the things that we've have some verification are true, or have evidence for it is true. If it doesn't have any evidence, it's just somebody's fever dream. Nobody holds that as nobody shares that as the absolute truth. They may say that's their opinion about what's happening, but things like the Big Bang have evidence for them. That's why we hold them as the truth.
Wait a minute. So, right, of course, logically there would be evidence of it. Have you ever heard of the evidence of at least not the evidence for it now, because we've had time to develop a story, right? What was the reason for it when it first was theorized by fucking what the fuck is this guy's name? George Lemaitre, when he was ordained as a Catholic Church fucking priest or some shit.
Yeah,
Right,
his reasons.
What was his reasons?
I understand the question. His reasons, I'm not speaking to specifically because I have no idea on top of my head why he came up with it. But the reason why people agree that this looks like it's the truth, the two biggest evidences is one, it was observed by Hubble that the further away you look, things are moving faster and faster away from each other, which, you scale that backwards. That means that those things were once in the same location, a single location. Okay. And then the second piece of evidence was a prediction based off of that, is if that was true, you would observe this CMB that would still be around from this event a long time ago. And then this was observed to be the exact temperature that they observed it to be, existing everywhere. So those two things led them to believe that idea is true. And then since then, they've only refined and verified it further.
What did you say that's a quite bit of assumptions right there in those stories?
Which one?
Just a little bit.
Observing something is not an assumption. Like the thing that was said was that they see things are moving further away. The further away you look, the faster things are moving away. And since you're looking further away, it tells you that you're looking further back in time. So
how is he able to explain how he sees things moving faster? How is he able to? Is it just that he just sees them moving fast? That's the explanation. That's as deep as it goes. Or there's more.
That's the observation. But we now know that the reason for that is dark energy.
Wow. Okay, so dark energy. Okay, so what is dark energy? Is it just what's black when we look up there? Whatever's black is just dark energy. Is it the thing that is that the molecules tend to flow through?
What? No. What? No. Dark energy.
Well, the molecules
dark energy is just the unknown cause to why things are moving away as fast as they are. They're moving.
Oh, I get it.
Why the universe is expanding, basically.
It's the scientific version of God. It's cool, bro. It's all good.
Not the science. I didn't say anything like that. It's not the scientific version of God. It's literally the observation that of this force. So we observe this force that something is causing space to expand at an accelerated rate, and we don't know what that is. And because we don't know what it is, we don't have a name for it. And so the term we use is dark energy.
You could call it God too.
Or the unknown force.
But if okay, so hear me out. What's wrong with it? Would it be called God? What if that's what God is? That dark energy force that is unexplainable.
Sure, call it whatever you like. And the rose by your name would still smell the same and look the same and be the same. So call it whatever you like. The point is that's what it is. The idea of what dark energy is the observation that the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate, or that the space is expanding at an accelerated rate.
No, now that you mentioned that, I did see a video the other day that I couldn't quite wrap my head around. Now that you mentioned the speeding thing, it was one of those flat fucking sun going to the horizon things, and the sun just seemed to get to a certain moment where it just kind of went, and my mind did it like I saw it and I assumed it was like some video editing. And now that you're saying that, I guess I have to look more into that, because that seems to make a little bit more sense. Not that I'm agreeing to the globe earth shit. That shit is bullshit. But that acceleration shit, that shit could be, if it is going on, it's going on the flat earth. So there has to be somebody that's already looked into this shit.
Well, the thing is, the space expanding, it's happening at such a big scale that things like electromagnetism can outdo it and make it so it's not going to be it's not going to happen inside our universe. But not even just electromagnetism, but gravity is even big. It works on the bigger scale even than electromagnetism, and it's much stronger at the scales of even the galaxy. So you're not going to see the space inside the galaxy expand. You're only seeing the space between galaxy clusters expanding.
Wait a minute. That hurts my brain a little bit. Okay, so let's bring back the Big Bang, right? I have my hand balled up, right? Because everybody has, well, most people have two hands. Sorry for you could ball your hand up, right? Let's say this is what exploded. This tiny thing, probably much smaller than your hand. Boom! It blew up, right? Particles started rendering everywhere. If you're saying that the what expands is the space between the galaxies, then what was the thing that the original boom expanded to?
No, I'm not claiming that the original expansion was dark energy, although they probably are one and the same. I'm also not claiming that it was an explosion. It's just an expansion. And what are you asking? What did it expand to?
Yeah, because you're talking about something. The expansions happening in a space that's already there, right? So how do you explain that when there is no space?
No. What I said was space expands. Space doesn't expand into space. Space is the thing that's expanding. There's outside of space. There is not other space. Space is the thing that's expanding.
For example, like let's just hypothetically, like if it's rendering as it goes, kind of a thing.
That's the idea. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's confusing, and it seems counterintuitive, because you would imagine like a balloon blowing up and it takes up more space as it blows up. But the space is creating the space. And another way to think about it is, because like, you know how we say space-time is part of the same thing. Well, time is exactly like that. You know, every moment that happens. So every moment for moment, another moment is added to your life. Your life started, you had 0 moments. That moments are added as time goes on. And it's kind of easy to think of space like that too. Like space space being created is not being created into something. It's being created and is becoming the space. That there wasn't space outside of that.
Dude, I get it. You're trying to explain what we've all been asking ourselves. How is it that something occupies non-space? Like, how does space occupies non-space, matter to non-matter? Where does the material, where does the medium come from if there is nothing to expand? It's it's kind of hard to wrap your head around. But that type of shit, that type of explanation, it might lead people to like simulation because, again, it is rendering as it goes, right?
I mean, it could and it does. I mean, so there's people that agree with, yeah.
Maybe the simulation is so good they expanded their memory. You know, have you seen the 13th floor?
Seen what?
The movie, the 13th floor. Have you seen it?
Seen what?
The movie, the 13th floor.
Oh, I haven't seen it. I think it's a scary movie.
Bro, you should see it, and you'll probably understand the context of the fucking simulation and all that shit. It's a very interesting movie, bro. Very interesting movie. And this shit is like from the 90s.
Yeah, because I find merit in the simulation theory. I don't believe in it because it's not testably true, but I could see reality working out or being a simulation. Yeah.
Dude, listen, man. There's much more. There's a lot of evidence for it, bro. The simulations can explain why people have these intuitive thoughts of each other, right? Because it would explain deja vus, bro. It would explain a lot of intuitive things that we just tend to have. That it wouldn't be natural. It wouldn't be natural for you to feel that somebody's looking at you unless there's some sort of frequency or code that is linking you and him together, bro. This all of this shit just sounds insane like a motherfucker.
But do you have evidence that that's real though? Being able to look at people and or being able not to know when someone's looking at you.
Kosho, we was talking about this earlier, right?
I heard it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I don't have evidence. That's the thing. I can't prove it, but this has happened to most people, right? This has happened. This one thing has happened to most people. So we can acknowledge it as it's something that happens. There's no explanation for it, at least not natural, because there's no chemical link between me and that person. So how do you know that somebody's looking at you? Unless it's some sort of code or something, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, did you hear my definition for the scientific method? The one I got from Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, what was that?
It's in the chat. Just take a look in the text chat. I posted. He says, "Do whatever it takes to not think." Or I can't read it right now, so you'll have to read it. But it's in the text chat. It's
it does whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Not to fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not, or into thinking that something is not true. It is. The scientific method, whatever it takes. And the pathway is not straight; it's curved. That seems like sophistry to me, bro. It just seems like a kind of like giving people like a carte blanche pass to just give anything as science and whatever it takes. Whatever it takes could imply a lot of things, bro, and none of that could have to do with science.
Yeah, but if the outcome is that you did exactly what he said, if the outcome is that you learned something interesting, if you're learning something. If that's the outcome, then I would say that's science.
If the outcome is learning, would you say that's science?
Oh no! If the outcome is what he just said, if the outcome is, exhausting, learning what is true, or whatever it says there. So give me a second. Hold on.
But it just says whatever it takes. It doesn't really mention anything about exhausting.
I'm saying that that's the same thing. If you're exhausting your resources, if you're exhausting and everything up until you have a conclusion that you're sure it's this and not that, then it's science.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it again, and I'm gonna see. All right, scientific method, the one that you posted, which is by Neil deGrasse. Do whatever it takes, not to fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not, or something thinking that something is not true that is. The scientific method, whatever it takes, and the pathway, it's not straight, it's curved, bro. That you could easily say that, bro, because whatever it takes could be, adding a few lies here and there, a few, assumptions here or there. I mean, that could be considered whatever it takes, right?
No, and no, not at all. How would making an assumption allow you to, to tell yourself that you've done whatever it takes to know that it's, whatever that is true or is not true. Whatever the wording is, making an assumption is not the extent to. Is not how you get to the. Is not how you get there. So.
But what is the whatever it takes? What is that? What does that entail exactly? It's 3 times in this one phrase. It says it.
That's right.
Yeah, but what does that entail, bro? Like, we're talking about science. What you mean, whatever it takes?
Whatever it takes to do exactly what the task is. I can't word it, but
it seems to me that it's forcing some sort of conclusion that we're going to make you think whatever we want you to think, and we're going to do whatever it takes. That's what it doesn't sound to me like no science.
No, whoa. Can I jump in? Because he's saying the opposite of what you just said.
Yeah, right.
He's not saying do whatever it takes to conform to something. He's saying the scientific method is do whatever it takes to ferret out lies or to find truths. Not to just believe something random or make lies or assume things that are false and believe them. He's saying the total opposite, which I don't always agree with him. So I don't know.
So, but hold on. So this begs the deeper question: then how does one come to truth? Right? Is there a method to it towards the truth, or how do you know when you know that something is true?
Yeah, that's a deep question, isn't it? I don't know.
What question? I missed it.
How do you know whether something is true?
Oh,
I mean,
right.
that's a super philosophical question that's really hard to answer. I mean, the like how certain do we have to be of its trueness? Like, can we have a little bit of doubt, like some doubt, or can we have like literally absolutely zero?
I mean, that again, it's what is the meaning of true? Is it true or with a caveat, or does it have to be absolute?
I don't feel like absolute strict truth is generally available to us. I feel like it's all got a caveat.
True means fitting, flush, and level in building.
Oh, that's there's a word for that when you use a different meaning than the one that's being currently used, but I forgot what that is. Equivocation. That's the word. That is a meaning of the word true, but not the one that we're using here.
So is it reasonable to only determine what truth is or not? But is it reasonable to only accept that by the scientific method? Right? Is that reasonable?
We haven't really established what true means or what the scientific method means, so I don't understand your question.
Oh, you're trying to get deeper because you're trying to get into what is this and what is that. We could go deep on that shit, bro.
I already concede you're asking profoundly philosophical questions.
Kosho, it's up to you then. That's you, Kosho.
What? What are you talking about?
We were talking about how does one determine what is true or not, or and something else. Is it reasonable to only accept scientific truth?
No, it's not reasonable. No.
There you go.
Well, yeah, that's because there's logic. There's logic. There's science. There's One of those
Just
two I'm going to go with. But regardless, yeah, there's
Kosho,
many
I have a
tools.
question for you about logic.
Yes, sir.
I'll put my cards on the table here. I think logic proceeds from a set of axioms and then makes deductions. And in the end, the axioms had to be assumed.
Yeah, that's correct.
So logic will tell you if something is true, but only given that the axioms were true. And how do we know whether the axioms were true or not?
Which means you would have to have all the information, right? So
Yeah, but that's hold on.
that's the question.
Let me answer his question though, because
okay, go ahead.
Because that's my point though. This is my argument earlier, was that we don't know that our axioms and logic are the full truth or the truth. They might change. There might be some greater truth that we don't have access to. But regardless, my point is that these are tools, scientific method, logic. These are tools that we use to approach the objective truth. Now, I don't think we personally have direct access to the objective truth, but we use these things to, as human beings, to come as close as we can to them, so we can have confidence that we are approaching the truth. It's possible that all those different things that we think are true are just not true, but this is a useful method to come close to it.
I agree with that
completely.
I think you first need to know what is the opposite, what is false, and if you can extrapolate what all the things that are which are false, then you're closer to the truth.
But that's the thing, though. The false, and it would all be the same. Because how would you determine that something is false?
I agree with that question as well. I mean, in the end of the day, there's like always got to be this like 0.0000001% sliver of the brain in the vat thing. So you just can't ever have the 100% that you want, whether it's true or false. You just can't get to the 100%. You always have to have this like tiny sliver of doubt on everything.
Yeah, that's my point. Even no matter how small or useless that percentage is, if the question is about absolute truth, then that is the answer. But in the question of what's useful and what's useful in communication or useful in getting through the world, then sure, you can say the truth about something, whatever it is. But in a conversation like this, when we're talking about the absolute truth, yeah, exactly. I agree with you. So.
Yeah, I sum it up by saying I have like not much use for more than 4 significant digits. So let's just round off there. And if it comes out to 100, I'm good with it.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good point, man.
Hasn't science been using this exact same theology to determine its truth, and hasn't it just been changing ever since? Because the only thing science has been wrong this entire time about absolutely everything.
So, did you say science has been wrong about absolutely everything?
Well, science, quote unquote, the science communicators.
I'm not sure what you mean by the science communicators.
The people that communicate science, like people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, the other bozos. These are the people that keep us up to date with science.
Aren't the like journals, and I mean they certainly make the most noise, but people publishing their thoughts in articles and then publishing rebuttals and disproving each other and getting into like combative flame wars in the science journals, isn't that a like better representation of the frontier of science than what Neil deGrasse Tyson says?
Of course, but what does 90% of the people what is the likelihood of that information of the peer review information that you just detailed and the Neil deGrasse Tyson and the other guys? What is more likely to get to 90% of the people?
Oh yeah, sure. The popular thing. The thing. Well, I'll answer that question by saying the thing that's easy to understand, the thing that's easy to consume. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. If it's easy to digest, then it'll seem true, and that'll be good enough for 90% of the people.
You also have to be charismatic. As long
Although
as you're
I don't know,
charismatic.
although I misspoke. I don't know where this 90% number came from. That I'm just kind of going with you on that.
Yeah, we should watch. I used Scott Beach's masterclass in Gems a couple years ago, and we watched the masterclass for Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about scientism, or no, communicating science is what it is, and it was flat earthers watching it too. It was a pretty useful masterclass what he was describing.
No, listen, don't get me wrong. The guy is absolutely brilliant, right? But he isn't brilliant. He isn't brilliant in the way that people think he's brilliant. He's brilliant in an entirely and it's fascinating to hear him speak, bro. It's fascinating.
I feel my personal opinion is that he mostly does a disservice because I feel like he mostly entertains the people that already believe him, and he does very little outreach to people that don't believe him.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, and I also, like I said, I actually watched that. Having negative opinions about, not about him personally. Like I've always liked his presentations or whatever, but I do think he probably wouldn't be that great to be a friend with because he seems like he's a big, just kind of like one of those show off / always trying to do a gotcha or something like that. So, but regardless. His masterclass is pretty good though. What he describes in it. So,
do you have a? I don't know what that is.
Masterclass.
Yeah.
Well, masterclass is just a. Oh fuck me. Sorry. Masterclass is it's like a. It's just like a class. Like some people have master classes on like writing a script, and they'll sit and it's like a couple of videos of them discussing, whatever, like their trade or whatever. But I watched it a few times because I was watching it with Flat Earthers, Globers. Everybody who was watching it got something out of it, so I thought it was interesting.
And he was the speaker. He was giving the class.
He was the speaker. He was speaking specifically about science communication, which is something that we all do with each other, but something where he does exclusively as a like that's basically his job. He's a science. He's a science communicator more than doing actual science.
Yeah, he's the interpreter.
And did he talk about reaching out to people that don't already share the view? Like, did he talk about talking to people that don't believe you at all?
I think he does, but honestly, that's why I need to watch it again because I forget so much shit that he talked about in there. But yeah, that's why it's so good. He covers almost everything. The people who would and wouldn't believe you. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I feel like in my time talking to flat Earth people, I have come to learn that there are like two versions of it. It's almost like a different language. I mean, it's still English, but the words have different meanings than I was ever used to, and understanding like what's trustworthy and not trustworthy is very different than what I was used to. And I feel like people that have never been here don't realize that the stuff they say is not heard the way they were trying to say it. And
sure.
I think that's kind of interesting.
Kosho, isn't there like a philosopher? I forget his name that says like most that he does. There's no polite way of saying that most of the people think that something that is absolute nonsense.
I'm not sure who says that, but it's probably true.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to find the guy, man. I'm not good with names.
What were you trying to say though? I didn't follow.
That the philosopher, he's trying to convey that most of the things that people think that they know and that they fight for there is no polite way of saying that it's nonsense.
Oh, I see. You're saying if you meet somebody and they say I know like X, and you're like, wow, X is nonsense. There's no polite way for you to talk to them about that.
Exactly. Imagine an entire society.
And that and like in this community, that goes both ways, right? When a like Glober shows up, there's no way for them to politely say flat Earth is wrong, and there's no polite way for a flat earther to say globe is wrong. This whole conversation is like just intrinsically impolite.
Yeah, I want to watch that masterclass again, man. Because after that, I almost forgot everything I learned in that thing.
I haven't actually met you guys before. Are you guys flat, globe, indifferent, on the fence?
This server is about half and half, but I'd say it's probably 60% globe. I mean, flat earthers. I mean, I'm a globe earther. Yeah. Matrix is a flat earther, but not that I'm classifying that form. But
I'm not a flat earther, bro.
What do you want to be called then?
I'm a we don't live on a fucking globe earther.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. And communicating with him, what he's asking, that's why to hit from his perspective, that means the same thing for what he's asking.
Globe skeptics is acceptable.
Hey, globe skeptic. There you go.
Globe skeptic or globe denier?
Globe skeptic. Globe denier has a lot of implications.
I know, for the sake of understanding, like I said, I don't mean to classify him for him, but yeah, anything from what you're trying to ask was if the flat earthers or globers. Anyone who doesn't believe the Earth is a globe, we say flat earthers, even if they don't like to be called flat earthers, or they don't think that it's flat, or whatever they say, they don't think it's a globe. It's flat earther. It's not that they're suspecting. There's one person in here who is sort of suspecting, like he's not exactly. He doesn't think it's flat. He doesn't think it's not a globe. He's just kind of, I guess you'd say on the fence, or you could say skeptical. But I don't call him a flat earther. But all the other ones I would.
So Kosho, you just admitted that you purposefully deceive and label and judge people, even if they don't even request to be called that. You just do it anyways.
No. I said that when I'm communicating with somebody and I'm trying to convey information, I use the information that I think is going to be the most useful and it's going to get the job done.
So you're just like labeling people into a category that you want to, but that's what you were saying before. That was what I was referring to.
By the way, I posted the philosopher. I posted it on the chat, bro. The one that I was talking about earlier. I posted him and his name on the bottom.
I understood Kosho to be telling me that he was taking a little bit of a linguistic shortcut and just kind of using the word flat earther to kind of group everybody that's like doesn't think globe. And like however strong that opinion was. And to his credit, like I think to people that haven't been here very long, that's probably a fine way to do it. There's no real offense, not a lot of assumptions. Like people that are new here wouldn't think wrong things about anybody by him saying that. So
yeah, I mean, I just need to say I don't think that means that they all believe the same thing or they all put them on the same group. But for the sake of answering the question, yeah, I'd go with that.
Although the fact that you want to like kind of go down that like subdivision road and be labeled properly, I can respect that, and I hope you afford that to other people as well.
That's me or to Gio? Because if it's me,
to Gio. Gio was saying that like he didn't want to be grouped into a binary classification, and I'm saying I respect that. And
I did not say that, actually. I never said that I don't want to be anything. What I pointed out was that I simply pointed out what Kosho said he was doing.
Yeah, you objected to him binary classifying people, but you're personally not offended.
I didn't say the word binary either. What I said is that he's putting judgment upon people, labeling them something that he admitted that even they themselves, because he said even if they don't say that they're flat earthers, and he says, but if they just don't believe the globe, I'm just going to call them a flat earther anyways. That's what he said.
That's right.
That shit is almost like the gender thing that's going on.
It is exactly like that.
It is. It's the same thing.
I admit to using the word binary to like.
It's a big.
But it is like a binary thing. You could be like, I believe in the globe or I don't. Binary isn't supposed to be a trigger word, and I kind of wish that I had.
Not really about that. You had said binary, but that's not even what it was. Is that he was saying that he's just going to label people even if they don't, just because he wants to put them into that category. And then there's another toxic component to it, because that term flat earther is part of this whole deception and part of this whole psyop, that term and what they've done to that. So you guys just like purposefully doing that when that's not even something people are, connect with is just toxic. Yeah,
You're missing the whole point, man. The way he said it was good, like a linguistic shortcut, and it's not for the purpose of classifying you guys in some way and separating us from one another. It's strictly in a way to answer his question and to convey the message that we already know to be true. When we look in the room, we see who's in here. We know who's what and what's what with that way that goes. Him being new and asking, is this like flat earthers or globers or whatever? When I said that Matrix was a flat earther and I was a glober, I'm saying that for the sake of him understanding, who's on what side of that argument. I'm not classifying them in that way. Them as in that way, if that's what you're saying, Gio.
You mean you're not writing into your little CIA dossier that way?
No. Just painting a picture to him.
Kosho's a CIA agent. That's good to know. Hold on, I'm keeping a list of people I meet that are.
He's one of our local shields, but we love him though. He's cool.
Okay, so he's a cool one.
Yeah, I've been demoted. I used to be a Mossad agent. That was years ago.
I've only risen to the rank of sophist.
Nice, bro. Nice.
I got that on like day 2. I actually met this whole community on Reddit, and I was there for like 2 days, and then I got kicked, and I PM'd the mods, and I was like, why'd I get kicked? And they replied, because you're a sophist. And I was like, wow. Well,
oh, wow.
So you mean I'm good at debates? Cool.
Well, you seem to be fine. Your attitude seems to be fine, but yeah, not this server. This server is pretty cool when it comes to it, but there's other servers that you'll find that it's not hard to get kicked or muted or banned.
My first Discord server that I found was 24/7. So I've been forged in the fire.
Yeah, there you go. Then you already know.
But I'm still pretty new. I've only been around like maybe a month or something. So
you haven't been banned from 24/7 yet?
Well, I did.
It's like a rite of passage for most flat earthers.
I did, and this is my second Discord account, and they invited me to come back again. So
there you go. So you went through the rite of passage.
Yeah, I did. I did get into a big fight one night with Quantum Eraser. I got banned, and then I got invited back on a second account.
Yeah, Quantum Eraser, bro. You can't even sneeze at the wrong time. He'll pop a titty real quick.
We've had some civil conversations, he and I. So
that's until you ask him something that he can't answer.
Yeah, I've had some civil conversation with him too. But once, like as I think we said in chat one time, Roland. Once I got him a couple of times into a really shitty corner, he just now will not abide. He will not entertain the possibility of having a discussion with me.
Yeah, I try to avoid cornering him. So,
but how honest could you have with a conversation? How honest of a conversation could you have with a person that you can't even challenge a little bit, right?
It depends on how you have the conversation. I have found the civil conversations I have with QE, they happen because I spend most of my time like asking him questions and just trying to learn from him, and that's good enough for me.
Oh, okay. So the dynamic that you have is as like he's teaching you, so of course it's gonna be a casual, because it wouldn't be like a conversation. It would be like an inquiry, right?
Yeah, I usually try to like ask him to answer at least like one or two questions kind of beyond his narrative. Like I try to go like a little bit farther than his pre-recorded message, and that's where it gets fun.
So what side of the fence other than sophistry or would you find yourself in?
Oh, I got accused of being a sophist. I don't want to be a sophist at all. Like the sophist side, like their whole thing was like making money to like argue whatever side, and they didn't care. They would switch their opinions every day just to make money. So I got accused of that, but I don't want to. That's not actually me. I'm a glober for sure.
But you sound like one of those globers that understand the all the arguments.
I've I do a lot of research. Like like people send me videos and links and references, and I try to follow up on them, and I try to watch and read, and I don't usually just watch the video. Like after I consume a thing that somebody wanted to show me, I try to make my own sense of what that was. So
would you say
I do
that,
a lot of follow up.
So would you say that at this moment you've decided to be a globe birther? You decided that was the more reasonable thing.
You know, no one has asked me that, and that's an interesting question. And the answer would be yes. When I first contacted this community, my belief in the globe was much less evidence-based than it is now. And so I have become like, yeah, I've definitely decided to be a glober. I feel like the balance of evidence is not even close. But when I came here, when I first came here, it was like much more of a belief. I hadn't really had reason to challenge anything, and so I just kind of went with what I'd been taught, and it just didn't bother me because when I drive to the supermarket, it doesn't matter whether it's a globe or not. So it was mostly by being here that I started looking these things up.
And what? How did that? Hold on. Let me ask you one more thing. How did you feel about the world or the nature of your reality once you realized that most of those mainstream things that you thought about the globe Earth were just simply wrong?
That's a pretty good question. It didn't change a whole lot. There's a lot to learn and know, and you just have to pick and choose what things to care about. You can't care about all things at all times, and so most people are taking the convenient shortcut. I feel like it like I said, it didn't impact me driving to the supermarket or whatever. So I feel like most people, it's not an important thing. But I did kind of shift a little bit to realizing that spoon feeding is a thing, and people do want the shortcuts and they want the easy explanations, and not a lot of people follow up on stuff. They like if you're charismatic or you sound confident, then they'll believe you.
There you go. You see, honesty right there, right? The guy is a glober, but he can be honest. I appreciate that 100%. You don't. It sounds so refreshing because there's a lot of people out here that are they will give you the globe rhetoric, and they will just assert it and assert it and assert it, and then call you stupid when you disagree with it, which is ridiculous to me. It doesn't seem to me there be to any point to it, right? It doesn't do anything for the conversation. It simply stops anything. So there's a few characters that do that. Gladly, they're not in here today. But what do you think about these people? The Rumpuses, the NASA Shields, these people that particularly do these kind of things. Have you ever encountered them?
Which things? I'm not sure who you're talking about.
The Rumpus. I don't know if you watch Nathan
He's not going to know who they are. He's talking about people who
I don't know. I haven't yet engaged
people who just yell and
he's just too fresh. He's just too fresh to the community. Let him marinate a little bit.
Yeah, but what he's talking about is people who just yell at them and say that they're stupid. You know, they're not even thinking about what they're saying. So just what they're saying.
Oh, the like Jim Panda's channel that I've been told about.
Oh
yeah. I'm not gonna say that, but there are some of those people are on that channel. Yes.
So the like Rumpus is like a glober that's like the quantum eraser version of a glober.
Oh my god,
kind yeah. Doesn't have the power.
Even more annoying. Even more annoying if you can imagine that.
Yeah, I haven't met any of those people yet. But I have sat in 24/7, and I think the more common thing that I have heard is people that found Flat Earth on Netflix or Reddit or Professor Dave or something like that, and they think, oh my god, it's so stupid to believe Flat Earth. I can go and show these people there. Like, I'm the only person that's ever seen a Professor Dave video, so all I have to do is find them and explain to them how stupid the idea is. And that honestly, like, kind of does amuse me at this point. Because it's not that simple. Like the idea that the flat Earth people haven't seen these videos or these arguments is.
That's actually. I found Discord was because of that. I was on Twitter. I was trying to just find out, like, I was trying to find out from flat earthers what the evidence, because I was curious, about what the evidence is, and I wanted to know more and see if there's reasons they actually believed it. I wasn't trying to argue with them or anything like that. And but there were people on Twitter who were just like actually wrong, but still arguing with flat earthers, and being wrong at the same time. And I just thought that was interesting. That the flat earthers that they were talking to, they actually knew more than they did about what they were talking about. And yeah, I started defending them actually on Twitter.
So yeah, I had that same experience of listening to flat Earth people be more like knowledgeable about these topics than the globe people that came and clearly came aspiring to show people the error of their ways.
Dude, you literally just answered the question what I was going to ask you. Literally, I was just about to ask you, would you say that most flat earthers are smarter than most of the regular people? You literally just answered that question.
Yeah, are most flat earthers smarter than most regular people? I don't know. Like
hold on. Let me make it more specific so it won't be so generalized. So most flat earthers, the ones that's in the nitty gritty on these debates talking, right? They will know most people like the kind of people that you describe that only know like headlines and Neil deGrasse Tyson's when it comes to things like that about science. That most of flat earthers is generally more knowledgeable about those things than regular people.
I can answer your question in a way that I don't think you're going to expect. Shortly after I joined the 24/7 server, a flat earther gave me a quiz, and I did okay on it, but it inspired me, this idea of like constructing a quiz. So I made my own. I started this list of questions, which has been growing, and they are not questions about like, can you prove the Earth is flat or can you prove it's a globe? They're more kind of general questions about how stuff works and how just how things go. What kind of stuff we figured out. And in asking that quiz, which is kind of a little bit outside of the debate, I found that it's about equal. The Globers do pretty bad on the quiz, but the Flat Earthers do pretty bad on it too. So the Flat Earthers, though, in terms of winning the like trivia contest about like these specific talking points, the Flat Earthers wreck the Globers all the time.
Well, brand new Globers, yeah. And that's
well, I don't actually. I only know a couple of seasoned Globers. The Globers seem to come, get trashed, and fade away. I don't know.
Oh, but that's in 24/7, and that's because for most of the Globers you'll meet in most of these rooms, hear gems and stuff like that. Most people who are familiar with the arguments are banned from 24/7 or places like that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, so most of my experience has been in 24/7, which is just rowdy house.
Yeah, they quite like that people join, hear about it on YouTube or from some video or something, and then join, don't know the arguments, get smashed, and then are never seen again.
Yeah, and as I've come to learn the arguments, they do ask me, why do you hang out here? Are you getting paid? You're a paid shill, aren't you? And I'm like, well, it's just it's entertainment for me. Like
Roland,
I like
did you ask did you do your quiz the other day with writing and was it Jin? Was that you?
Yeah, that was probably me.
Me and Percentage, I think it was.
Okay.
I've done it in a couple of servers, and I don't know, maybe 7-8 times now, different times with different people.
Yeah.
Some of them public and some of them not, and it's always been spectacular.
Have you done it in here before? Because
once.
Okay, yeah, then you're that guy. Okay, I thought those were good questions. I saw that then.
Yeah, I thought that too.
The questions. What are the questions about? Is it like one specific topic, or is it a?
Would you like to submit yourself to the quiz?
No, not at all. Listen, I'm bad with testing, bro. That's not where
look,
I shine.
I don't think it's supposed to be a point the finger, you don't know anything sort of test, man.
I'll tell you. I'll tell
yeah.
you also. There's no right or wrong answers. I don't challenge anybody on their answers, and they're mostly just meant to be sort of interesting and thought-provoking questions. And if you don't know the answer to them, then go figure it out. Go investigate.
Because I'll tell you, just from I think from what I can remember, that you'd be able to answer all of them, and I think that they're asked in a way that none of them are gotcha questions. Like,
Yeah. There's no at the end of this quiz. There it's not like aha, you're a closet glober or anything.
You got 19 out of 20.
Yeah, there's no. I people do sometimes ask what score they got, and I don't have a score for you. But if you would like to try, if you want to know what they're about, I mean, I'll happily ask them to you in the same way that I ask everyone else. Although I am working on a version 2 of this.
So
but I'll just give you the straight up version 1.
Have you ever encountered people that just don't know what the globe is, what the Earth is?
I haven't encountered anyone that I truly believed was on the fence. No.
Well, that would be me. No, I'm not on the fence on that. I don't know what the Earth is. I was a flat earther when this whole thing started. I was because I've been in this shit since the beginning, right? I know every argument. I've heard it, all of it, seen every video. But I soon realized that flat earthers can't prove anything as well. And flat is an aspect of a shape, right? We know we have hills, valleys, some lands go up, some lands go down. So it can't be perfectly flat. So
yeah, I find it difficult to believe that anyone would assert the table Earth. Well, I'm kind of curious. Then, if you feel sort of in the middle, I mean, would you mind? I'll ask you, do your best, and then if you want to ask me questions at the end, I'll answer them in the way that I feel is true. I'm really curious to hear your answers, though.
Sure.
Okay, I'll just start from the top. This is the old V1 quiz. If you hear it in the future, you may hear me asking a V2 because I'm working on that. Does light always travel in straight lines?
Oh man, it appears to travel in a straight line.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
If it's constant, no.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel?
A minimum rate of rotation that you could feel? Is there a minimum? I mean, there should be a minimum. Because you go from slow velocity, which would be not feeling, to feeling, so there would be a minimum.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again without me touching it. Why?
I'm a visual guy, so the salt is on the table. I throw it to you. You're asking me why is it that it stopped where it stopped?
Yeah, but not throw. Like you
I slide
sort
it.
of shove it. Yeah, slide it.
Because of weight or friction.
Okay.
And or velocity, momentum, however you want to describe it.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
It ceased. It stopped.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
Acceleration without any force. Would a down be a force?
I don't know. I don't want to clarify too much. That's the question. Can you have acceleration of any kind without any force?
If you're throwing something down, there would be an acceleration. Other than that, no.
Is the pressure of a gas equal everywhere inside a closed container?
That I'm aware of, you can only take the pressure from the surface, right? That's an interesting question. But I would assume most likely not, because if it's all forcing outside, maybe there's more force pushing. So I would say no.
Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
That's claimed. That's a tricky one right there. It's claimed to. I'm gonna say yes because it's obviously a system designed by someone and is working. So I'm gonna say yes.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window while I'm going down the highway at 50 kilometers per hour?
You're feeling the particles hitting you at a fast speed.
And would you call that force or pressure?
Aren't they one and the same?
Is that what you want to say? They're the same?
Oh, man,
There's no right wrong. It's just what you think, man.
I get it. The thing is a tricky one because pressure, it would be whatever's causing the pressure would be causing the force.
So what would you call it? What you feel when you put your hand out the window?
I said they're one and the same.
Okay. What are latitude and longitude?
Latitude and longitude. How far away something is from you, or shit. How do I describe this? Longitude is sideways, and latitude is up and down.
How does triangulation work?
Triangulation. So I'm in point A, somebody is in point B. Let me see. Triangulation. Is that the one where you try to guess the third object's position?
I want you to just do your best.
What was the question again?
How does triangulation work?
I would say triangulation. It works by finding finding a location through 3 different positions.
How does trilateration work?
Hold on. So, you asked triangulation and trilateration.
Mm-hmm. Well, the question now is, how does trilateration work?
I think that's the one with the measurements, if I'm not mistaken. With that with the measurements to determine the position. I get them confused, triangulation and trilateration. So I'm probably describing one or the other.
How does GPS work?
According to the Globers, doesn't GPS work with triangulation, positionings in the sky or whatever?
I'd rather not according to somebody else. According to you, how does it work?
According to the story, is have satellites in the sky, they triangulate positions.
Do you believe that?
Not really. I don't really believe much.
So you'd say you don't know how GPS works?
Nope. No. Listen. I just don't accept the mainstream story or whatever. So I wouldn't say how that I know how it works or not, but I wouldn't believe the story behind it, the mainstream story, because it's part of a system. It's part of a system that's designed, obviously, by some entities that know where we live.
How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
Do you mean like what kind of measurement system?
Just like between New York and Los Angeles, or Sydney and the Gold Coast, or whatever you want. Like, how do you personally measure the distance between cities? How would you find that distance out? If you wanted to drive somewhere, how would you figure out how long it's going to take? You personally.
That's an interesting question, because without the GPS, how would you be able to do that? I mean, it sounds stupid. It doesn't sound stupid, but I guess doing it physically first is the only thing that would make sense, right? Even GPS, it would have been designed, but somebody taking some sort of physical measurement somewhere.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Black Swan picture with the oil rigs and stuff? The habitat, and I forgot the other name of the other one.
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with it.
How are the distances measured in that picture?
In the picture, didn't they have given measurements from Google and of visual or through a picture? It was measured. Wasn't it measured by the person that threw the picture from his distance to wherever he was looking at from Google positioning?
Okay. So how is weight measured?
You're talking about like the actual language, the pounds and shit like that?
Yeah,
Or
pounds.
the actual you're asking me the mechanism to weigh?
Yeah. Like if you wanted to know the weight of something, how would you do it?
You'll put it on a scale.
And do you know how a scale works?
No.
How is mass measured?
Isn't that by the amount of atoms, supposedly?
How is temperature measured?
These are really good questions.
When you ask me this, are you asking me for the devices used? Or is it how is it that it's working?
Either. I mean, mainly if you say like the device, then do you know like how the device works? Yeah. So like what, like, yeah. How does the device work? Because sure, you could say a thermometer, but then I'm gonna say, do you know how a thermometer works?
That's what I was gonna say. That's why I asked you about that. Is it a barometer? They said something like that. Oh no, that's what measures something else.
That's
pressure.
That's pressure.
Yeah, pressure.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and throw it out
So
there. 'Cause
I
my
would
next
say, hold
question
on.
is
I would say,
how do you
I
measure
have an
air
answer
pressure?
for. I have a answer for the
Okay,
thermometer.
temperature, sure.
I would say it would is chemical.
Okay. How do you measure air pressure? Are you still with me?
Yeah, yeah. I was doing something real quick. What was the question?
How do you measure air pressure?
Air pressure. How do you call those things that you use to check the pressure of the tire? You talking about that? That what is the thing actually doing?
Yeah.
Is measuring the force of the force that the pressure is pushing up against the valve.
And on a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
On a single night on a full moon, will the moon be the same size? For example, at 7 o'clock or at 9 o'clock or at 11.
That's right.
This is I've never asked myself this. So I would just be guessing at this moment, and I would say yes.
And that's pretty much the end of the quiz. So what do
So
you think?
good.
Those are good questions, man.
And are there any of them that you wanted to ask me about?
I think the ones about the pressure and the force.
Pressure and force. Which one about force?
You know, the question that you asked me about pressure, how it's measured.
Oh, like how is air pressure measured?
The force.
Air pressure. You said the word when you were talking about temperature. It's a barometer, and basically, like you could build a simple one with. I mean, like in the old days, they used mercury. You can also make them with water, and you 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 have some water in a tube, and then in the like top of the tube is a vacuum, and then you have the bottom of the tube into like a dish of water or mercury if you want to be toxic, and the like more air pressure there is, the farther it will force the water up the tube, and the less air pressure there is, the like lower the water will go up the tube. So you can like as like weather patterns move through your area, you can tell the pressure going up and down. There's if you like Google it, you can also find that you can just put like a latex balloon over a jar and tape a straw to it. The moment you seal the jar with the like latex balloon, like whatever pressure it was that day will become your reference pressure, and then tomorrow and next week and next month it'll like that's sealed in the jar. And if you tape like a straw to it, as the membrane, like if the pressure is lower for you, that balloon will kind of bulge out a little bit, and if the pressure's higher for you, it'll kind of suck in a little bit. So you could tape a straw to it or something, and the straw will be sort of a needle of a gauge that'll tell you what the air pressure is. So you can build those for yourself, and they're pretty cool. So like you build one today, and then you watch it for a week, and you'll see it move all around because the like local pressure for you is always changing.
And then the force, when you ask me about how to measure force.
Yeah, I'm not sure which question you're asking about with that one. I asked you how is weight measured, how is mass measured, how is temperature measured, and how is air pressure measured.
Yes. How is weight measured?
Yeah, weight. So a scale usually works by there's some sort of spring constant, and you step on the scale and they compare your force down against the like known spring constant in the scale. Usually a scale has like a reference spring constant of some kind, and it compares your force down against that spring constant. It gets tricky. Like a digital scale will do this usually by measuring a change in capacitance, because you deflect you deflect like a plate or a piece of metal and it changes the capacitance, but the deflection of the plate is coupled back into a known spring constant. So I don't know. It all ends up being, mechanical engineers will say everything is coupled by springs. So.
And the mass one, how do you weigh mass?
That has been one of the more interesting ones, and if you want to trip a glober up, ask them how mass is measured. In general, you have to compare it to a reference mass. So usually you would use a balance scale, and on one side you'd put a reference mass that you know, and then on the other side you'd put the test mass that you were trying to measure. So it's a comparative measurement against a reference mass.
Exactly what I would have told you.
Yeah, it's not a direct one, is it? It's not a direct measure.
Well, there are ways to measure it directly, but that's what I would have answered.
Yeah, I need to actually do a little bit of research because things have changed lately. But 10 or 20 years ago, the SI unit for kilogram was actually a reference mass in a vault in France. So it's like that one is on my list because it was special in that it frustrated people's attempts to define it like in a non-comparative way.
That was 2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. So the real answer that I'm looking for on the mass is like people should tell you that for the most part it's a comparative measurement. Like if you were a gold assay back in the like gold rush times, if you didn't have a balance scale, you were going to get robbed.
Yeah, triple beam balance.
Any others that you want to ask me about? By the way, let me just clarify. I'm not giving the true answers. I'm only giving my answers to these questions. I could. People have corrected me, and I've learned things in asking these. So please don't treat me like a source of truth or something.
Hey, let me just say, I think that's a terrific set of questions and a terrific exercise, especially in a way in which you implement it without the gotchas or ridicule, because it makes for a very, very interesting answers in which I wasn't judging him based on his answers more so as I was. It's kind of like you learn a little bit about somebody about how to answer them. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I have not yet encountered a person that I felt like was dishonest in this quiz, and no one has yet directly been triggered by the quiz, although the spectators have at times gotten quite triggered.
And I bet you the people jumping in to try to answer or correct him or something like that is sometimes hard to avoid.
I'm going to say even in 24/7, I think people get interested in hearing the answers. Like the questions are interesting and they want to hear this. And they have moderated for me. They've muted people and facilitated the questions. So
fair enough. I don't want to say then a place where I think it would be bad, but I think there's certain places I can think of where people would do that. They jump in and you have to mute everybody who did it.
I have one query. For the one, I think it was how do you measure distances between cities? And it might be intentionally ambiguous, but is the intent behind the question to be like, I have to drive somewhere and I have to figure out how long it's going to take me before I've driven there? Or is it, how would I physically, like, because when you asked that question, I was like, oh, if I was going to measure it, I'd probably set up probably look at my odometer in my car before and after. Whereas Matrix said I think Matrix said he'd do Google Maps or something along those lines to work it out beforehand. And I was like, yeah, that's different to how I sort of interpreted that question.
That question was born out of listening to people argue about how, like, in the context of a debate about whether the earth is round or flat, sometimes the question of distance between cities would come up and people would take different stances on whether that was valid or not. And so I formed a question of just, so like outside of that debate, how do you, and I put the word personally in there on purpose, like how do you, like if you're going to drive from here to there, how would you plan your route? How would you know whether it's going to take a day or 5 hours or 30 minutes? And I just wanted to hear people from both sides say. And I can tell you, both sides overwhelmingly use Google. Google is dominating the answer to the question of how far apart cities are from both sides. I find that interesting because in general, Google has to be a not trustworthy source. I mean, Google has, like, if you ask what is the shape of the earth, Google will tell you an opinion. So
Yeah.
why do you trust Google to tell you how long it'll take to get from here to there? I don't know. It's interesting. But none of these questions are meant to trap anybody or judge anybody. I've just, it started as a very personal inquiry into, if I wasn't in the like locked horns, like two deers that have locked their horns and can't escape, if we weren't in the debate, what do people actually think about this stuff? And it's been so fascinating. I've learned a lot asking these questions, and I hope people listening are learning stuff too.
No,
I keep saying it. I love them. I like listening to them. Like listening to the different way that people, not even just the end answer, but like the way they think through it or word their answers. And then, also the content of their answers to me is fascinating.
Even the queries that they ask back, like the clarification questions as well, like interesting.
Branch said they were boring. Branch, how come they're boring?
Because he likes talking about vaginas.
I don't think they're boring. I think they're good. I'm keen for 2.0.
Yeah, I've got 2.0 is about, I don't know. Well, 2.0 is getting more complicated and yeah. Right now I've got like 26 candidate questions, and I need to pare that down because the quiz can't go on for like 5 hours, right?
Just watch me.
I think the thing that I've been trying to make sense of is why the quiz seems to be somewhat calming, and why like fevered
That's
debate.
you. I don't think it's the quiz.
What did you say?
It could be your style.
I said I think that's you. I don't think that's a quiz. I think it's how you ask the questions.
What do you like? What, I'm not sure what you mean.
Your demeanor, like you're very chill, and the way you ask it isn't. It doesn't come across as like a idiot. Do you know the answer to this question? It's very sincere and just open-minded. It's good. I don't think I could ask them and have everyone chill out. I don't make me the quizmaster.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even though it is quite calming, I did see that one time where you were talking to Bong Sao, wasn't it?
Are you talking in 24/7?
Yeah, and he
he wasn't
the fuck out.
Yeah, but he wasn't taking the quiz. He was a spectator.
Yeah, and I think it was he sort of joined in part way and made an assumption about what it was about.
I think he'd been there the whole time, and I think he just couldn't take it anymore.
Right.
But yeah, that's happened a couple of times. Never the person asking, always a spectator. Like twice now has kind of had that reaction of challenging me. Somebody told me, which is interesting because these questions are not really framed to have, like I purposefully say, does GPS give you your position on the surface of the earth? There's nothing about that implies that it has to be satellites or that it's flat or that it's a globe. It's a straight up question. And so when people get triggered by questions like that, that's equally fascinating. Although, like I said, nobody has actually gotten triggered being asked it, only by hearing someone else get asked it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think some of that might happen if I can try to find the clean way to say this, if they feel that somebody on quote unquote their side is answering it wrong or and is one option, and I think the other could be if they're like, this is I couldn't answer these questions.
Matrix, are you still here? I wanted to ask him if the quiz was what he expected, because he was hesitant and he thought he couldn't answer the questions, and I wanted to know on the other side after he took it if he felt the same way.
Check my nose out. I'm keen.
Hey, Gio, are you here? Yeah, he's been pretty quiet too, hasn't he?
Yeah, I haven't heard from Gio in a while. I wonder if that dumpster fire is still going in the asylum.
That was pretty bad.
I left. They started talking about it got out of control.
Was wild.
Yeah.
I mean, the like hateful Christians like trolling was like half interesting, although disturbing. But then after he got banned, it took an even more bizarre turn.
Oh, they let them straight back in as well.
After I left, they're back.
I thought it was funny. I was like, oh, I've got a pretty good rapport with Roland. And so Roland arrived just in time for me to hear me going like, you're a piece of shit to somebody. I wanted to be like, Roland, just to establish this, he encouraged genocide of me and anybody like me. Like, I don't just automatically say you're a piece of shit to people.
That wasn't my first card that I played, I swear.
Yeah, I was like, I'll let him listen for a bit. I think he'll get the gist.
Yeah, I DM'd writing, and I was like, any good flat Earth globe stuff, and he just give me a server, and I come in, and dude is like, yeah, we should kill everybody, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, it
wasn't like that when we rolled in. It was better. When I joined, it was actually not quite so bad. Like it was a good discussion about like logic and belief. And stuff, that was interesting. And then about 10 minutes after that, I
don't think they like
not
my
so
questions.
Good. No, that's because they were intelligent and thought-provoking.
So have you guys ever talked to Nathan Oakley?
Yeah. Once.
No, I won't go on his show.
Do you think he'd answer the quiz?
No.
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 I think he would. I think after question 1, he would hit you back with questions like, "What is mass? What is temperature? What is all this presumed stuff?"
Revert to the script.
He's just out for blood all the time. He's not in it for a conversation.
I don't get at all the impression that he's like honest about it. Like the best example was when I went back into the 24/7 server recently. They were like, I heard you got absolutely smashed by Nathan Oakley. And I was like, oh yeah. And I knew exactly what they were talking about. I was like, you're talking about that YouTube short? And they're like, yeah. And they post the YouTube short. And I'm like, well, that's just clearly not what happened in the debate. And they were like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it
Did
is.
you go on the show?
Yeah, just like a few months back. And I was like, okay. And somebody's like, I can find it. I can find which show it's from. And then they all went and listened to the show and they were like, oh, okay, that's not what happened.
You're saying that like if I went on the show and talked to him, then there'd be a YouTube short that would completely misrepresent the conversation. However, the conversation went.
There may be.
No, that's not quite what I'm saying. What I just mean is if somebody is willing to have a show that is recorded and uploaded that has the true content of what's said there, and they're willing to cut and edit that to make it look like a different thing happened, they're not just not interested in truth, they're not even interested in a semblance of truth. So
most people don't like following up on stuff, though. It takes effort.
Yeah, I get that. But what I mean is like, what I think you need is somebody interested in being interested, like having a genuine curiosity or position on something. I don't think that you'll find that with him. That's just my impression. I don't have evidence for it, if you will.
I think he's a straight up con artist, so I don't think he's not looking for a real conversation.
Do you know any flat earthers that think he's a con artist?
Yeah, quite a few do. I think quite a few here
Oh,
do.
really?
It's worth asking the room. Do people here think Nathan Oakley's legit?
No one else is talking.
Sure, you could find a bunch of like there's probably plenty more flat earthers that would be keen to take it, but I don't think you'll get any of the guys on Nathan's show to do that. Like any of the I mean high profile is a strong word, but like the guys that are always on the show in like the Google call or whatever it is, the Zoom call, I don't think any of them will do it.
Like R wouldn't mind. But not on the show though. Yeah, you saying on the show?
Yeah. Actually, I disagree. Arwen might do it.
Hey, Ryden,
Travis
have you heard my question about the cows in the field?
No, what's the question about the cows in the field?
Oh, really? You haven't heard that?
Don't think so, no.
Oh, then this can be fun. I can ask everybody here at once. This is... I love this question, but I've been asking it so much. I'm surprised it hasn't... I'm surprised you guys haven't come across it. Okay. So you guys up for a riddle?
Sure.
It's my all-time favorite riddle, and I'm gonna say that nobody has gotten it right. And I've asked so many people, real life, here, everywhere. I love this riddle so much.
Ready for
All right, don't tell me the answer.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Don't tell me the answer until I get it right.
Okay. Well. Check it out. I'm gonna ask the riddle to you, and if you guys give up, I will just ask it again, and I promise I will never change the words that I say, but you'll know the answer. So the words that I say are enough. You just have to hear them right, and that's a big deal. Okay, here we go.
I might know this one.
If you do know it, maybe don't blurt out the answer. Or
Yeah,
something.
that won't.
Okay. There are 30 cows in a field, and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
Yeah, I know this one.
I got it.
What?
Hang on.
Do you want me to ask it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even hear the question.
There are
How many
30...
what?
Okay, here we go. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
Oh, yep, I got it.
So I'm not really sure if everybody's got it, how to let people give their answers in a way that doesn't divulge it to people that think they have it but are wrong.
Can we send it to you in a message?
Sure.
I'm hearing you correctly. All you asked was how many didn't.
Do you want me to say the whole thing again?
I heard there are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
Right. How many did not?
Oh, sorry.
And riding on eggshells does
I'm gonna
know
say
the
28, but I don't know.
I didn't know the answer to this one. I
Globus, whoever Globus is, he knows the answer as well.
All I know is the 28 chickens aren't in the field.
Is Kosho Globus? I don't know who Globus is.
Globus is
just Globus is Globus. Actually, Globus is Globus. Yeah.
Don, we're doing a thing where we're not blurting out the answer, Don.
I didn't say it. I didn't say the answer.
So long the first time I heard this. It took me ages.
Oh wow, I'm feeling good then. I think that I just developed confidence when you were like, I got it, because I was like, oh, you didn't know it already. You worked it out.
No, I'd heard it before. I've heard it before.
Okay, I'll say it one more time.
I'll say it one more time. Say it once more, just so I make sure I have the wording right.
Yep. And I'll do it right. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many did not?
0.
Well, we're not doing that. If you know the answer, then DM me and I'll announce whether you are correct or not. Because if you do know the answer, then you would. If you
I got it now, dude. I got it now.
There's no way
that was cool.
right. There's no way. I've never heard. This is crazy. Y'all talking crazy talk.
So I'm gonna give like a slight, like a kind of a hint. I guess I'm just gonna tell you. I'm just gonna tell you. I can ask this question again without changing a single word in the question, and you will know the answer for sure. I don't have to change any of the words that I said, and you will know the answer. And I know this. I know for sure that's true.
Are you gonna change the pacing or whatever of how you say it, basically?
I mean, obviously, I'm going to change something, but it's not the words.
Right.
So maybe use that as a hint. And I guess I need some sort of collective vote of when I should ask it the other way. When does the server say uncle?
I'm the kind of person that I love riddles so much that
Kosho has the right. Kosho has the right answer. Kosho has the right.
It out, I would be pissed.
And you have the right answer. Do you like Kosho? Do you like the riddle?
Oh yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. I like your delivery too. It's pretty good. Pretty good delivery. I'm at the point now where it's almost like it's like if you were a drug addict and like normal drugs don't even affect you anymore. So I like math. The only riddles that I've never heard before, like the extreme math ones and stuff, but nobody likes hearing those ones.
This isn't really extreme math though. This is.
Oh no, yeah. I like this one. This is one of those ones that I'll tell my girlfriend in a little bit when I see her.
When flat earthers trap me in a corner and they say words have meaning and definitions mean stuff and you shouldn't be so dumb and you and I'm like, oh really? Well, can I ask you a question?
About this, yeah.
Because misunderstandings happen, right? Like you talk too fast and I didn't understand what you said, and here's why. Crux, Ader, you haven't PM'd me. Matrix, Geo.
Bro,
Jimbarino.
I've said my answer. I can't figure it.
I'd heard it before.
That's right. You said you heard it before.
Yeah.
All right, let's. Is this Enigma given the riddle?
All right. Do you want me to? Can I go ahead and ask it? Can I give it away? Anybody opposed to me give it away? Speak up now.
Give it away.
Yeah, that's like saying, "Can you hear me in the back?"
Yeah.
Okay, Crux. There are 30 cows in a field, and 20 ate chickens. How many did not?
Oh my god! You're not speaking English. See, if 20 is the answer, you should have said it right the first time. You see what I'm saying?
20 is not the answer.
Or 8 or 10. I'm sorry, 10 did not eat the chickens. So you should have said that the first time.
Yeah, you needed that pause between the 20 and the ATE, right?
Yeah, because like if you were to type that riddle, it never. You know what I mean? It's a verbal. It's a.
Oh yeah, I can't
sound riddle.
I can't DM that riddle to you for sure. It's pretty good though. I mean, it really does challenge your ability to hear and make meaning out of the sounds you hear. And it railroads you.
Honest,
I mean,
you're right.
I say 30 cows, and it just railroads you into hearing numbers, and it's very hard to escape.
I shouldn't. Like you're right because the seeing it any way than it's intended gives you to like a logical and like a nonsensical error. So it's like the answer is in it. You know what I mean? You should keep going back and wait, I got to hear this in a way to make sense. So it is in there. It's telling you it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? So I do like it. It's very nice.
It's a little bit cheaty. I have sometimes asked I've used wolves, and so if your objection also like cows don't usually eat chickens, and I've used wolves. There's 30 wolves in a field and 28 chickens, and that doesn't make any difference. People still didn't what?
I bet you're gonna see a significant, some 50% different. If you were to get a bigger data set of that, come on, man, you gotta think wolves is gonna give a difference.
I haven't tried wolves a lot, but in the times that I have, it hasn't made a difference. I've only tried like twice, and it didn't make any difference. You like this is the first time people have given me the right answer. By the way, like people usually give up beforehand. So whatever, kudos, guys. Although I've only asked in the server one other time, and the time that I asked in the server, somebody said the answer out loud, and people. Like if you hear the answer, then you can like go back and try to figure out where that number came, and then like it'll click.
Yeah.
So usually.
Have you seen that movie?
What's
or
that?
the play called Pirates of Penzance?
Say that again.
Maybe not. Have you seen that play, Pirates of Penzance?
That's not familiar to me.
Pirates of Pisshands.
Yeah, but I played that.
HMS Pinafore.
It's pretty good. I played the Major General when I was in school or whatever, and there's a part in that play whenever I think he says often, and he thinks that I don't know. There's a whole thing on the player words like often and orphan, often, and they get confused by each other. It's kind of I don't know. Just reminded me of that.
I remember Kosho was the Mac Daddy trivia host when I first met him. Yeah.
Crux, are you a globe defender or a globe attacker?
Of course.
I'll let him answer for himself, but he. Go ahead, dude.
No, wait. You were gonna or not?
I was gonna tell him that you were the one I was talking about that you were. I wouldn't consider you a flat earther because you're not a flat earther. You're probably the only skeptic.
Oh wait, Crux is the skeptic that you referred to.
I'm not skeptical of anything, but dude, that would be me being incredulous. Of course, every single probe and every single report of everything they've ever done is exactly what they say it is. I mean, think about how many people would have to be involved.
Oh,
that right there.
No. Let's not do the why would they lie thing.
He's purposely confusing you.
I don't like the why would they lie line of debate. I don't know. They lie because they want to lie. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. We don't need to depend on a they. We can do this ourselves.
Dude, I think there's another world under the ocean though. The one that looks like oil down there and shit. I think that shit's like a whole new world. Okay, so recently though, they've done the thing where the core is it's that ionic, what is it called, Kosho? The new fluid or the metal fluid or it's not liquid or
plasma.
You're trying to think like ionized.
Yeah, they used the ion. It was a newer buzzword, but it's it's new again. So why would they lie, bro?
Yo, Don, I'm not gonna lie. When you said a whole new world, it had some cadence to it, man.
You've seen the movie 1,000 times, dude.
Who's Don?
Don's Crux.
Is Don? Are you Don from like other Asylum Don?
Nah.
Oh, okay. I saw a guy Don earlier in the genocide discussion.
You should be in Asylum, hey Don?
He doesn't.
Probably.
He doesn't frequent any other servers. I don't think.
He's in what's it called? Gems sometimes.
So percent guy is here, whose name I hate so much, but percent guy will represent the flat. Percent, give me some data. What's the measurement of the flatness? I need to hear.
Yo, I represent the truth.
Yeah, what's the true measurements of the flatness?
The truth is, the measurement isn't necessary.
Oh. Please go on.
Like a
overwhelming
quantitative
bit.
measurement isn't necessary. Qualitatively, you have your eyes.
You know, I'm very interested in this line of reasoning because I only recently encountered it. And please go on. I want to understand it.
Yo, it's simple. You observe a flat horizon.
But when you, so when you say observe, you mean just like with your own eyeballs?
Of course.
Yeah,
What else?
Yo, I observed all these wall pictures and they were swimming around in space, but they wasn't swimming too much. It was like a little bit of play, a couple stills here and there. And then then they show you these pictures like Percent's talking about of like real shit. You could tell it's real, like high altitude balloon footage, and it's like a whole new world again. Crystal clear flatness. You know what I mean? You can
You
see
sure
it.
you haven't seen Aladdin recently?
Well, wait,
That's
Percent's making this argument that measurement isn't necessary. He's not talking about NASA pictures. I want to hear about this measurement stuff.
Well, even if we were talking about NASA pictures, you're still using your eyeballs to measure it, right?
You can see.
So wait, you said measurements aren't necessary, and then
quantitative measurements aren't necessary to say it's flat because we observe it to be flat.
How do you observe it to be flat?
That is a qualitative measurement.
Quality measurement. They show you the quality changes from the here and there, one little picture of Saturn. They should be.
So wait, you're saying
swimming around in Saturn. They're not, and then they should be swimming around showing you the ball Earth. They're not, and then the real shit that swims, that high altitude balloon shit that you can tell is high quality. It looks flat. You'd have to agree.
I mean,
So
just
for a second, let's just shelve all photographic and video evidence of all kinds. No historical photographs of any kind. No citations of photographs. No videos of anything. So like just starting from right now, we can just use our eyes to know everything?
Starting from right now, you can use your eyes and your vestibular system to realize that Earth is observably motionless and flat when you're at the beach, for instance.
So sorry.
Motionless all the time.
This is where my semi-noobness comes in. Vestibular system, what is that? Like my inner ear kind of stuff?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that term. But I'm guessing you mean
organ,
like sense of balance.
The organ with the little stones in there that tell you basically whether you're moving.
Okay, so vestibular system and eyes and being at the beach, and from all that I can know what?
You know that Earth is observably motionless, and the stars and the sun and the moon are observably moving, and that it's observably flat.
But then when my brain kicks in, I can say, well, it would be observably flat under lots of different scenarios. So how do I pick between them?
That's fine. But you have evidence, empirical evidence, all the stuff that I just told you about, that supports one, right? So if you're going to make a positive claim for the other, away from the null hypothesis, which we've now established, then you need evidence.
No, you and me sit out on the beach for 24 hours, and we watch the waves, the horizon, the stars, the clouds, the whole deal. 24 hours, we watch it go by. At the end, we then use our brains, and we say, well, it's all compatible with a lot of different scenarios. So what now?
No, but the scenarios aren't treated equally. The scenarios aren't treated equally because now you have a bunch of empirical evidence for one, right?
Wait, what do you mean a bunch of... all the evidence we have is you and me sitting at the beach for 24 hours, right?
Exactly, and all of that is empirical evidence. And the other option would be antithetical to all of that empirical evidence, right?
What do you mean? There's many scenarios that are equally compatible with that evidence. So how did you get
those scenarios? No, it's not, because empirical evidence has weight. You can't just say that.
Too many people are talking and I can't hear.
I'm saying the empirical evidence has weight, right? So we agree that these are what we see. Yes, it's possible that it's got kind of all of an illusion, and it looks like the sun and stuff is moving, but really it's not, and we're moving and all that jazz. But the empirical evidence that we have, that with the things that we observe are what we observe, right? So that's our starting point. It's not a blank slate where each thing is equal. The evidence, there's empirical evidence to one side, which is that it's, that those things are moving, right? So
no,
that's
wait,
that's the null hypothesis.
Why is it weighted to one side or the other?
Because that's what the
24
evidence
hours.
supports.
The 24 hours of sitting on the beach, you and me, I don't see how it's weighted. I just don't see how you conclude that that evidence alone is weighted one way or another. Are you saying that intuition?
Do you trust your senses?
Not as much as you, but yes.
Okay, well, I don't trust your senses, but anyways, if you trust your senses, these are what your senses are telling you. They're telling you that the sun is moving, and all that jazz. That's empirical evidence, and whether it is or not, who knows? We'll figure that out. But for now, the starting point we have is that we observe the sun moving. We observe that we don't feel motion.
Okay,
wait.
Pause. Back up. You're making a specific claim. Let's just stick with one claim here, because if I'm on an airplane, I don't feel like I'm moving, and if I'm watching outside of the window, no kidding, if I only trust my senses, I legit do not feel like I'm moving. My ice in my cup is fine. No, I don't. I feel the vibration.
Hold up. So my whole point is that
you're about to cheat. I sense cheating coming.
Listen, so you're cheating actually because you're trying to make it into like just one thing, like the sun only or something like that. But in reality, we're talking about what we observe, and we observe all the things that I mentioned. And secondly, when you're on a plane, you still feel movement. It's not like some perfect environment that perfectly accounts for all the turbulence in this. No, you still feel movement because you still have accelerations in other directions. I've been on planes numerous times. So if you're trying to paint a perfect analogy, a hypothetical, it doesn't really help because we're talking about reality right now.
Can I finish like a full sentence here, because I'm not trying to do any of what you just said, and I'd really like to say my thought.
Go ahead.
On the plane, and I'm not bullshitting you, I'm not fabricating, I'm speaking from direct personal experience. I sit there staring out the window because it's boring, and I love looking out the window, and and it looks like the earth is moving past me. Yes, I feel the vibrational motion of the motor. Yes, in my cognitive brain, I realize I'm flying, but it feels like I'm basically still. And it looks like the Earth is passing by. That's what that's what my senses say. The Earth is passing by. If you want to go with that, it looks like the Earth is passing by. I've done it so many times. I've taken lots of trips. I really do feel.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But how does it feel like it's motionless when you feel the vibration of the motor?
Because the vibration of the motor doesn't connect with however fast I'm going. I can't even tell you if you and me took a flight together.
What do you say about that fast, like in that vector, that trajectory only? You said you don't feel motion, right? And I'm saying that's not real in the real world. Maybe if you're talking like some maglev bullet train in Japan, I would be more.
I haven't done that. I haven't taken that flight.
But in a plane, you feel motion.
You're trying to convince him.
Go ahead, man.
But percentage, it sounds like you're trying to convince him that he's interpreting what he says he's interpreting wrong.
I mean, he is.
No,
I'm going
he
by
said
what
he
his
doesn't
words were.
feel
He said he
movement.
felt the motion of the engine, but he didn't feel motion. It doesn't really make sense.
Right.
Anyway.
I feel the vibrational energy of the engine. There's no question about it. I feel the noise of the air rushing past the airplane. I have
What do you
cognitive.
feel when you're on the
I have
ground?
a
How are
cognitive.
you making this comparison?
Hold
You're
on.
going up
Hold
into
on.
Wonderland
It's a
here.
false analogy.
Don't dogpile me, and it's not a false analogy at
Yes,
all.
it is. What do you feel on the ground that's comparable to a plane?
What I don't know what you mean.
Exactly, because there isn't anything. You're on the ground, you look up, you see something move. How do you equate that to you moving, please? How do you equate that?
I'm going to answer it the way that I want. When I'm on the ground and the plane has its brakes engaged and it ramps up its engines, I feel the vibrational energy, but I'm not moving. So
Yeah, you're on the plane again.
Just because I feel the vibrational energy doesn't mean I'm moving. We're stationary. The plane's ramped up.
You're
How?
not on a plane. You are
You're not.
on the ground.
You're dishonest.
I'll tell you, he's not dishonest, but I'll tell you why it's a false analogy.
If he's calling me out on this, I think he is dishonest.
No, it is a false analogy. Absolutely, because you realize you went onto the plane. You know what a plane is.
How do I know this?
The plane is
How
moving.
do I know these things? You are going to say when I'm on the beach, I know certain things that I don't know. You're using this implication of knowledge that's fallacious.
All right,
this frustrates me.
Relax. I can sense you're getting frustrated, but just chill, man. So, let's say, for argument's sake, that the plane is perfectly smooth. There's no vibration in any way. There's no other acceleration. You don't realize once you're on it that that it's moving and the other things aren't moving. That the world is passing by underneath you, right? But still, you got on the plane. The plane was motionless. You got on, and then it started moving. You felt the acceleration. You felt it get to that constant velocity, right? It's a false analogy because you don't do that with the Earth. We've never been off the Earth and gotten on it and realized it was spinning or something like that. It's a false analogy because you know what a plane is. You don't know what the Earth is.
It's not a false analogy in that he's saying that on a plane he doesn't feel motion, but he is moving. And just like standing on the Earth could be what's moving and not the sky, and he wouldn't feel it.
Could be what's moving, but we know the plane is moving. We don't know that the Earth is moving, so it's absolutely a false analogy, 100%.
Let me clarify, and I want to say my piece. For me personally, and if you want to call me a sophist and attack me with logical fallacies,
You're a sophist, 100%.
Fair enough. You know what? I'll just stop talking because there's no point.
No, say your piece.
No, dude, you can't back up your stuff. Once I challenged you a bit, and you folded. You folded like a butterfly.
Hold up, Montreal. Let him say his piece.
Because I don't like dog piles. And, you jumped in. I wasn't talking to you, and you jumped in and dogpiled me, and I don't like that. And
I'm so sorry. I'll stay quiet. Did I trigger you?
Just behave like a normal adult and just talk when he's done.
No, he's double talking. I called him out, and now he wants to back off. Oh, I'm sorry. This is like a little child.
He's just being a dick, man. Just be quiet.
Yeah, man. He's not double talking. He's trying to explain to you how he interprets these things, and you don't like what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm telling him he's wrong because a plane and you on the ground are false analogies. Now, if he can handle it, or if you can handle that, well, that's too bad for you, dude.
Let's just backtrack a second. All right, let's try to find some common ground. So we agree that on a blank slate, they're both equal hypotheses, that either the Earth is moving and the sun isn't, that everything else isn't, or that everything is moving or that the Earth isn't moving and everything is moving. Everything else is moving. We agree
it's
that those
not
are
equal. No.
Hold up, wait. So hypothetically, if we knew nothing else, if we were just born today and we had we didn't use our senses whatsoever, those are the two possible options, right? But we do have senses, and our senses tell us that we observe the Earth not moving because we don't feel the motion of it, and we observe the things in the sky moving, right? And we observe that the horizon is flat. These are the empirical observations that we can make that tell us, that we have more evidence for one than the other so far. It might be that that's an optical illusion and all that.
No, sorry, percentage. You're wrong. That's the only evidence we have.
I'm almost done. So we have empirical evidence for that right there. We don't have any empirical evidence for the other possible option, right? We don't have scientific evidence for that possible option yet, right? So that makes the one that we do have the empirical evidence for, that makes the null hypothesis. That makes the default. When someone makes the claim that no, it's actually a spinning ball and those other things in the sky aren't moving, we're moving in just like its relative motion and what have you, that's a positive claim. That's the alternative hypothesis that needs evidence to be proven. So my question:
Can I ask then, percentage?
Yeah.
Is it just our vestibular system, our sort of senses? Is that the only thing that would give preference to a claim and make it the null hypothesis, or are there other things that could also make a given claim a null hypothesis?
No, the vestibular system is just for the motion.
So,
and
but I mean, yeah, sure.
you
But I mean,
use your eyes for
eyes,
the rest of
whatever
it.
else. But I just
Yeah.
mean, like, is that the only way for something to become a null hypothesis?
No, that's me telling, like, showing that that's the empirical evidence that we have. If we had scientific
Right, but I'm asking
evidence for a different one,
I'm asking a different question to that. The question is that the only way something could become a null hypothesis? Or
no.
is there a
Again,
different...
you interrupted me. If you have scientific evidence, that could also, any evidence that's reliable, any empirical or scientific evidence could, put one over the other and have the null hypothesis that you test against.
Can I ask a question?
What would happen then if the thing that I was presenting evidence for, the evidence were mistaken, but then I established that it was a null hypothesis which needed to be disproven, otherwise it was true?
It can't be mistaken if it's the null hypothesis, because that relies on what we're certain of. So we're certain of our observations.
So why would... But hang on. So now you've gone from it's the null hypothesis to its certainty.
That's what the null hypothesis is the thing, that which you're certain of that you test other things against.
Why would you
can't
test
test
something you're
against
certain
something
of?
that you don't know?
Why would you test something you're certain of?
No, you test other things against that certainty.
To me, that's not with a null hypothesis.
The null hypothesis is the default that you have, based off of
the
your
null
evidence.
hypothesis, to me, isn't even a default. It's sort of essentially going, like, I think this drug causes cancer. The null hypothesis is maybe it doesn't.
Yeah,
Can you go back to
I think
reality?
this drug, I don't think it's this drug causes cancer, but maybe it also causes you to grow a third leg.
About the spinning
It's not
Earth.
like picking of
I
two
think
options.
the Earth is
It's the
spinning,
null
or
as
if
in...
the sky is spinning. How about if we do that?
The thing that you're testing is the alternative hypothesis. So if you're thinking maybe it doesn't, that's the alternative hypothesis.
No. Here's
It causing
here's
cancer
the,
would be the default.
here's the hypothesis. X causes Y. X does not cause Y is the null hypothesis.
Is the Earth spinning or is the sky spinning? That is the question. So now, you go outside and you don't feel any movement.
Hold up. So whoever said the X causes Y and then X doesn't cause Y is the null hypothesis is absolutely correct. So in that case, the negative claim, because you haven't proven anything, right, would be X doesn't cause Y. There's no relationship as of yet. The positive claim is that X causes Y. So you have to prove that X causes Y.
But the null is just perhaps nothing.
X causes it. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is the null hypothesis, at least my understanding of it, I'm not a scientist, is that sort of X causes nothing. X is nothing. It's a sort of it's a non-claim. It's not going like positing an entirely different claim.
No. So
missing something about the entire.
It depends on the context. So it's basically like the difference between groups. So for in this kind of this realm, we agree that those are our observations, right? We agree that we see the sun moving and that we don't feel motion, right? So there's no difference between groups. That's the default. That's the starting point that we have, right? Then we diverge with the positive claim that it's actually a spinning globe, and that's the alternative hypothesis that basically it strays from what we know, right? And that's what needs to be tested and evidenced.
So could I use a different method to establish that the null hypothesis was in fact that the Earth was round, and then it would be your job to prove that it was flat?
Well,
I'm not saying I do have the evidence. No, I'm not saying I do have the evidence for that. I'm just asking if that would be a valid argumentation.
No,
so
it's not valid. No.
Without the evidence, it would not be valid.
Okay, so what evidence would make that valid?
The
empirical evidence that we agree on.
See, he's trying to play mind games, word tricks. Back to the Earth. You're on the Earth. You're on a beach.
He's just having a discussion.
You don't feel any motion.
SE doesn't like it
you
when
don't
he's
feel
not in
any
charge of
movement.
discussions.
You look up, no, because you're trying to sophist this. We went from the beach, right, Mr. Rolling My Boulder, to now you're talking about Q's and P's and R's. Back to reality.
Before we snap back to reality,
hold on.
Riding, was there anything else that you want to say on that subject?
I'm actually going to interrupt the whole thing and say I've still been here and I've still been listening, and I decided to be polite and see if anybody came back to ask what me and Percent were talking about, and say, Montreal, you are the sophist. You interrupted a conversation, you derailed it, and you have made sure it stayed off topic.
No,
You are
I
the one
brought
that
it back to topic.
You are the one that intruded on this, and you are the one that's making sure it stays noisy and chaotic and confusing. You are the sophist.
I'm calling you guys out for talking absolute
I am
nonsense.
calling you out for
veering off
interrupting
the
a
topic.
conversation
Okay, me
you
and
weren't
you
a part
rolling.
of.
Let's do it. Me and you.
No,
Me and
you
you.
weren't a part of this. I was talking to Percent, and I'm not talking to you tonight. But
Hey,
I like to call people
go-
like you
go
out.
get us
You
this,
join
go get us
conversations
this,
in the
and-
middle,
All right,
and
all
you
right, enough of that.
purposefully
No.
derail them.
No more.
No.
Come on. Let's
We
Go
went
ahead.
from the
Mute me. Go
beach.
ahead and
Move
mute me
forward.
then. I'm N24/7. I'm appreciating of being muted. Fine. I have nothing else to
You're a
say. This guy
sophist.
showed up. This guy
You're
showed
afraid
up,
to
and
talk.
he's pulling shenanigans,
All right,
and he
guys,
knows
come
it.
on. Come on, guys.
I don't think he can stop it. He when he wants to join in on a conversation but can't, he does this instead.
That's right. He is the fucking
Okay,
faker.
no, none of that. Everyone's welcome. SC Montreal's welcome. Sis, whatever your name is, you're welcome too. Everyone's welcome. Riding, you're not welcome. I'm kidding.
Riding
Everyone's
on
welcome, but
eggshells
if
is
you're
a
being-
smart ass
if you're being
sophist.
realistic,
Rolling
if
is
you're
a
being
sophist as
realistic,
well.
Okay,
SC
no
jumped
more,
in like
no more.
about
Like let's not throw around the word sophist because it doesn't really mean anything. Everyone's a sophist to anyone that they disagree
Okay,
with.
so why don't they engage in a conversation?
prevent these type of interruptions.
You don't really engage in conversation, Essie. You just come here and start shouting over the top of a conversation that was already happening.
Yeah.
No. I'm going back to we started on a beach, and we were wondering what revolves. Is it the Earth or is it the sky? And now we're way off topic, and I just thought I might bring it back on topic. But hey, if you don't appreciate me, no problem.
No, that's appreciated. That's appreciated. But I do think we were on topic in a weird vein because you're standing at the beach, you're wondering what's moving, and you have evidence for one thing, one of the two options, and that's what I'm saying. That's we agree on that evidence, that empirical evidence, and that's what sets it to be the default. That the other thing is.
Well, to me,
But you didn't
neither
listen
is
to me.
neither is going to be a
My
null.
initial objective. You didn't listen to me when I said you're wrong. You don't have two options. This is where you guys started off
Hypothetically,
wrong.
you do.
No,
Yes,
you
you do.
don't.
Yes,
Hypothetically, you do. Realistically, the second one hasn't been like the alternative hypothesis or whatever hasn't that.
Okay, listen to what I'm going to say now. Tell me if it makes sense, right?
Go ahead.
Any logical person standing on a beach, looking up in the sky, right? Unless somebody tells them that they're moving, right? Unless some mental case like Einstein or some other nut job scientist tells them that, there is no way that you would think of that on your own. So you don't have two options there. You were given that option.
I agree with you, but that doesn't mean it's impossible in and of itself, right?
As long as we agree on that, I'm good with it. Yeah.
We do agree on that. But now that same person goes to the southern hemisphere and sees the southern celestial pole. And they're thinking, how do these stars work on, with everything that I've experienced being flat? And you have to ask questions. And that's where we are now.
Yeah, but okay. So how do you establish? How do you move from there? How do you go from I'm on the beach, I don't feel any motion, I don't see the sky moving. How do you come up with this fantastical idea that you're spinning? That you're the one spinning.
So Essie, do you believe that you could be moving at a constant speed, completely smooth, no vibration, nothing like that, but you could be going at a constant speed and not feel it?
Theoretically, what do you tell me? What machine do you envision this happening on? Because I've never experienced that in my life. So if you can tell me how you can envision this happening, I would entertain it.
Well, you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, you're going to come up with some sophistry nonsense, bro. That's why I'm here. To call you guys out on this. I know you get triggered. Go ahead, give me this mythical thing that you can move without feeling anything. Go ahead, tell me.
Well, I would personally, if I felt like that I had access, that I could travel and I could observe the southern sky and the northern sky and the sun moving across the sky and track it across and figure out maybe where it was when I don't see it, I think that I would be able to determine that I was rotating. I really do.
I don't think you could.
Thing is,
Absolutely not. You could maybe determine that it was a globe, but for it to be heliocentrism, that that you're rotating, you cannot get that from what you just said.
of course you can, but that's besides the point. With the answer to SC's question before, the question becomes silly whenever you think like people who studied medicine and that kind of stuff and know what's in the body, the vestibular system or mechanism, whatever that is. There's nothing in your body that can detect what you're suggesting. There's things that can detect acceleration, and that has a limit. There's things that can detect rotation, and that has a limit. A lower limit. But there's nothing at all that can detect just motion, except for your eyes. So you can infer motion, but you can't detect it directly. Not by
One of
not
the
by
questions in Roland's.
consequence.
Yeah, it's one of the questions in Roland's thing. There's no known way to measure or detect constant linear motion.
By the way, Roland, sorry if I was a little bit hard on you. I liked your questions. That was very good.
Yeah, I've calmed myself. You somehow you triggered me in a way that doesn't usually happen. I apologize.
I was thinking to myself, Sipsis grew teeth, man. He grew fangs.
That's it, bro. Don't. This is the arena. But hey, I would like to first of all compliment you on that, and maybe ask you a question and maybe, just maybe, you might want to add this because it's going to give some flavor to your thing. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, but so you've listened to the quiz?
Yeah, I listened to most of it. Yeah.
And what were your thoughts?
I really liked it. Really, really liked the questions.
Okay,
Except one.
Which one didn't you like?
Not exactly I didn't like it, but here, if I ask you the question, you'll understand what I mean.
Ask away.
What is mass?
That's a pretty good question. I call it a property of matter.
Would there be another description for it?
Yeah, I'm sure other people have more nuanced or complex descriptions of it. I just call it a property of matter.
Right, but you will admit there's other descriptions for it, as like example, weight.
I do not think weight and mass are equal. No.
Yeah, I think
or
that
the
would
resistance
be
to
I don't think those
definitionally wrong.
But if he's asking
How about
me,
the
I don't think mass and weight are synonyms. No.
I know you don't. How about the resistance to acceleration? How about that one?
That seems like a reasonable thing. I call it a property of matter, but it does show up in the second law of motion, and it does act as a resistance to acceleration. So I'm fine with that.
You see where I'm getting to, though?
No.
How could something have multiple definitions?
Is a model a mathematical description of how stuff works, or a very hot woman walking down a runway?
Yeah, but we're talking about when we use something scientifically, right? Like,
okay, is mass a description of matter or a religious service?
Is mass weight when you get on a scale? Is it the amount of atoms? Is it the resistance to acceleration?
These quantities, these are all these things that you're saying, that they all are something, and they all are definitely related together. I agree. They definitely have connections with each other.
I just thought I'd bring that to your attention.
Yeah, certainly. I agree that mass and the amount of atoms and the weight and acceleration and resistance to acceleration, all of those things are connected together. They're not synonyms, but they are definitely connected together. So your question, the one that you didn't like, was how is mass measured?
Yeah. Yeah. No, the whole thing of mass. to me, mass is that like it's like a magic word, you know, introduced to confuse, so we can, you know, they can bring you out in space and use it in that manner, or you know what I'm saying. It has too many definitions for my liking.
But if you were like on a ice skating rink and there were a bunch of things on the ice with you and you were going to shove them, like how would you describe which things were harder to shove and which things were easier to shove?
Excellent.
The ones with more weight, of course.
I accept that. That's a fine answer.
Simple, yeah.
So what about when people take an object that, when weighed in different places?
Writing. But can you hold your thought for 1 second?
Yeah.
While things are calm and me and say Montreal are chatting like this, say Montreal, why did you call me a sophist?
Because when we got to the crux of the motion, is it the Earth or the stars? You reverted to you started saying stuff that frankly didn't make sense, if I recall correctly.
So can I sort of surmise that by saying if somebody says stuff that doesn't make sense to you, you feel like they are sophists?
Well, maybe not make sense. It sounded like you were making stuff up. Let's put it that way. Or you know what? Maybe I mistermed it. Maybe you changed the subject. You went like, you know, you went from one subject to another, like sort of trying to make up a story. You went to the plane, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I actually I've kept some sort of notes on the side here, and mine was sort of an argument from analogy, and arguments from analogy are very tricky because they are straw man, they're sophist, they're red herrings. Whenever you try to like relate two disparate situations together to try to gain understanding, it can definitely get tricky. And so argument by analogy is not a very strong argument. I can see
especially argument by false analogy. Got him.
well, whether it's false or not is a thing that we could go for hours about. But just we both agree it was an analogy, and arguments from analogies, be them true or false, they're not the strongest arguments to make.
Yeah, honestly,
you know why I got a bit triggered? I'll tell you, because I have a thing, and I've been this for a while. So I have a thing when, I have a thing like when ballers or some people, when they get stuck, right? They go to, I call it train, planes, and automobiles, right? Like they always go to an analogy. So yeah, maybe that.
I think I can see that happening because I think people are trying to take a situation that they feel like is beyond their comprehension. The Earth is allegedly huge and space is huge, and they're trying to translate, well, if I go to like smaller scale stuff, what's it like in a car? What's it like on a train? What's it like on a plane? Those are all smaller scale scenarios than the Earth going around the sun through space. That's supposed to be huge. So I think people are trying to connect something they have a hard time imagining to an experience they've had. I don't really think they're trying to trick you or be a sophist. I think they're genuinely trying to connect experiences they have personally had to the conversation at hand. So maybe try to be like just slightly gentler, because I think a lot of people that might say that, they're not trying to trick you. They're being sincere.
Look, I'll admit maybe I overreacted a little bit because I hear this all the time. So yeah, but you did misanalogize the situation greatly. You have to admit to that.
I acknowledge that it was an analogy. Whether it was a misanalogy or not, I'm not willing to concede or
Roland,
take a hard stance on. Like I don't know.
Let me say this. Let me say the analogy wasn't necessary, because we agree that if we know nothing, if we're like completely ignorant on all of the evidence, like completely blank slate, that those are the two possible options. So you don't need to paint the analogy that it's possible. We agree it's possible.
I'm
That's
sorry.
why it was like it was kind of
hold on.
moot.
Slow down, cowboy. I've somewhat forgotten where we were because I really
I'm speaking
regret.
to what
I
you
regret
said.
how I know, but I regret that Say Montreal really got to me, and I feel embarrassed about how I like attacked him. That I feel like I was out of line, and I kind of forgot what you and I were talking about. So
I'm just
can you
responding to what,
remind
the
me
whole
of where we
bringing
were?
up the plane itself. It was kind of moot because we agreed that it's a possibility. So you don't need to bring up this imaginative
Right. We were
kind
on
of
the
analogy.
beach. We were on the beach making 24 hours worth of observations.
What?
Where you and I were on the beach. We had made 24 hours worth of observations. We watched the stars move. We watched the sun come up and go down.
Sounds
the moon,
romantic.
clouds. It was a nice time. I liked
Just
it.
me and you?
No, Left Lane and Riding and Montreal were behind us. They had note cards and they were holding.
You want me to get triggered again or what?
Sounds like a sausage fest, man. What's going on here? Did we at least bring a ball? Play some soccer?
We had a beach ball.
brought
But somebody had printed the globe on it, so only half of us liked it.
I bet I popped it.
You did. You fucking knifed it, dude.
Okay, so you're on the beach. You both observed 24 hours, right? What conclusions did you come out of this 24-hour observation, each of you?
Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this for real. We're gonna throw out everything that we know for a moment, for like 10 minutes here. Me and Percent are sitting on a beach for 24 hours together, and we watch everything that happens. Clouds go by, sun comes up, sun goes down, moon comes out, moon goes away. Stars do whatever they do. We stay awake the whole time, and then we try to debate what happened. We try to make sense of it somehow, and we try very hard not to bring in any other knowledge.
Okay, so at this point, I think we'll agree. We'll agree on all those things that you just described. We'll agree that we don't feel motion, but that we observed all those things in the sky. We agree on all of that stuff, and that's what sets the default, the base, the fundamental kind of like common ground that we have. And from there, we could test other theories. One theory would be that we're actually moving and everything else is stationary, right? But you need evidence for that. In the absence of evidence, the default stands.
Can I jump in and ask a question?
Go ahead.
How do we know what motion feels like?
How do we know it? Because we feel it. When
we're
you're
just you and me have been sitting on the beach for 24 hours and we don't have any other experience to draw on.
What about us moving? We're sitting, but we're moving, right?
Are we? Yeah. All we have. We've never been in a car.
We're not talking?
Sure, we're talking.
Is there wind?
I don't know. Is there? You tell me.
Yeah, there's a wind.
Okay, there's wind. So, do we know what wind is?
How do we get to the beach?
I don't know. We've
Exactly.
thrown out everything else. We are just sitting on the beach for 24 hours. So we don't know what it feels like to be in a car or a plane or a train or anything.
We know what motion is.
No, we don't. You threw out my plane experience.
Then how do we know what sight is?
I don't know.
You said we saw the stuff in the sky. How do we know what sight is if we just threw out everything?
Okay, we know what sight is because I say, you see that like set of stars right there? There's like 3 of them that are really close together and really bright.
Which stars?
You're like,
I don't see them.
Exactly, but you go, I don't see it, and then you go, oh, you mean those ones? And I'm like, no,
point?
those ones. Yeah,
And
but
then
I'm
you
like,
point at the ones you mean?
Right, and then you're like, oh,
and I'm like, those ones.
Yeah, and you go, those are really bright, and I'm like, yeah.
So how'd you point?
With my finger, which
so you moved,
which you touched. Yeah, and so we agree. I have a finger.
So you moved your finger. So now we know what motion is.
Well, I don't know what it feels like for my whole body to be moving, but I know what it feels like to move my arm. Yes.
Okay, but when you turned your head, didn't you feel that too?
I didn't feel my head turning. It was just my turning my head. You're the one that wants to throw out my plane ride and everything else. Come on, man. Either we throw everything else. Either
you can't throw out your senses though. That's ridiculous.
Either we throw everything out, or my personal experiences that inform how my senses work count and aren't sophist and aren't false analogies. Either my whole experience of how my senses work and what it meant to me is valid, or we go from nothing.
That's called an all or nothing fallacy.
I'm fine with that. It's all you're gonna
Like
get
literally,
from me tonight.
that's what you just used the words.
We either count how experience works for both of us, or we don't, and I'm fine with that.
We
dichotomy.
agree on our experiences, man, but you can't throw.
We don't.
Your senses, which
You're
you
throwing
relied-
You are only counting for your senses, not mine. You're throwing my stuff out.
What do you mean?
as
You
a false
said you
analogy.
saw the sun came, like, rose and set. The moon rose and set. The stars did whatever the stars do. Like, this is almost verbatim.
Right, but then if I say I've been in a car or train or plane, you say, well, that's false analogy, and those
It's a false analogy
experiences
because
don't
you-
count. Right,
No,
so
it's
you're
a false
throwing some
analogy
of
because- hold on.
you are throwing out my knowledge about how my senses work.
No, because you didn't go from not being on the Earth to being on the Earth, whereas you did with
you're
a
mixing
plane
things
or
up.
a car. That's why it's a false analogy. You understand?
My discussion about being in a car, train, or plane isn't about the shape of the Earth. It's about how my senses work.
I understand, but it's
So
still a
when
false
you
analogy.
when you say that's a false analogy and want to throw it out, you are trying to throw out my experience of how my senses work.
Listen,
and if
okay,
we're gonna
I'll
throw
make-
out, if
I'll
we're gonna
steel
throw
man-
out, if we're
I'll
gonna
steel man
throw,
your argument. I'll
Okay,
steel
go
man your
ahead.
analogy. Okay.
I respect that
Let's
a lot.
say you had no idea what a train was. You were like raised in the Amazon, like this tribe that no one knew of.
Hold on. This does not sound like a steel man because this
Hold
is
up,
not
just,
my life.
You know, give me some slack. So you were raised in this uncivilized tribe, and you had no idea what any technology was or whatsoever, and then someone comes to the island, the white man cometh, and they knock you out, and you find yourself in this weird contraption, and you don't Japanese maglev train, but you don't know what it is yet, but you just wake up and you find yourself in this environment, right?
And wait, and so to make it a steel man, let the train already be moving.
Yeah, it's
okay?
already moving, of course.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. I should say in the beginning, actually, you weren't in like a forest or anything, or in the island. Let's say you were this subterranean dwelling, species. Okay. So you've never seen trees.
I'm dumb and ignorant, and I wake up on a moving maglev.
No, hold
maglev
up.
train.
But my point is that you've never seen trees, you've never seen mountains, whatever. Okay, so you're now on this train. What's up?
So there's no windows. There's no windows.
No, there's windows. Okay, yeah, you could say there's no windows, but it doesn't really help us because we want to be able to see that there's something else moving.
Yeah,
to give us the
let's
sense
have
of
windows.
relativity.
I
So, yeah,
want
there's
windows in the steel man. The steel man
Alright.
should have windows.
All right, so you see these things that you don't recognize, which are trees, but you don't know that, mountains and everything, and they're moving, and you feel completely still, and you think that those things, you can't tell whether they're moving or you're moving. So
I mean, in my experience, I can tell. They are moving. I'm still.
Yeah, so in your personal experience, it would seem like they're moving. You observe that they're moving. So that's like that would be a good kind of analogy. The thing is, though, we, in reality, we know what trains are.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So in reality, I don't. So don't invoke anything else. Take that exact situation that you just described and relate that to us sitting on the beach, and don't invoke anything else about in reality. Take the scenario you just described, and without anything else, compare that to us on the beach.
But that's the point. I painted out this hypothetical, right? This imaginative hypothetical. You're a subterranean species.
Which I loved.
For God's
I
sake.
loved your hypothetical.
I appreciate that, but my whole point is it's not real. While steel man's your analogy,
us sitting on the beach is no realer than that. They're equally real. Those are equally real scenarios.
Yes, but one is completely imagined. It's hypothetical. While it's a true analogy now.
It doesn't have to be that. That could literally
realistic.
happen. That could literally happen.
Could happen. Okay. Can I ask a question so that this could find common ground?
Why are you trying to invalidate it based on its hypothetical nature? Like, it's a really, really good steel man. I love your steel man. It's accurate. Don't defeat it based on the grounds that somehow it's stupid because it's hypothetical. It's a really good hypothetical example.
I know, but the truth is, we know what trees and mountains and trains and all of these things are, and that's why, even though it's a good analogy, a true analogy, it's still it's not a good argument for you because it's completely imagined. It's not grounded in reality.
Who's we?
What do you mean?
Compared to the guy that we pulled out of the subterranean cave who's never seen any of these things, we're godlike. Our knowledge far exceeds the creature who came from the cave. He doesn't know any of these things. And you and me on the beach are analogous to him. We don't know any of the things that you're talking about.
Except the train is not the Earth.
Why isn't it?
Because we made trains. We didn't make the. Come on, man. Kosho,
I see. So you don't know how analogies work. That's what it really comes down to.
No, I made it a better analogy, but even then, you can't reconcile the fact that that it's not realistic. It's not grounded in reality.
It is realistic. It is grounded in reality. It's a great analogy. You made a fantastic analogy.
I think you're more of a fan of my analogy than I am.
That could be.
Guys, a very quick question, or that, because like I said, this was asked a second ago, percentage, but because the question's not about when you're answering his question, you keep bringing it up to the wind, and you even said moving your neck or moving your mouth. Obviously, this is not the movement we're talking about. We're talking about the frame that you're in, whatever you're in, that frame actually moving at a constant velocity, whether it's in a vehicle, or just in the air or something. But the reason why we leave out the air, like the open-aired cars, so that you don't, jump to the drag or with the wind in your face, because we're purposely trying to leave out any other consequences. We can just use just your visual sight. So it's like the windows could be open, right? But the question is, what in your body, what is it that senses this constant motion? Your eyes can perceive it and give you the indication that you're moving, but obviously in this situation where we see the sky moving, we already agree that we see that. So we see that happening. We're trying to make a distinction by feeling it, like you say, and you guys claim that you feel it or sense it, but you're not describing what is it that senses that.
So we don't sense it. That's the thing. We don't sense this motion. We know what motion is because we've sensed it in other ways, right? In the analogy, or like that hypothetical where we're just sitting there at the beach and we're not moving, and we just magically were on the beach, then yeah, we wouldn't know what that type of motion is. The reason I mentioned the wind and all the other stuff is because he was saying all or nothing, like wholesale, we don't know what motion is, and I was saying that we do know, at least what some motion is, right?
I think you missed my question though, because I'm asking you, if given, like, imagine you're that person, the guy doesn't know anything, blah blah blah, the steel man you gave, instead of the trees though, it'd be better if you had trains on either side of you too. So you look out the window, you're moving right past these trains that are stationary, but really all you see is these trains moving the opposite direction. Regardless, what is it in your body that allows you to feel motion? Not do we feel it on Earth? I'm saying, what is it in your body that allows you to feel motion in that scenario? At a constant moving train with no vibrations, what is it that's going to allow you to feel that?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's anything in your body. I would say it's your reason, your experience in knowing that there are things that move, that things can move. So, like for instance, let's say there's this there's this ball in that kind of cart with you, that train cart with you, and after you get bored of looking out the window, you just start throwing this ball. You have a sense that there's objects, bodies that can move, right? So when you see these things in the sky moving, or like the other train car moving or something, then you understand that it's possible, like that it's likely that those things are moving because it's an experience that you've experienced before, time and time again. It's not an
that
alien
those things
thing.
are moving. No, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. You experience that those things are moving, but that's exactly what we're saying. That those things are that those things are moving. That you see them moving, but you can't tell which one is which. You can't tell if it was you that was moving or those things. Just like with the train, when the trains are moving around, the guy in the window with the windows or whatever, people get this experience all the time. Even in the car, like if you're sitting in a parking lot for a long time, when a car moves next to you, you get confused for a second because you think that you just rolled backwards without realizing it.
Yeah.
But it's because but that's because there's no way that your body can tell if it's a constant motion. There's no way your body can just pick up that it's you that's moving and not the other thing moving.
I agree with you.
Is it a constant motion though?
No, but say it was. That's not important. Say it was. There's no way to tell. The thing is, you still know that you got on, like, you're on this train or something like that. We have to plead complete, absolute ignorance, which is not realistic, for us to claim that it's the other thing, and that's a believable kind of option. You have to argue that you don't know what trees are and mountains are, and in this instance at least, you have to argue a bunch of things like that.
Percent. In the analogy, you were like the Earth is the train. You recognize Earth and train are connected. What are the trees?
You don't know. In the analogy, you have to be completely ignorant.
No. What's connected to trees in the analogy? Like you and me on the beach. What are the trees? The Earth is not the trees.
The Earth is connected to trees. He says, "What's connected to the trees? The Earth is connected."
No, you misunderstand. Like, do you? I don't like.
Oh, you mean like metaphorically?
Yes, exactly.
So the planets and stuff like that.
Right. Do you know what do you know what the stars and lights in the sky, moon, sun, whatever? Do you know?
No, it's not about what we're observing.
Do you know what the illuminaries are? Do you know what the illuminaries are? Those are the trees.
I understand that, but I'm saying it's not what we're observing. It's about what we're on, right? So we're on the Earth in the first one, and we don't know. Like, we didn't get on the Earth. We don't know it's moving. There wasn't a point in time when the Earth was stationary.
I'm tracking. Let me jump in. So you're saying we're on the train, and we don't give a fuck what's outside of the train. This is only a discussion about what the train looks like. And we don't want to look out the window.
That's not what I'm saying.
We don't want to understand anything else. We just want to know about the train.
No, that's a straw man. So
it's not a dude. This is not a straw. You can't say that.
Tranquilo, man. Tranquilo. You and me. You're saying this is what you're saying. I'm telling you, it's not what I'm saying. I agree with you. We don't know what the stuff outside the window is. We don't know it. We don't need to know what they are. All we know is that they look like they're moving. That's all we need to know for this kind of debate, this discussion. That they have apparent movement.
Picking apart an analogy that we are both trying to use can't be a straw man, right? Like we're using this analogy of the train. I don't understand.
Roland, give me a second. Give me a second. The way you straw man me was saying that nothing outside of the window matters. That's not what I said. I said we don't know what they are and we don't need to know what they are. But it still matters because we have to observe the apparent motion for us to even have this conception to this discussion in the first place.
So we agree that the stars and the trees are like equal in the analogy.
Metaphorically,
and the person that came from the cave sees the trees and doesn't know what they are, and it's not important. And we don't have to somehow like invoke knowledge that the cave dweller doesn't have, right? We don't have to go, but we know what trees are and we know what trains are. The cave dweller doesn't know those things.
You're right, but if we're trying to make it realistic, then we would have to. That's where the analogy breaks.
What do you?
I still know the analogy.
Okay, fair. So walk me through that one sentence. If we're trying to make it realistic, like carefully and slowly, walk me through what that means.
Okay, so in the analogy that we made, there's the subterranean species that doesn't recognize anything, basically, like period, right?
Yeah, I got the whole analogy.
And
I'm tracking.
Yeah. So we're pleading complete and utter ignorance.
Which is what we're pleading about the stars.
No, but it's not just about the stars. The stars, what's outside the window,
and moon and planets and sun
yeah,
and
yeah,
everything
yeah.
else.
My point is the stuff outside matters in so much that we observe it moving.
So
right?
we observe the stars moving, we observe the trees moving. We don't know what they are.
That's the only thing that matters about them. They're metaphorically equal, but that's
Fair.
what matters about them.
Okay,
in terms
tracking.
Of, now what's important is what we're on. Okay? So
wait. You're saying now we're shifting from talking about the trees and stars to talking about the earth and train.
Exactly. Okay. So that's what's important because and that's where the argument breaks, because unless you're pleading complete and utter ignorance.
Well, so hold on. I just want to be clear. Mm-hmm. You are pleading complete utter ignorance about the stars, planets, moon, and sun.
No, we're not talking about the planets anymore. Remember, we're looking inwards.
Hold on. Just answer this question. Are you pleading utter ignorance about the luminaries? We don't need to know what they are.
Not complete and utter. We know that they're lights that have their cycles and everything, but that's,
But we don't know how far away they are. We don't know what they're made of. We don't know much about them.
Sure, but that's irrelevant. So
right. So it's like the caveman could go, yeah, the leaves are green because he knows what green means.
Absolutely.
Okay. So our knowledge about the trees, our knowledge about the luminaries is roughly equal to the caveman's knowledge about the trees.
I don't know if you're are we going at a good pace?
It's a little fast for me.
I'm trying to hold my tongue back.
It's a little remedial. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or you need to go this slow.
I do. I don't feel very smart. You're not the first person to think I'm semi-retarded, and that's okay. So just humor me.
It's cool. But yeah, so all we need to know about outside the window is that we observe things that are apparently moving. We observe apparent motion.
From
That's
the
all
point
we
of
need
view
to
of the train, we observe apparent motion.
Exactly.
And from the point of view of the beach, we observe apparent motion.
Sure. And,
okay.
And the rest of it is like looking at what we're on. Okay, the thing that we're on, whether it's moving or stationary. So
now we're not looking out the window anymore, or what? I just want to. All I want is to make sure
save the questions for the end. If I don't get it all comprehensively, then you could just ask your questions.
Okay, hold on. Let me get a piece of paper because I'll write them down. And I'll
so we're looking inwardly on the body that we're on, right? And where it's whether it's moving or not. So in the analogy, you have to plead complete and utter ignorance that this person doesn't know that he was what a train is, that he doesn't know he was transported onto this stationary thing that has now sped up and after accelerated, that he came to when it was at perfect constant motion, that there's no kind of vibration in any other vector, all that jazz.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You're going so fast and I'm trying to write stuff down. I'm really trying not to interrupt, but you're going
Dude, are you serious? Are you
Yes.
serious, bro? Are you real?
Dude,
you don't have to write down everything I said, Roland. You just write down the questions that you have.
Okay, I'll try. Yes, I am serious. I want this to work. I like his analogy very much, and I just want to make sure both things happen at the same time in the non-analogy and analogy case. On the beach and the train, I just want both things to happen equally. That's all I want. And if I'm wrong, I hope the Globers that are in here listening, and I'm sure there are some, I hope they will smack me the hell down. If I'm messing up, all that I want is to make sure we keep the analogy and the beach equal. That's all I want.
Yeah, but you're going crazy. Like you're asking more and more and more and more. Like this is a never-ending thing, bro. Can't you just put your mind? You're on the freaking beach.
No,
you watch the freaking stars, man.
Because Percent is trying to cheat, and I want him to stay honest. That's all I want.
What?
If he stays honest, I'm cool. If he makes sure that the caveman doesn't know anything extra that we on the beach know, like if he keeps the analogy honest, I will shut the hell up. I promise.
Yeah, but hold on. Why can't you know that stuff? Oh, hold on. Let me just say one thing and I'll shut up.
How about you just let him continue?
I just want to say one thing, man. One thing. I'm trying to make this simpler. Why don't you just agree?
Make it simpler, man.
Just shut up, man. Who's asking you?
Montreal, go ahead.
Say
your thing.
That's some great advice.
Shut your mouth.
Give him the floor, guys. Come on. Go ahead.
Just one thing I want to say. Can't you just agree that you know what you know today, you have all the knowledge that you know today, and you're on the freaking beach walking and watching the stars? Can't you agree on that? For the love of God?
In the context of Percent's analogy, absolutely not. In the context of his analogy, no.
Bro, it's not.
Then I don't know.
Steel manning your analogy because it was absolutely terrible. It doesn't change the fact that ultimately it's still a false analogy.
You're trying to mix things. You're trying to make me be the guy that was in the cave and knows nothing and is on the train, and then all of a sudden I'm not the guy that knows nothing. I'm really me.
What?
And I'm still on the train and I understand what's happening.
Yo, you don't have to be the subterranean species.
That's the analogy.
It's cool.
If you want to make this argument from analogy, then you have to be strict. I either know things or don't. You can't mix things like this. You just can't. It doesn't
let me
work.
say this. Let me say this. If we want it to be a true analogy, this is what we'll need to do.
It already is a true analogy.
Hold up. Let me say this.
It's a really good analogy.
It's a good analogy, sure, but it's not a true analogy, and I'll tell you why.
I completely agree with
Roland,
it.
relax.
Everything that you've said
Let me just
about
say
the analogy.
15 seconds.
I agree with.
In order to make it
You don't have to bring aliens or anything else. You've already made a very, very good steel man. We just have to stay true to it. That's all.
Listen, if you want it to be an absolutely true analogy, okay, you would need an alien species to take us from a different world, okay, that we have, and we have no clue about this world, and this world is something that they created, and it was stationary. They plopped us onto the beach where we're sitting down. You know, we're not conscious at this point. They haven't snapped their fingers and we're awake. We're asleep. They plopped us onto the beach, and then they spun it. And then we woke up. That would be a true analogy. You understand? You understand now how the first one was hypothetical and it's still a not true analogy? We have to plead complete ignorance about certain things.
I'm sorry, I'm getting lost in the nested analogies.
Yeah, no kidding.
Percentage, why did you say it had to be stationary in this one?
Because the
Before
train
it's-
is stationary.
Say
A
what?
train is stationary. When the subterranean species is put on the train, it was stationary. Then it sped up, and then he woke up. So similarly, if we're trying to make it a true analogy with Earth, the Earth would have to be stationary. They put us on, and then they spun it, and then we woke up. It sounds
trying to make an
ridiculous because
analogy?
it's not a true analogy.
You're trying to make the analogy for the Earth.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost here too.
Analogyception.
Yeah, everybody's lost, man. Everybody.
Yeah, I fear I fear that the analogies have wrecked us, and I'm gonna go back and say the original analogy I thought was really good, but it has just gotten muddled, and that circles all the way back to saying arguments from analogy they do struggle because it can become an argument about is the analogy valid. And then so what? I don't know. So yeah,
brother, you're
I
concede.
I just concede. I concede this whole thing. Like I can't win. You can't win. I can't win. We should just shake hands.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Try to
The initial analogy was trash. I steel manned it. I made it truer, but it's still not a true analogy. It's still a false analogy ultimately because you have to plead complete ignorance about certain things. You know, it's like a ridiculous argument.
No, it's but you are. I'm not going to get provoked again. SC, say Montreal already got me, and I can only be gotten once per night.
Bro, you're lost in confusion, bro. I've never seen a guy more lost than you. Sorry, man. And I've been this a long time. You're lost.
So say Montreal
I'll
has
do
a
whatever I
point.
want, dude.
Nobody,
you understand that?
Nobody.
Anytime I want.
Way he would.
Say Montreal has a point. You guys are never going to meet somebody more lost than me. That's true.
That's hilarious.
Now, all I want to say is we are pleading ignorance about the Illuminaries. That's it. Like we're pleading complete ignorance about them. So hopefully, in an analogy, we find a thing which we can also plead complete ignorance about. That's the only thing I'm looking for.
Yeah,
I thought the trees were a pretty good example, but you think they're not. And,
no, that's fine.
I just want to. I
fine
just
that
want to
we know
yield.
nothing about trees
I
and
want
mountains.
to
That's absolutely
yield.
fine.
White flag.
Roland, I
White.
thought I was clear about it not mattering what's outside the window. As long as we perceive apparent motion, that's all that matters. It could be an orangutan dancing. It could be, fairies that are, you see the fairy dust like moving it, like, as you're going. It could be anything. The point is apparent motion.
Yes. The place where we went off the rails and that you guys want to like pounce is that at some point in the discussion, you then said, but we know how trees and trains and shit are. And the problem is
the trains.
Well, whatever. We don't know these things on the beach side. It just doesn't work. That's the place where
it doesn't exist on the beach side. That's the issue.
Then the analogy isn't a stale man, and it's stupid, and let's stop talking about it.
All right.
No, dude, admit you're wrong. You were wrong.
You
made the wrong analogy, and that's all there is to it, dude.
I'm wrong.
Be a man and say, I made a mistake. That's
I
it.
made a mistake.
No,
Why don't we go back to
I love you. That's it. End of story.
My question then, what is it in your body that can feel the constant motion? Percentage, you already said that you don't think there is anything. So why were we using that as the the evidence of we're not moving on Earth is that we're not feeling it. If we're not supposed to feel it, then that's not really good evidence. You have to look at the two ideas and then make a distinction a distinction that would exist. And that's actually how we've come to the conclusion. It's not just from the observation that the sky looks like it's moving. It's from looking for things that are distinct between the two.
Hold up. So you're saying because our body can't distinguish between constant motion, that tells us that it's not moving, or that it is moving?
It tells us that that's not a useful piece of evidence. There's no need to bring that up when.
No, but there is a need to bring it up when you introduce an analogy with a moving object.
But it just seems like saying I don't have a way to determine X. Therefore, by not experiencing that X, it doesn't exist. And it's like if you don't have a way to determine constant movement, then
no, but you claim that we can't determine.
I was almost done. Let me just finish.
I'm sorry.
If you don't have a method to sense constant movement, then not sensing constant movement is no indication of whether there is constant movement or not. Is that kind of what
I agree with you, but you guys are claiming that there is constant movement.
That's right.
I absolutely agree, right? Like, hypothetically, it could be either, but you're claiming it is constant movement, and there's no substantiation for that.
But percentage is tricking you here. That's a claim. There is no way to substantiate that we cannot feel constant movement. I challenge anybody here to prove it.
We're all agreeing, I see. So then what would make that we are stationary the null hypothesis if it's not? Because it sounded like before, I must have misunderstood it. It sounded like before what you're saying is what makes stationary the null hypothesis is that's what we sense and experience. But it sounds like now you're saying we couldn't sense it if we were because it's constant. So what makes the stationariness the null hypothesis?
Because we still feel motion. We feel motion. We feel earthquakes. We feel when we get into a vehicle and we're accelerating and stuff like that. We feel motion. Constant motion. We've never felt. I don't think we've ever gotten constant motion without vibrations or accelerations in other vectors. But hypothetically, if we did, sure, you still would know that you got onto there. You still know what motion is, right? So if you're claiming that there is constant motion, that's a positive claim.
I'm confused again because now it sounds like you're saying we can tell if we're experiencing constant motion.
No, I said you can tell when you're going when you're going from no motion to the constant motion. Okay. You're accelerating. You're getting onto this this moving body and stuff like that. We know what motion is.
When are we getting onto this moving body when we should experience it?
That's exactly my point. That's like you're making this claim that it's a constantly accelerating thing. You're trying to bring up an analogy of a train or plane or whatever. That's a false analogy because we know we got onto those moving things. What's that?
Forget the analogies. It just what I'm lost at is it sounds like your position is, well, we'd feel it as we're knowing because we can feel it when we get onto something that's moving. But like if the Earth has been spinning, it's been spinning since before we were born.
No, that would be speculation. If I was to say if it were like that, well, I think we'd feel it. That's speculation. The truth is you're making a positive claim that it's constant acceleration, and you've never shown any evidence for it.
Constant. What do you mean by constant acceleration?
Constant speed or whatever.
Yeah, motion, velocity.
Motion.
Yeah, it's an assumption. You're assuming that. You're assuming we're spinning, and you're assuming we're not feeling it.
No, that was my other
These
point.
are all assumptions.
That was
I mean,
my
they also
second
do
part of
claim
my
constant
point.
acceleration, but below what we could feel apparently.
Yeah. The second part of what I said was, I said you can't. I said there's no, there's no way to feel it, so there's no point in using that as evidence. So we don't. I know you guys say it's not happening, but we're also not. That's not our evidence at all. We find a different distinction. We find a different way to of them.
Okay, so this is what you've been convinced of. You've been convinced that you're on a spinning ball, rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles, right? And then that whole system is spinning at 666,000 miles, so on and so forth, about 11 different vectors going to 1.5 million miles an hour. This is what you've been convinced that's happening right now, and you're not feeling any of it.
There's no such thing as 11 different vectors.
Yeah,
Makes perfect
vector addition
sense.
means it's always one vector. To me, like one of the reasons to answer your question, percentage. So one of the ways I would reason to it is I have a whole variety of reasons to conclude with a fairly high degree of confidence that the moon and the sun, and by proxy the other planets in our solar system, are physical bodies, and further to that probably the other stars are too. So
okay, but let me just interject really quickly. So are any of these whole host of them, is any single one definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt of the claim that it's making?
Well, beyond a reasonable doubt, yes. Yes, I think it is beyond a reasonable
definitive
doubt.
Evidence beyond reasonable doubt. Okay, give me the claim and the evidence that you think is definitive.
I would think it would be unreasonable to think that something that looks very much like a physical object, that behaves very much like a physical object, that you can bounce radio waves off like it's a physical object, is not a physical object. That seems to me to be beyond reasonable.
So you're talking about the moon right now?
So just please let me finish.
Go ahead.
If I then am happy with the conclusion that they're physical, then to me it goes, right, if I'm going to go with these two options of one spinning or the other spinning, what I'm suggesting is it's either everything else in existence is spinning around me or I'm spinning. And then that leads me to the more probable, to suggest a more probable position is I'm spinning, even if I'm not feeling it.
Well, let's get to that when we get to it. First, when you're talking about bouncing a thing off, are you talking about the sun or the moon? Or what?
I believe you can bounce it off the sun as well, but I'm talking about moon bounce.
Okay, so you're talking about bouncing a light off of the moon, right?
Radio waves are a light, sure.
Yeah. So.
And landing on it too, I guess, standing on it.
What's the sun?
I think probably a physical object as well.
That emits light, right?
Yeah, it seems like it.
And you're bouncing light, and it's coming back to you.
No, I don't talk about by bouncing light off the sun. I think we've bounced radio waves off the sun.
But radio waves are light, just light that you can't necessarily see, right?
I'm not sure of that.
It's EMF.
Sure, if that's the way you want to put it. I mean, I'm starting with the moon. Let's stay with the moon for now.
Okay, the moon is so reflecting the light from the sun, as far as we know, right? We don't have definitive evidence for that because we've never been up to the moon. It could be,
I think
its own light. Who knows? But the point is, light is coming from the moon. How can you guarantee that you're bouncing it and it's coming back to you? How do you know it's not just the moon, the light that's coming from it?
Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to be able to guarantee it, but I don't think I'm going to be able to guarantee your method either. I think what we're doing with all of the things we conclude in life is muddling through and coming to the most probable conclusions. I think.
But you realize that's not definitive, then, right?
I agree. It's not definitive to you.
But no, by definition, definitive means
let me finish.
It can't be isolating.
Let me finish sentences.
Quick interjection when you're done writing. Sorry, go ahead.
I just think like if I go with a light beam or a radio transmission to the moon, and I get back from the moon, and when I do that where the moon isn't, I don't. I think that's a pretty good reason to say that there is something physical bouncing that back.
Sure, but how do you know it went and hit the moon?
I don't. But I think it's a reasonable presumption. Same as you don't know that I'm a real human being. I could be a rudimentary AI that's fooled you. but you've reached a reasonable degree of confidence that I'm probably another human being.
No, I know you're human.
You don't definitely know.
Definitive evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that he's a human.
No, you don't have definite evidence.
I do.
Reasonable doubt. Reasonable is subjective. I don't think that your doubts are reasonable.
Hold up. So in terms of what's definitive, that means it's proof positive. It can't be anything else, right? Beyond reasonable doubt. Within reason, it's nothing else, right? So when you're bouncing this light,
in terms to me.
What's that?
Those seem like contradictions in terms. Like if something's proof positive, then reasonable doubt doesn't come into it. It just isn't, or it is.
No, proof positive is a term to mean that it's nothing else, basically.
Right.
It doesn't mean it's like 100% proof.
Okay. I'm confused by those two.
Yeah, you could look at the definition if you want. But in any case, so when you're bouncing this light at the moon, you don't know if it reached the moon. It could be that the moon's light is activating some medium in between that's causing it to bounce back. It could be that, that part of the ionosphere is being activated somehow or being energized to bounce back the thing at you. You don't know. You can't say definitively that it's going to the moon and coming back. Agree?
Sure. Yeah, I'm already accepting that, and which is why I'm saying I think it is probably the moon. And I think that you're very good at coming up with like possible alternate explanations. I just think all of those alternate explanations are incredibly weak, have very little evidentiary backing behind them, and are just, well, like maybe it could be something else. Indeed, many of them could be. But like if it keeps walking and quacking and behaving like a duck and having little duck babies, it's probably a duck.
Sure, I would agree with you that there's a likely inference that you could go. But the point is, if you have a plausible alternative, with like a plausible within reason alternative, then it's not definitive by definition.
Yeah,
I asked you. I started this off by saying, what definitive claim, single definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt do you have? And this is the one that you gave me, which we've just established now is not definitive.
But I said, but first, I said I don't think things are definitive. And secondly, I don't think that any bit of reasoning or evidence for any claim rests on a single thing. I think that is a trick that gets played. So you can then play this like, well, what about this? What about some magical ionosphere that nobody else posits, nobody's tested, nobody's shown to be the case? Because then for each one, I can posit this harebrained idea that might cast it into doubt and have pretended that you only had one reason to think that. I don't just have one reason to think that the moon's physical. That's certainly not my main one. My main one is I look up and it looks physical.
That's fair, and I would agree with you. It does have texture. It does look like a physical thing. I absolutely agree. But the thing is, you can't hinge it on something that's not definitive, because then it's possible that thing is wrong, and then it's like a house of cards that just falls apart. If it's depending on something that's not definitive.
Well, no, I don't think it does. I don't think there's anything definitive to show.
Well, that's my thing. That's how I feel about it. If it's not, it doesn't have a solid foundation, then it's you chalk it up to it could be anything. So I don't really hold much credence into it. Go ahead, Left Lane.
Jim.
All I was going to add was the pretty much exactly what you said with the bit, like that's all. Just the fact that you only get the signal back after you've sent it, is kind of
a custom message. I got you.
Yeah.
But I think I did respond to that by you don't know if it's stopping at the moon or a medium in between, or you don't know if it's an effect of the moon or what have you.
Well, I think it's also like it comes back in the time expected to travel, and there's other bits to it as well.
That's assuming the medium, right?
Sure. Every one of these, everything I say, you could find different reasons to doubt any part of them. Same as you could in any murder trial, right? But that's why.
No, but is anything I said unreasonable?
I don't think it's reasonable. Okay, hold on.
Come on, man.
Individually, anything you said is not unreasonable, but you haven't given an all-encompassing answer that says how this works.
Yeah, but that's shifting the burden of proof.
It always works.
I didn't make the claim.
Well, it's not. You just you haven't made it. You haven't come up with a bet. You've said, "Oh, it doesn't work that way," but you haven't explained how it does work. But the thing definitely happens.
I don't have a prerogative. I don't have an onus to provide you a replacement, because you're the one that you guys made the positive claim. You know what the moon is. I didn't claim I know what the moon is. So
isn't that kind of problematic though? That you're like, it could be the ionosphere, and just because it's a fancy scientific sounding word, can you give us some more behind that? Because otherwise, that to me goes quite close to just using a fancier word instead of unicorn.
Oh, but you guys,
come on, you don't believe that radio waves
are
bounce off the
sounding
ionosphere? That's how you guys
like you
explain
know what the
Marconi's
moon is.
long-range radar.
So they could. Why do they do it specifically where the moon is in a way that makes it look like it's bouncing off the moon?
So that's what I'm saying.
We've got ionospheric moon bounce that we can use and do use, and so we know what it looks like. So what's causing it to be like? If I look at it from Sydney, the moon's going to be a different place to me than Jim Baroni because he's not a Sydney sider.
What?
I think it's a more logical explanation that there's a little green man in the sky that's firing these signals back at you after he hears them. Then it could be this, it could be that. Like,
well, there is an
then
issue.
it being not the moon.
Yeah, but you're assuming you know what it
There
is,
is
right?
an issue with the ionosphere, right, guys? They just use a longer wave frequency to pierce the ionosphere, right? The short wave bounces off, and the longer wave it
How do
pierces.
you know there's not another sphere right
So
after
when
that
you're
one?
using the long wave and you don't get the bounce back, right? When you miss the moon, that you do when you're pointing at it, then you know that you have the signal that's significant to the idea that you've proposed.
Yeah.
Everyone was trying
You
to get
guys
in
are
now.
assuming you know what the moon is. You're talking like you know what the moon is,
No,
right?
I'm not. I'm specifically using words that are expressing that I hold some possibility that maybe the moon is just a lie, but I'm stacking up the reasons why I don't think that's a reasonable conclusion.
Let's say I agree with you that I've looked at it many times, taken photos. To me, it looks solid. I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you, it looks solid, but I wouldn't put my life on it. I wouldn't say that I know. I say that it looks that way, but it's not definitive.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's kind of my point to percentage. I'm not saying that there is this, like, I don't think that proof positive, that being able to prove something to me is a term that belongs in maths when you can show it is this thing and it never is any other thing and no other explanation suffices, right? If your equation balances, it balances or you've done it wrong. I don't think that same thing exists because, as percentage points out, there could be many things you're missing. There could be unknown unknowns. There could be assumptions that are sort of make the whole question moot. But you and that's the way we live. Even with, I parked my pickup in the garage the other day, and now there is an identical looking black pickup there with mud all over it because I don't clean it. That doesn't mean proof positive it's definitely mine. Is it possible somebody nicked it and replaced it with another one and put all the mud back? Maybe. But it's just, if I'm going to live my life in terms of being simple and getting stuff done, I'm just going to go and get in it and drive it like it's mine.
Real quick correction. You're using proof positive in the place of like 100% proof. That's not what proof. Maybe I shouldn't have said proof positive because it's kind of conflationary, but it just means definitive evidence.
Well, everything I'm getting is like it's. Now let me find it. I Googled it before and it was something which definitely shows that something else is true or correct.
Yeah, it's like proof that, it's definitive evidence for something.
Right. Well, I don't know how I'd get to definitive being anything but, subjective. What is definitive for one person may not be for another.
Yeah, of course. It's like, that's why they say beyond a reasonable doubt. And, most reasonable people agree on, certain criteria.
Hey guys, can I jump in?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're really busy right now. Can't you tell?
My apologies. I tried to be respectful.
Hold on, let me carve some space. All right, go ahead.
Well, no. I mean, if it's busy, this can wait.
No,
for
no.
sure.
I cleared the floor for you.
Shoot, I'm not even watching who's in the channel. Say Montreal, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So I have a question. There's a flat earther direct messaging me, and I'm just wondering here off the cuff. So much seems to hang in the balance of two words: refraction and gravity. Do you guys agree, disagree? What are your thoughts on that? Like a whole lot hangs in the balance of refraction and gravity.
Refraction, yeah, it's an issue. It's a visual thing, so I don't pay much attention to it. Gravity, on the other hand, has
Why gravity?
huge implications.
But why?
What do you mean?
Sorry, who are you asking?
I was in the room. I mean,
Are you asking me why I think those two words are so important?
Sure. Or just anybody who's interested in.
Well, like, because if a flat earther and a glober meet, if you just go out and grab a flat earther from wherever and a glober from wherever and put them in a room and say, go, I feel like I'll bet you a whole lot of money. Refraction and gravity will become very important arguments. One side or the other will raise them to defend or raise them to dispute or debunk them or whatever. Those two words will be a part of the argument. Period.
I agree, but I always wonder why.
That mentions it first. It will be the heliocentrist, because I make it a rule not to mention gravity and refraction. So I'm not going to be the first to bring that up. I can guarantee you that.
Why do you do that?
Well, since you brought up gravity,
I don't need to. I can
Well,
explain the
kidding.
flat Earth without it. That's why.
Again.
Fair enough.
Yeah. If it's requiring yelling, then that's also a tool that I use. Yes, but I can explain it.
No, I
without
end up
using
accidentally
gravity
matching the
and
vibe that is being
refraction.
thrown onto me,
So I
and
won't be the first to bring that
gotta
up.
do better not to do that.
Guarantee you that. Guaranteed.
So yeah,
Won't be hearing that word out of my mouth.
okay, I don't know if that's the point, but thank you. Very.
Yes.
So a good point, right? I don't disagree. I wonder why though. I wonder why they think the gravity is detrimental to the shape of the Earth. It's such a minute force.
If they bring it up, then they're going to. All they're doing is setting themselves up to be debunked. If they bring it up.
What do you mean? Say that again.
I wonder why anyone. I don't know who you're talking to, me or him.
You.
Okay,
sorry.
Electric University.
Thanks. I always wondered why that the Globers, especially, consider gravity being such an important part of their argument for the shape of the Earth. When
It's essential. Are you kidding me? It's
I know. I
essential
wonder
to them.
why. I wonder why they think it is.
Everything. How
Because
does
all
water
of their
cling to a
models, all
ball?
of
How
their
does the
computer models,
atmos?
Hold on.
all of their computer models, everything.
Hold on, let
can't
Grim
get
finish.
Gravity,
And then
can't get gravity alone to coalesce gases into stars. They can't get any of these. They can't get gravity alone to do any of these things. They have to invoke the electric force. Is all I wanted to say. So I wonder why they consider that for such a big deal to the, to the argument.
Well,
other than water being on a ball or whatever.
I don't want to go crazy into this right now, but like the short answer is, like, if gravity existed and the Earth were a big flat whatever it is, right? But it's a planar type shape. Gravity existed. All that mass is going to want to pull itself into a sphere.
Yeah,
if gravity exists and behaves the way that we say it does.
Yeah, that's not really, the force of
that's why it's
gravity is
detrimental to
not
the shape of the
strong
Earth.
enough
Why would it want to do that?
break
Why would
a
it want
rock
to do that?
to bend it into a sphere. This
Yeah,
isn't.
why would
They're
it
not
want
seeing
gravity?
that.
Why would it want to do that if it's already?
Because that's the way that all the forces would act. It's the lowest level of energy
Well,
like for stuff pulling itself towards each other.
Well, you have to remember, I don't think you're aware that Sir Isaac Newton disagreed with
Yep.
that theory, and he couldn't prove it. So
With what theory?
What you're saying is, what you're really saying is just speculation and assumption, because no one has ever witnessed mass attracting mass in their whole lives.
Well, hold on.
It's not been proven.
All I said was, if gravity exists and it behaves the way that people say that
he
it
gets a
does.
little hyperbolic, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that if the Earth were a big flat plane, it would want to be pulling itself into a sphere. That's all I've said. A lot of ifs, a lot of hypotheticals.
I get the idea, the concept of the idea.
Yeah, he
I'm just trying
recognizes
to-
the space blanks in the ideas. You know what I mean? He's not fucking stupid, Jin.
Yeah, I understand the concept of the ideas, but as you well know, I mean, this heliocentric model is just absolutely crazy, isn't it? When you look into it.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not crazy. It's got a predictability to it that can't be replaced at this moment with any other model.
I'm afraid you're wrong there, sir. It doesn't exist is the crazy part of it. The crazy part of it is it does not exist at all.
I know,
It's
but I mean, if you
only
say a
in the
thing over and over
classroom,
again, you might
on
be
the
able to hypnotize
blackboard,
yourself,
and in
but
the
I'm not that
magazines,
susceptible to the
and
hypnotism,
in your
dude.
movies, and
Guys,
in
we
your
can't hear
music.
both of you.
Yeah,
I know,
I was
'cause one
talking,
won't
and in your
stop.
music, it doesn't exist
After he
anywhere.
repeated
Not in
himself 3
reality, no.
times, I mean, do I have to suffer it again? It gets really.
Well,
at
yeah,
what
but
point
then
do
you
you
could
have
like Jin, get his attention and then kind of cut in, you know?
That doesn't work either.
I mean, do what it
You know
do.
that. You know that. Raw, flat earth, truth, power. Come on, man. The heliocentric model doesn't exist anywhere. Not one shred of evidence for it.
It's like Pete
there
and
we are.
repeat on a boat. Yeah.
Okay, I just gotta jump in. I like Jin. How come Globers like Jin so much? Jin's, what is it about him?
It's the balcony Muppet aspect, I think. Really loud, like he's yelling from the top of a balcony down at you.
I don't know what it is, but it's like Jin. Oh, hey, Jin. Like I'm like, oh, dude, Jin, I missed you. I haven't talked to you in like forever.
Well, I'm always around, man. You know, I've just come back from a 24-mile cycle and a workout on a jungle gym that I'll show you an image of that we use in the park.
Are you hanging upside? Are you
calisthenics?
wait, Jen? Are you hanging upside down from down under, or what? What are you?
Oh, I'm in Japan, so I'm hanging on the side.
Oh, okay, good. You're on the side.
On
I'm
the
glad.
side.
I'd hate if you
Yeah.
fell off.
Oh, I'm hanging on good. Look at my exercise machine. Look
Why
at
is
that.
Japan on the side?
Well, I'm on the north side. Northern.
Why isn't the image like the map
You're on the outside.
with Japan in the center?
Yeah, that's the image we have here in Japan. Actually, all the maps have Japan in the middle, and
For
then
real?
you have Africa to the left and America to the right, and Japan is smack bang in the middle.
That's cool. I've never seen that.
That's the maps. Yeah, I had to wrap my head around that. I thought, wow, this is an ugly view, but I thought, well, if it's a spherical ball, I mean, this is the view you would get because you're in Japan, right? But can you see my my exercise? You know, machine here. Look at this.
How do you use this thing?
Well, it's like rock climbing. You know, when you go rock climbing and you have to find your feet. Yeah, that's what this is. So I
Yeah,
start
but it seems
on,
pretty small.
Yeah, that's right. But you still get a workout because it's
He's
a
a
kiddies
little
one.
guy. I mean,
Listen, you
it's all
start on the
relative.
left. You start on the left. You make your way to the right. Once you set on it, once you
You
get
hear
up,
it now?
you can't put. Oh, I can get it out, can't I? Look. Once you get up onto this.
Oh, we figured this whole thing out already, dude. Don't worry about it. You don't
Hold
gotta
up,
explain
Graham.
this thing.
Graham, come on, man.
When you get up on this thing, you don't put your foot back on the floor ever again until you finish. And then you make your way from the left to the right. You climb over the other side because it's repeated on the other side. And you do that anti-clockwise 3 times and then do it clockwise 3 times and finish. And by the time you've done that, your arms, your legs, your toes have had a good stomach. You've had a good workout.
Dang.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
do you go under or above that little bar in the center?
In the center, little kiddies can go there. You're grown up, you're never going to get through this. So you go over the top. but you have to
So
touch the
you have
bottom.
your challenge set for you for next time, Jin.
What are
I'm
those
not
glory
gonna
holes
do
on the
that.
bottom?
Say that again?
Squeeze below the arc on the bottom.
Yeah, that would be very, very difficult for anyone to do that.
I think you can do it.
This is a German rig, isn't it?
You'll be asking for trouble there.
You just have to reach, like, underneath, reach your right arm onto that one that's beside, like at the top.
Yeah.
And then use that to leverage yourself to the side.
Now, I reckon you're going to be dragging yourself along the ground by the time you've done that, because you're going to lose footing somewhere.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What
else
do you do?
You know, it's really
I
nice.
noticed you got a satellite hooked up to a geocentric orbitals dish here.
Grim, you sound high as fuck right now.
I am, but this spider stuff makes me.
It's not pointing straight up to the sky, is it? It's pointing to the antenna down the road.
Yeah, weirdly enough, huh?
It's almost 90 degrees.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jin, what else do you do aside from?
I do dips in another park. I got the parallel bars, chin up bar, and the Olympic rings that I use.
By the way, what's the point of the holes in this thing?
The holes, I think, is decorative, I would have to say. Or little kids put their head through and say, "Daddy, I'm over here," you know? All right?
Do you squeeze through the big hole in the center?
I can't fit through that. That's impossible. Kids might.
Can't
Kids
even
might
get
be
his
able
head
to,
through that.
Yeah. You know what we use it for, though? When we play, when the kids are not around, we kick the ball through the hole if we can. Yeah?
Yeah, target practice.
Yeah, target practice, exactly.
So, what else do you do in this park? Any muscle ups?
I set
pull-ups?
up my basketball net, play basketball with the kids.
Okay.
And then there's a little slide for the kids to play on. There's a couple of swings and a little rocky rocket for the little baby.
So you bike like 20 miles to get here?
No, this is near where I live. I
see.
bike 20 miles and come back and then do that, or vice versa. Do that first and then go.
Do you like get all? You get all like fucking hypey, do your exercise and like kind of like scare the kids out of the way?
You know, usually the kids are not there, because if the kids are there, I don't bother, because it's their world. You know what I mean? So I don't bother to do anything.
Just
usually,
real loud,
usually when there's
sweating in a
deserted
leotard
bit.
out there.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah, I don't do that. There is a park that I do go to where I do use the jungle gym, but the kids are there. We're all playing together, so I make out like I'm a monkey, and they laugh. You know what I mean? But there you go. You know. So I entertain the kids in that sense. But
How old are you now, Jin?
60.
How young are you? 60?
Oh, I'm 40, I would say. 35.
No, but like, what's your age?
35.
No, for real though.
No, he said
60.
16.
60.
60, okay. Yeah, I heard you say 6. I didn't know if you said like 63 or 60.
No, 60. Bang on 60.
That's good, man.
Yeah, and I enjoy it all. And I'm listening to house music as I'm exercising, so it's giving me a lot to do there, you know?
Oh, you
Gives me
are
more
60.
motivation.
Yeah.
Yo, house is gangster. What are you talking about?
Yeah, man.
Some Benny Benassi.
Yeah, man. The OG, man. Junior's an
Some
OG,
Tiesto.
man.
Baby Ann. Fucking Paul Oakenfold.
Right. Improvise,
Understand,
adapt,
this
and
is a-
overcome. The
Yo,
stiffness.
Jin.
Yeah.
Do you have a recent picture of like how cut you are?
No, I don't do those sort of shots.
Short shots.
Yeah, no need. I don't do that. I just keep
I
exercising.
don't know if he asked you about your shorts.
But yeah, I thoroughly enjoy the workouts that I do.
It's
Purely
good.
because I'm listening to music as well, you know? So it really does.
I wish my dad was as active as you are, man. He's letting himself go.
Yeah, that's it. I can't afford to do that. No. You see, this particular exercise, okay, it
Let
works on your
myself go,
fingertips, your
too.
forearms, your biceps, your triceps, yeah, your latimus dorsi. You know, you're getting a complete
Latissimus.
workout, and you can't touch the floor. That's the thing about it, right? Now, I used to use this with my children. Whenever I said to them, right, you've been bad, 10 laps at the park and 10 jungle gyms. So I had to come in and do this. 10 times and run the park 10 times. Punishment. But
You
all the
mean they have to
chocolates,
do the
I fill
entire
them up.
cycle 10 times?
Yeah.
Like anti-clockwise 10 times?
So it's 5 times anti-clockwise, 5 times clockwise.
That's one cycle?
That's it. That's the end. Finish.
Oh, I see. 5 and 5. Yeah, got you.
So you start on the left, you make your way to the right, you climb over, and then you climb, and then you keep going around it anti-clockwise 5 times.
Dang.
And then you stop and you do it reverse. So you get both sides of the body worked out. Yeah.
Yeah, your kids must be in shape too.
Yeah. Well,
Do you wear
my
shoes when you
eldest
do
son-
it?
Oh, yeah, you've got to wear shoes, otherwise your feet are going to be thrashed, man. You know, because remember these are it's like for kids, so it's kiddie size. It's not grown up size for your foot. So your placement is your feet are constantly in pain, constantly.
Well, you got to work out your feet too, man. Give your
gotta work
toes
out the
some
tolerance, yeah.
workouts.
Can I
Do it
jump
barefoot
in?
next time.
I have a question for Jin. A like shape of the earth question.
Oh, go ahead.
And Jin, I want you to be like defensive and argumentative.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. I will. I want to offer a trade. I want you to tell me the thing that flat earthers say that you think is just so wrong, and you wish they would shut up and stop saying it.
Yeah,
That's a good
difficult.
exercise.
And if you go first, I'll give you my assessment of globe earthings.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think now. Flat earthers, what do they say that I disagree with?
No. Yeah, I guess that you disagree, but like more importantly, that like really you wish they would
You
just
don't necessarily have to disagree with this to want them to stop saying it over and over again.
yeah, like every time you hear a flat earther say it, it makes you cringe and like, dude, come on, just stop. Okay,
No,
Jin only.
Ask him about when a baller
actually,
said something
nothing
first,
comes
and
to
then
mind now. But I tell you the character that it's
you have
Dave
to listen to
Wise.
mine.
Dave Wise says something, maybe to do with Antarctica and when they start speculating like that. But I can't, for the life of me, I can't remember what it is.
So like you can so wait, let me be clear. You could go sit in the 24/7 live stream and listen to like Glober come in and get dogpiled, and another Glober come in and get dogpiled, and you don't hear anything that makes you cringe.
No, when they're getting dogpiled, obviously I hate that. I don't like that.
Okay, sure. The dogpile makes you cringe, but like the things they bring
I
up.
think any sane person would cringe at
The
that.
things they bring up, as far as I'm concerned, they're bang on the money.
So
Bang on the money,
nothing,
man.
like nothing makes you cringe.
Nothing makes me cringe at the moment. No.
Not
Okay,
even
well,
that this is what the stars really look like.
Well, hold on. Since he has nothing, I'm not going to trade, but I'm going to put out there, Globers consistently make me cringe. So whatever that's worth to you. Yeah. The Globe people do make me cringe.
I have a couple of things.
I was going to say
Number
the same
one,
thing.
when they say that there definitely is a
I'm not
dome.
looking who's talking, and I don't know voices.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Grim. It's Electric University. I was going to say the same thing. Even as a Glober, some of the things they use as arguments aren't actually truths.
The things that Globers use as arguments make you cringe.
Not all things. No. Just some things, like some limitations, like there is no this, or there won't be that, or it's proven that this is, this kind of
Right, but I'm
stuff.
saying so. Like as a Glober, when you're just observing, the Glober that's participating will occasionally make you cringe and be like, "No, dude, that's wrong."
Absolutely.
Yeah, me too. It's painful. I hate it.
I wish there was more of an honest lay down of like less egos and more like I'm not challenging you so much as trying to, pick your
Find the
brain,
truth.
figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? With everybody else's ideas of things and stuff. And so if we don't agree, why do we keep having to bump heads? Why don't we allow other people to talk? And you know what I mean? And it's just weird how the struggle must continue. Like it seems propagated. Honestly,
I can relate to that.
So Jen, let me just pile on Jen.
Roland, I'll trade with you.
No, hold on. I want to ask Jen a couple follow-ups. It's like 2 follow-ups, and then I'll just shut up.
Go ahead. I'm all ears.
Yeah.
Offers rescinded.
And Jen, like I do like you. I like you a lot.
I
So
appreciate that. Thank you very much.
the first question is like, do you and there's this is gonna sound like I'm an asshole, but I just like read past that. I just want to hear what your thoughts are. Do you feel like you're good at science?
Yeah, average. I'd have to say I'll put myself in the average group. Yeah, why not? I can understand things. I understand
good.
that. One second. I understand this. Yeah, that
Yeah.
fire can never bring down a building of 47 stories high at free fall. Okay, I understand the
Yes,
science
Mr.
behind
Dunham.
that and the steel and how
Don't
it's
attack
joined
him.
together.
Yeah, don't attack him. He's being honest, and I appreciate that. Okay, so Jen, my question, my last question, and then I'm going to yield to Percent, and I'll stop for now. Can you tell me like one, like several? I'd like several, but even just one. Can you tell me a flat Earth thing that you think is falsifiable?
Well, the Earth is a level plane. The oceans being level is one.
You think the oceans being level is falsifiable? Can you clarify that word level?
Well, level means horizontally level, yeah? Horizontally.
Does level mean flat in your opinion?
Level does mean flat because you can be flat and it has to be level. There is another expression, a flat tire, okay? Or a flat as in an apartment in England. But when I use the word flat to describe a surface, it means it's flat, level, horizontal. Doesn't mean flat, level, vertical. I don't mean that.
Yeah, so let me ask like just like a final, I guess, follow up here. So I would say flat is, you know what a plane looks like the surface of a table is a plane. So flat would mean parallel to a plane.
Yes.
And you think and when you use the word level, you mean it to mean parallel to a plane. Is that true?
Parallel to a plane that is level, that if you put the spirit level on it, it would be level. The bubble would be in the middle of those two lines.
Yeah, let's not bring a spirit level into it at all.
Well, I like to bring a spirit level into it because that's what the horizon.
Oh yeah, lots of people like to bring a spirit level in, but what I mean is, to you, the word
means
flat,
horizontal. Flat is horizontal.
I don't want to bring the word horizontal into it either.
You already did.
I didn't mean to.
No,
the word
he
flat.
did, I said.
Well, I'm trying to restrict it to two words. The word flat means parallel to a plane, and Jen, you say the word level means the same thing. It means parallel to a plane.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Of course, we have mountains and valleys. Of course, you know. So
Yeah. I concede all that. No. I understand what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, and like I said, with the science thing, I understand quite a bit when it comes to like science of astronomy a little bit, but when it comes to like engineering, you know, I'm well in there. You know, I'm a grease monkey. Okay.
Yeah, I can, for whatever it's worth, I'll just share with you guys. If an uninitiated Glober comes in here that's like new and you guys haven't seen before, he may have a very, very different understanding of what the word level means. Like just dictionary, definition, whatever. An uninitiated Glober would not say that the word level is parallel to a plane. So
yeah, they would never say that, but they would understand that we mean horizontal. They know what level means. The surface of a table. There are many ways to.
No, they would understand it. Depending on who it was. I mean, I can't speak for anybody, but a lot of like practicing engineers, surveyors, or whatever, they would come in with the word flat would mean one thing, and then the words horizontal and level would just mean something else. They wouldn't treat those as synonyms, but like.
But we would, with an engine, like I said, there's one thing I say that is most I would say that is a fact. If we put it to the test, that is engineers should come to the understanding that the Earth is a level plane quicker than a globe head, quicker because they're engineers. So they should. It's in this flat Earth thing. It's in their world. There's no curvature for this Earth, for example. So when you start to talk about the curvature drop, that should be right in there, right down their alley. They're going to think, yes, You're right. I've never seen curvature. Instantly. No, they understand what level means and what horizontal means. They understand.
Yeah, I need to give you. You know what, Jen? I need to give you some citations on granite stones used for. I'm going to give you some stuff to read. If I gave you some citations, would you read them?
Yeah, I'd read them. If you DM it to me, I'd read them. Yeah.
Yeah, even if they weren't like, even if they didn't have anything to do with like proving the shape of the Earth or gravity or anything, if they seemed like slightly irrelevant, would you still read them?
Well, I mean, if they are irrelevant, and I can't say that I would use this material in my debate, then there's no point. Then is there? Do you see what I mean? Because I'm a man who can make my delivery of the flat earth to an engineer very relevant to the world he's in, because I'm an engineer myself. So I can appeal to him, to his knowledge. And I would say to him that we're using the scientific method, which is what you're well and truly used to. Okay. So there we are. And then first we have the idea that the Earth is a ball. Now, what is the characteristics of a ball? And now it's spinning. Okay. And before they know where they are, they're going to realize that they haven't measured the curvature. They haven't detected any spin. And then the air pressure that we have in a vacuum of minus 10 to the 17th torr wouldn't be possible unless we have containment. And once those three little problems for the heliocentric model are underlined and highlighted, engineers would think you're right. They might want to wriggle out and say, but we went to the moon. I say, oh, did we? And then we start to explain how we don't have the technology to do that, and how the environment of space, according to the astronomers, the physicists, astrophysicists, when they tell us the environment is so dangerous, how could they survive? And then they're going to.
So let me just clarify, because sorry, you said a lot, but
yeah, sorry.
You don't want me to send you things that
I'm not going to use in my debate.
Okay.
You said it might be irrelevant.
So like if it's just about kind of like learning physics or engineering or stuff, if it's just about expanding your sphere of knowledge, if it's about expanding how much you know.
Post it, and I'll look at it. That's all I'll say.
So you want interesting articles about stuff that make you think or not?
Yes, of course I do. Yeah. So just post it, and I'll check it out.
What if it like frustrated you and like was
it
not?
It probably will because it might mean that I might not be able to use it in the world, but it's only going to give me an understanding from the globehead's perspective. That's all. It's an insight into how the other side thinks, as I already know anyway, but it's just going to fine tune it. That's all.
Have you ever lost an argument with a globehead?
No. How can I lose when the Earth is the truth? I don't lose battles. I tell you now, I did 8 hours non-stop on one person. 8 hours. I drowned him. He died, and then he came back a couple of days later, and he got a 4-hour slashing. Okay, a lashing of 4 hours. I don't lose battles. I don't lose battles because the Earth is a flat. The Earth is stationary and flat. I know this. So
sure. Yeah, okay, but in that like 8 and 4, in those two things, who decided? Who decided after 8 hours the victor? Who decided who had won the 8 hour marathon?
The onlookers. It's been recorded for prosperity, so it's on the Hangouts. It's never going to go away, and it's there. And people said he got destroyed. You could hear him. I took on his friend as well. In the end, I took 2 of them on, and they got mashed.
So wait, so I just for one last final thing here, you have Globers on record as acknowledging that a fellow Glober got destroyed over an 8-hour debate. Like what is it called? Hostile witness testimony. You have Globers.
On the Hangout, what you have is and yeah, we totally hammered the guy.
Well, I'm sorry for that poor guy.
And he got hammered as well.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, may he rest in peace is what we were saying. I come from the Hangouts. So where I come from.
Yeah, you rock, man. I gotta bow out. But you're awesome.
It's rough Thanks very much. Cheers. You rock as well, man. But that's where I've come from. I've come from the hangouts where it's rough and tumble. You know, insulting your culture, your intellect. They're totally trying to tsunami you with you know, negative points, character assassination. Much the same as Gen Panda, but you know, I totally come through. But the beauty of it is on the hangouts, they can't mute you, you see. So you can just run them over and reverse and run them over again and reverse. And that's what I kept doing. Yeah, 8 hours. Can you imagine that? When I look back, I thought, bloody hell, did I do that? Shit, I did that. Everyone said they never knew I had it in me. I said, you fucking better believe it. Giving up on that? The flat earth, the truth? I'm going to give up on the truth. The man that has 911 on his car registration plate, so as I never forget those people who died, yeah, I'm going to give up. Only when I'm dead, mate. And even then, I'm still not going to give up. If I can come back as a ghost or whatever, I'll be back to haunt those heliocentrists. Yes, bladder truth. Didn't see BR1 here. But yeah, you know, we only live once. We're going to be dead a long time. What's going to be your legacies, people? Make it count. Compassion is what we need here. Compassion for the truth. You have that. Do not relinquish. Do not relinquish. And that's how I operate.
Yeah, don't do it.
So when I go into Gem Pandas in particular, I go there to smash heads with the truth. They said, you think you're better than us, Jin. And that's what you think. They said, they think I think I'm better than them. And that's truth. It's the truth that is better than you. That's what it is. Because you know you are lying here. You don't stand up for the truth. You are less than a blade of grass that's full of vitamin B17. So, and now you are devaluing life. Toxic. You are less than elephant dung. Yeah? Less than that. What can you do on this earth? See? It's not that I think I'm better than you. The truth is better than you. That's what I'm like when I'm in Gem Pandas. That amount of force, that amount of venom, that amount of power and conviction.
Get him, Jin. Sounds like a lot of fun.
It is. You want to go in there and have a look when I'm in there, man, I'll tell you. They have to mute me. They have to. It's too much for them.
Can't handle the truth, Jin.
When they mute me, I then attack on the text with memes.
I just can't handle the truth bombs.
And they have to mute me again because obviously, yeah, they don't like it, do they? They don't like them. They don't like them. You know, ways to get my truth out to them. Like, keep going back. You got to give her the whole thing. 3 days with these wallies. You know what I mean? And I'm going to go back there later on today. I've aligned myself up with some photographic material dealing with 9/11, building number 7 in particular, and the science therein. And I'm going to be starting off with a moment's silence because it's been 20 years since this event happened. And if you're honest to yourself, a piece of you died when that happened, because those 3,000 people who died, a part of me died with them. And when the Twin Towers were murdered, because those buildings were beautiful, were murdered, a part of me died in that building as well. So if you're honest with yourselves and you've got compassion, you're going to feel the same. Okay? And then now, I'm not here to disgrace and belittle these people who died. I'm here to honor them. In fact, their spirit flows through me. That's why I'm here, to remind you that if you think fire brought down those buildings and it wasn't an inside job, if I had a machine gun, I'd spray you all. Honestly, that's how I feel. I'd spray you all up. Okay? So you would never tell your kind of lie. That's how toxic you make me feel.
A little
Honestly.
extreme.
Fire? Bring down steel? Have you worked with metal? Have you worked with metal? Man, you brought down a building that was already, the fire was out before it collapsed. It was already out, and you have clear foreknowledge. Keep an eye on that building. It's going to be coming down soon. Yes, someone else said it's going to come down in 5 hours. And indeed, 5 hours later, it came down. And this particular engineer, they can't find him, but they've got audio, okay, and they've got him, but the back of his head, so they don't know who he is, but he's there saying 5 hours. Given the state of the building, I think you've got 5 hours, and it'll be coming down. And then there was what is it? A medic from the Air Force, an Air Force medic was there on standby with a first aid individual with a radio, and he heard the countdown. Technicians are saying, how can a building collapse to countdown? Surely that's foreknowledge. Yeah, right. So this is what I mean in Gem Pandas. If they cannot admit, if they're going to barefaced lie, I'm going to machine gun them down using my voice. Flood of truth, you scumbags. If I could do that, you'd be gone now. You'd be gone. You'd be burning because you're so toxic. Honestly. I'm going there shortly. I'm going in there shortly. I'll let them talk their shit, and then I'll just be posting a few. I'm going to be posting the architect's scientific method that they employ. And then there's a second section where it talks about the characteristics of fire and controlled demolition and the materials found in the dust with a chain of custody to go with it. Yeah, I'm going to hammer their asses. They won't like it, but we've got to talk about this because this is something. Remember, 3,000 people died. 1,000 of them, the bodies was never recovered. Gone in with the dust. Totally dismembered and blown to smithereens. Body parts like a centimeter in length, bone fragments. So these people were never recovered. Okay? You know, so it's not something that we shouldn't talk about. We have to talk about it because they're getting away. The culprits are getting away with it at the moment. There's been 2 developments recently. Jeffrey Campbell, who died in there, his parents have renewed their petition in Britain. So now the guy, his name is Bobby Mac. That's good news. That was McVean, okay, who died in the blown off chest, ripped to shreds. And we know this from the forensic science and the autopsy. Okay, this is how we know that this is all true. Okay, they are also reopening the case and that, so it's not going to go away. We mustn't forget these people. Remember, those people are us. We could have been in there that day. Could have been on your holiday, having a look around, and you could have been part of that. And this is how no one would be talking about it. Or you have people in that server lying that it was fire. Such a crime that is. Never in the history of Sky.
Hey, Jin, what are your thoughts?
Have they collapsed? Fire.
Jin,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on the passengers that were listed on the manifests for all the flights? What do you think happened to them?
I think he's lagging.
Yeah, I think your connection
That
is.
is a question. By the way.
Your mic is dropping out.
That is. Yeah, I think my connection's bad. How's it now? How is it now? Yeah.
So far, so good.
And then you dropped out again.
Yeah, nope, never mind.
How is it now? Now, how is it now? How is it now?
Now we can
I think
hear
it
you.
might be okay now. Might be.
Might. Yeah. I think you want to go restart.
Yeah.
How's everybody today?
Good. How are you?
I'm great, man.
Good to hear.
And you?
Very well, thanks.
Ah, that's good to hear. So you're a carnivore, I see.
Indeed.
Do you? So you only eat meat? Am I correct?
Yes.
Alright. Have you tried?
Okay.
Sorry if I'm going off topic here, but so have you tried anything else but meat before, or
Yes.
why do you only eat meat now then?
I went vegan and it completely destroyed my health.
So you thought I'll 360 that fucking thing? Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'll bipolar that fucking diet.
You could say that, yeah. But anyway, back to the topic that Jin was going on about. Jin,
Hey.
did you hear my question?
Check mic. Check.
It's still not great.
Can you hear me? Mic check. Yes, I heard your question. Great question.
It's funny how every
By the
time
way.
he says, "Can you hear
Great
me?" and then we hear him fine, but then
It works
stops
fine,
working.
yeah. No, I think it's just gonna lag. I think you need to move, or it's something something downloading maybe.
Have you had the tabs open?
Back in 2003, I watched a documentary. Yeah, back in 2003, I watched
That's annoying.
a documentary. I don't know. Yeah.
Wi-Fi,
Back in
Jin.
two.
This ain't gonna work, bro.
Just go out in,
I watched
in
a
and out of
documentary that
Discord.
It ain't working, Jin.
Try and go in and out of the Discord. It often helps.
Maybe reset your router or something.
I mean, if you have other tabs, maybe close them or.
Jin, stop. This isn't working.
So Globus, yeah, do you mind
Please.
if I ask why you? Oh, now we can hear. Fucking hell. Why you stopped the? Why you only eat meat now?
Why I only eat meat?
Yeah.
Well, several reasons. I
Passenger
discovered.
planes were
Fucking hell, dude. Oh my god. So sorry. Laughing, but.
Okay, he's gone now. Well, several reasons really. I sort of discovered what sort of detrimental effects my vegan diet had on my body, whereas I wasn't really getting the nutrients, the vitamins I needed, purely because obviously they're not existent in plants. There's over 50 nutrients.
Sorry, I'm interrupting, but I just really wanted to say there's a lot of vitamins in plants, though.
Yeah, the thing is whether or not they're bioavailable and they're actually absorbable by our bodies is the actual.
Some people have problems absorbing certain stuff. Like the most important thing we get from meat is really iron, I guess, and other stuff that helps us. I can't remember the things right now, but I really should know this. I work in healthcare, but. Yeah.
Well, not just iron. Heme iron, I think, is what you should be specifically talking about, which is non-existent in plants. Vitamin K, K2, vitamin A, C. I mean, several.
You can get vitamin K from. Hang on, vitamin K.
Not really. But apart from nutrients, there are other things that plants have defense mechanisms. For example, oxalic acid, phytic acid in dark leafy greens. Which
they
prevent
can
you.
Help you digest, though.
Well, they prevent you from absorbing calcium. For like I said, for example, phytic acid and oxalic acid actually binds to the calcium, which prevents your kidneys from absorbing that. They actually turn into kidney stones because they're not absorbed. They calcify. But yeah, look.
Yeah, vitamin K is found mostly in plant-sourced foods.
Is it absorbable?
Did you get kidney stones?
Sorry.
Did you get kidney stones?
No. Well, I didn't. As far as I know, I didn't. I mean, I didn't really do the vegan diet for an extended period of time. I think it was about 9 months. I started to notice hair loss, weight loss, mood swings.
Kidney stones. Sorry,
acne.
I just want to say, since you said kidney stones, they come from mostly calcium-related stuff.
That's right. Like I said, which is, for example, like dark leafy greens, you can't absorb the calcium. It calcifies because of the phytates and the oxalates. There are other things like lectins. I'm not sure if you know what lectins are.
Sure, lectins. I've heard about it. I can't remember right now.
Yeah. So
I'm not reading,
what
so
they're you could call them. They're essentially microscopic spurs that are in plant matter, which they sort of pierce the gut and cause things like leaky gut syndrome, IBS, because they perforate the lining of the gut. This is plant.
Can I just cut in there? Can I cut in there for a second?
We've moved on, man. Come on.
Octane Weasel.
Oh,
I
it's
just like to
me?
cut in. When
what
he's
I do.
finished, go ahead. When you're finished. You finished?
Yeah, that's just.
You finished? Right. What I was going to say is that maybe
it's doing it again.
I was going to say to you that perhaps being a vegan for you didn't work, but it works for a whole lot of other people, and I wouldn't write it off. And also, if we're talking about eating green leafy vegetables, that's the best source of calcium. And if you look at all the wild animals, that are in the wild, that eat these green leafy vegetables, that's all they live on.
Isn't
And
eating
yet they have their
bones
tusks
like the best source
and
of
their
calcium?
antlers. Yeah.
Jin, we don't have the same digestive system as just all the other animals. You can't sort of group us in with everyone else. We don't have the gut flora to be able to digest.
Some people do. Some people do.
No,
We have
we're all humans. We're not a different species.
No. Remember, we're 9 billion people, so a lot of mutations happen. So there's a lot of
mutation.
I'm right. There might be like
Yeah,
slight
there's a lot of
differences,
difference.
but not huge. I wouldn't
I would say
massive.
huge.
But...
Okay. On a serious note, yes, the animals' digestive systems are different. Nutrition therein we utilize in the same way is what I'm trying to say. And I've
Yeah, your connection's bad again, Jin.
I mean, Jen, I think you're just gonna have to wait until you move to a different location, or until something stops downloading. I don't know if you have something downloading in the background.
Jen, do you have other tabs open, or maybe you can close some apps running in the background? See if that works.
Yeah, something's taking out your bandwidth.
Maybe it's the cable. Maybe I don't know.
Yo, mic check.
Yo.
Yep, Mike, good.
Oh, you guys are in trouble. White's words here.
What the hell is that, man?
Sweet.
He's quite well versed in anatomy and nutrition. A lot more than I am.
Nutritionist in the house.
Uh-oh. What are we spanking?
Apparently, veganism is good for us whites. What are your thoughts?
Oh, it's fantastic for a very short-term period. Otherwise, you'll end up malnourished.
It's not exactly sustainable now, is it?
I wouldn't suggest to try and do it long-term, no. I'm sure you might live, but, thriving, definitely not.
Yeah, quality of life is another thing, right?
I think so, but hey, each to their own.
I mean,
I'm not trying to
can't
tell
take-
someone.
You can take supplements and go technically completely vegan. I
Yeah, well, you
personally see
could
no
if you
reason-
really
Depends
wanted
on
to.
the individual. Yeah.
And you do have to factor in where those supplements come from, and if they're still plant-based, then you're still going to be malnourished. So if they're going to be animal-based and you're a vegan, then that's a bit hypocritical. So you might as well just bloody eat the animal.
Sure.
Anyway, I'll keep my opinions out of it.
You can usually create
Enjoy.
the compounds though without having an animal involved. Very good these days with those kind of shit. But I'm curious.
Yeah,
Globus,
I don't know. Yeah, there's some Globers here. Yes, I'm not a Glober, by the way, but I do
Globus.
believe. Yeah, I do believe being a vegetarian and vegan is a good way to go. It's healthy. It's not detrimental to health, contrary to what most people might think. Okay, eating meat.
Are you a vegan?
Only. Well, I don't think that's good because look at America, for example, and Australia, for example. Yeah, where they consume a lot of meat and that, and there's a lot of obesity in these countries. Okay, so we need to balance everything. Okay, and those who want to go vegan, it's great.
Fair enough.
Correlation isn't causation.
That's
know
exactly
that.
correct. I've actually tried the vegan diet. Definitely didn't work for me. It was detrimental to my health. I then did a complete 180.
We're going in circles.
Complete 180 and went fully carnivore, and all those health ailments went away. I mean, again, like White's word just said, is that correlation? It could be. But at the same time, it could also be causation. Like I completely changed one variable of my diet, which was the plants.
Correlation does not mean causation.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah. So look, it, and it was not only myself. It was other members of my family also went vegan, experienced the very similar health ailments.
It could be that
and
was good for you though. That it takes a couple of days for the system to clean out, and maybe that's why you suddenly felt better.
Well, it was definitely more than a couple of days. I mean, yeah, it was like I said, it was over a period of several months.
Oh, I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, so
in the Olympics, you have world champions that are vegans. So it's pretty good that they can attain that level of sporting prowess being a vegan. So it's proven its worth as far as I'm concerned. And it might not be suitable for you.
Yeah,
fine,
no one suggests you can't fuel your body with it. It's just that there's a few key things, Jin, that you can only get from animal products, and your body does need them. And if you happen to be well nourished in those things, you can be vegan for quite some time before they really deplete to a level that you really start to notice an impact on you. That's where it's individual to everybody. It's how long before you deplete those crucial things that come from animals. Now, I'm not saying there's genetic differences where some people can't have meat and some people can't have certain starchy vegetables or whatever, but all in all, we need certain things. Biological. Please
I don't
do.
know what crucial.
I'll drop you a list if you like. There's lots of things, mate.
I think humans. Yeah, I do believe that humans can survive without meat very easily.
Surviving is different to thriving, though. You will thrive on an animal-based diet.
People thrive on different things, though.
When I use the word survive, I mean, and they are going to be. When I say they can survive, I mean there's not going to be any negative detriment to their health. It's not going to be.
All right, have a look at vegan children, Jin. Look at vegan children and tell me.
They're not going to suddenly die.
Globus?
I don't know about that yet. At the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, veganism and the people who are vegans, good luck to you. You're doing a grand job. Keep eating and showing the world that you don't need to eat meat to live on this flat earth. Vegetarians,
each to their own.
Semi-vegetarians, similar.
Yeah, pretty much sounds what that is.
Too much of anything is not good. We should have a variation if we can.
Why? Show me why. We need variation. Why do we need the food pyramid or the rainbow fucking diet? Why do we need this bullshit? Explain it.
Rainbow diet.
You don't need.
Childish. Childish.
It's childish.
I was just wondering, on your profile it says Earth is not a globe. What shape do you think the Earth is? I'm curious. If you wanna talk.
Was it directed at me?
Yeah. I was saying globe is over and over.
The food pyramid from the 50s.
Oh, guys, please, can we move on from the vegan shit?
Yeah. Shy. He's shy. the vegan shit. The vegan is a good way of good lifestyle. It's not
No
shit.
one is disagreeing
What
with
it-
you. It's just some people.
Oh,
Some
okay.
people need other stuff.
I definitely disagree, but anyway, let's move on. So the question was,
Don't put
why?
me on fire.
In your
Fuck me.
so, yeah, you had a bad experience.
Globus?
You had a bad
Globus,
experience on it.
Yeah, I'm assuming he probably wasn't getting a lot of the variation in the plants either. You know, I'm assuming he was getting what he could get at the local
Assume all you like. It's all good.
store.
I'm done with that anyway.
Yeah, they'll come
Can I
to a
get-
point, mate. They'll learn. Or not.
Since we're not changing subject, what kind of food were you eating, Globus?
Well, I visited many so-called vegan stores where they would sell, you know, your seeds, your fucking kale, your tofu, you know, all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, all that shit.
Yeah.
Did you get beans or something with protein?
Avocado.
Beans, yes, beans were part of it.
Beautiful stuff.
Every
Beans,
bean you can
lovely.
think of, lentils,
Lovely.
all that.
Lovely. Leeks, spinach.
Broccoli? Shit, broccoli.
Broccoli, yes.
Wicked stuff, man. Turnips, parsnips, cauliflower, broccoli.
That
yeah?
fucking tomato,
Cabbages.
bro.
Peppers, African tomatoes, Greek tomatoes, Greek
The
onions,
grapes on
garlic.
base.
I mean, you don't know what it's about, man.
I was big on the nightshades. Definitely.
Lots of
like-
racist food in there.
Yeah. Sweet corn.
Nightshades.
all those goitrogenic foods. Yeah, it was great.
Goitrogenic?
Yeah, goitrogenic.
Anyways,
Inflammatories.
yeah, it says
What body regenerative food, that is, all that stuff. Medicine for the body, all that vegetables. Beautiful. Not to mention all
Yeah.
the fruits that come with it as well. Watermelon, peaches, bananas,
what's the
kiwi
best
fruit,
song you guys know? What's the best song?
strawberries, blueberries, raspberries.
Anyway, now that
strawberries.
hang on.
haven't heard that song.
Flush by Expendable Pilots.
Now that Jin's connection's okay, if I want to return to that previous question that that was never answered. Yes, I do. I do because I want to know what he thinks. Because
Fucking hell.
No, because it's a good question because I actually have some personal experience with said question, and I wouldn't mind knowing I wouldn't mind knowing other people's opinion too on what happened, on what supposedly happened to those passengers on those flights. So, Jin, what do you think happened to those passengers?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question, by the way. It really is, because
On which flight? Which flight are you guys talking about?
Flight 11, flight whatever the other flight were. I forget what was it, flight 90 something.
The ones that disappeared?
Go ahead, Jin.
the Twin Towers.
Oh, Twin Towers.
That would be flight 11. Flight 11 and flight 95 was
Been cutting out or
Shanksville. Flight 95 was Shanksville, South Tower. 11 was North Tower. I'm talking about the three. I think it's flight 173 or 193 passenger planes. Let's say all the passenger planes. The first two, what was called, they were grey planes that apparently Twin Towers, an undisclosed place, and just killed.
So what happened to the?
According to their loveness, look, they actually a chance to call their loved ones. Okay, some of them called their loved ones on their phones to let them know that they'd been hijacked. Well, we don't know.
Is it me or is Jin cutting out?
I think they're listening in, so they're muting him intermittently.
The Globers are silencing him, man.
Oh no.
I don't know if it's the Globers. I think it could be the ones in
9/11
charge.
Are you guys talking about
fucking
9/11
Jews.
or are you talking about those planes that went missing over the ocean?
No, we're talking about 9/11, dude.
Dude, how do you
Post a picture in the chat.
Into an place.
Jin, this isn't working, man.
Yeah, it's not. I think you just have to wait for like a day, or I don't know.
I thought the internet was decent in Japan.
I think Jin lives like in the mountains or something. That's what someone told me.
The mountains.
I don't know.
I don't know
He's
about.
like
I
away
don't think
from.
so. He's not far away from Mount
Can you
Fuji,
hear
but that
me?
doesn't mean he lives in the
If you
mountains.
can hear me, who knows what's going
We
on?
can't, Jin.
How do you
can't.
post
They were killed off. Yeah,
How do you
they
post a
were killed.
picture, in
Okay.
the,
Look.
chat?
I don't know what's happening.
It's
today.
good.
Yeah,
that
no,
you
what
think
it is, my location's upstairs and I'm in the basement. Okay? I'm in the basement. That's why. I'm in the basement. That's why.
He's jacking off.
Maybe get onto
Yeah.
like your phone data or something. Maybe disconnect from the house Wi-Fi. Jin.
So, yeah, Globus. Finally, now I can ask you. So, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Oh, now we're changing subject again. Jeez.
Yes, please.
We
please.
might as well.
Well,
I
look,
mean, Jin.
let me just. Yeah, Jin's gone, I suppose. But look, the thing that I found interesting about Jin's answer, and I was expecting a different answer. I thought he was going to say, the passengers never existed, which is sort of a normal narrative for a lot of those deniers to go through. And
I don't exist.
Are you a 9/11 denier, Globus?
Denier in what way, though? That's quite a sort of vague term. What do I deny specifically?
Do you believe
Do you
9/11
deny?
happened?
Inside job.
Yeah.
I definitely
No.
don't deny the event occurred, but I mean the official story is something that I have some quarrels with. But I knew somebody on.
The towers are still there. They're just hiding behind a hologram.
No, not at all. Look, I knew somebody on flight 11 personally, so I know that there were passengers on certain, scheduled on certain flights. So I just wanted to know if Jin was going to deny the existence of the passengers, which he didn't, and that's all I was really wanted to get at.
Okay.
But yeah, as for who perpetrated the event,
Yeah, no, the
I don't know.
passengers were murdered. The passengers were murdered or killed off. That's what I'm trying to say. The passengers
Thrown right
were
into a
taken
fucking
off.
building.
Yeah,
Do you guys
they were
think it
murdered. They
really
were murdered.
was like a group of Saudis with box cutters, or?
I definitely don't think that was the case.
it
I mean,
Just
I'm
box cutter.
Huh?
pretty sure it wasn't that.
And they weren't Saudis, were they? I don't believe that's
They were
correct.
Saudis, yeah. Well, it said that they were Saudis, and apparently they were using box cutters.
And yet they invaded Afghanistan. Dun dun dun. America don't know the
Yeah.
map. It's probably because the map is wrong. That's probably why they hit the wrong country. Ah, fuck off. Fuck off. Ah.
Real nice.
No, I do believe it's because Al Qaeda is in many countries and like whatever.
Are you Finnish by any chance?
No, but I'm close. You're close, bro. You're so close.
Damn.
So close. Perkele kurva helvete. Saatana perkele. That's Finnish.
Okay, great. I wouldn't know.
Nah.
You do have a Finnish accent or thereabouts. Definitely Scandinavian.
Yeah, it's fun. They're a completely different language tree than ours. So,
Norwegian.
Yeah, so they were 19
Oh,
men.
you got it.
15 of them were
Give the man a
Saudis,
medal.
2 were from the UAE, 1 was from Lebanon, and 1 was from Egypt. But they were all part of Al Qaeda. So I think that was a link to Osama bin Laden. And
At least they
I don't
claim,
know.
I mean, who knows?
I don't know why Afghanistan got invaded over this.
I think that's because probably that's where they were strongest or some bullshit. I mean, to be honest, let's just realize the American government probably had their own agenda. So whatever is true, we can never really guess, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, they fucking went into almost all the Middle Eastern countries. So what justification they have is zero, in my opinion, because they don't bother with Ukraine. But yeah, we gotta fucking stop Saddam.
Fair enough. Are there any flat earthers in here that deny the existence of I think it's
Sun.
Qantas flight 27 from Sydney to Santiago.
Flight 27.
You deny that flight happens? You
No,
don't
no,
think
no.
that's true?
I'm asking, are there any flight earthers that deny that the existence of that flight?
But you also got the you also got the South African to Australia.
There is no
So-
England. It's just a scam to make people pay more for their flights. They're actually landing in the bad parts of New York.
What was that, Realm?
That's such an old subject, man. It's like it's so old.
Oh, okay, that's not a great input. But anyway,
Yes.
yeah.
Do
Carry
you
on,
guys
Lee.
think they use thermite in the buildings to make them collapse? So they
We're sort of bouncing all over the place here. I suppose I'm a little bit at fault. I suppose.
So much
But,
9/11.
how do I post a picture in the chat? Because I can't do it for some reason.
Well, I
You
don't
need-
understand.
You need perms, man. You need permissions.
How do I get
I want to
Just
fight
tag-
some flat
tag-
earthers
tag
for a
them
change.
on.
That's all.
But Globus, aren't you a flat earther?
Yeah, I am, but I don't.
That flight's QF27, right? There's
Yeah.
7 hours of data missing, or gaps in the data, and every time they come back into range, they're always 2 to 3 degrees off latitude. And a lot of planes are like that. Perth or Sydney to South Africa, same issue again. Now, interestingly enough, the planes in the south take about definitely South Africa to Australia, take about 2 hours to reach altitude, where the planes in the north take 20 minutes to reach altitude.
So what?
Definitely
So
something.
what is that telling us?
Yeah. So, what are the implications of those? What you're telling us.
There's latitude. We've got.
Missing?
Can you say that one more time?
It's
how
made up.
far do they
It's made
need-
up. It's about
So the
3
flights
degrees.
so the flights do or don't exist.
They do exist, but there's some latitude in the north of about 3 degrees missing, and again in the south.
How is latitude missing when it's altitude that you're talking about?
Dun dun dun.
Oh
Dun,
wow!
dun,
Well, I'm
dun.
hoping you guys would tell me that, but obviously you didn't.
I don't know.
Couldn't
You
answer
asked the
that, so I had to move on. No, something else. Yeah, but I was interested. To see what you guys thought. Why does it take 2 hours in the south and then
Because
20 minutes in the north?
Because the lizards don't want you to they want you to ask questions. That's why they made that thing.
Lizards. I was thinking we were more a hybrid of Mr. Hermit the Frog and Mrs. Piggy. But lizards.
Realm.
Fair enough.
As long as you don't deny
Dinosaurs,
Realm. As long as you don't deny those 2 flights that I've been on personally, I'm happy. I was looking for a flat earther to deny the existence of those flights, and I was just gonna, tell them you're full of shit. I've been on them both, from Sydney to Cape Town, right on through to South America, and also a direct flight from Sydney to Santiago.
South America. You went from South Africa, right, to Santiago or South America, yeah?
Yep. So we went from ready. We went from Sydney to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, to Cape Town, and then from Cape Town to Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Right. So that's not really 33 south, and but you went from Cape Town to Sao Paulo, yeah?
Well, to Argentina, not Brazil.
That's quite interesting. That now, did you have to go there via? Sorry, my wife's on. Did you have to go there via Angola or Luanda or anything?
No.
So you went because I've never found that information. Now it's interesting that you said that you physically went on a flight that went from Cape Town straight to Argentina, as you say. And
Yes. It was so easy to find.
I doubt that, mate. I really, if you could give me a flight number, I would appreciate it, and then maybe I
Flight number
I can
right
sort
now.
this out. Right. But I want a flight number that only has a direct route. I don't want to know one stops and stuff like that, and I do appreciate it.
No doubt. I got you. Don't worry. Just give me 5 minutes.
Earth is really a square. That's why it appears flat on the one side.
Huh? You what?
Don't troll that guy. Come on.
No, sorry. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
No, yeah, someone's trying to troll, talking about Earth being a pea or something.
It's Yo. I
No,
think
I said
he's drunk
square.
or high, one of the two.
No,
Oh.
come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I think the pair has some meaning to it, and I think it's got something to do with the latitudes in the eastern hemisphere have been shoved up 10 degrees.
All right, there's a flight Cape Town to Buenos Aires, but it stops in. Hang on.
I want that flight that Matey Boy went on.
It stops in South America. In South America, it stops in Sao Paulo. So does that stop matter?
Not really. Sao Paulo is not really that far away from Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. So what's that flight number, mate? Sorry.
It'll be an MH
I'll-
something or other.
Mm.
I mean,
Well, I
well,
don't-
mine
don't wanna
was
guess,
mine was
because-
Malaysian Airlines.
This is.
Because I have not been able to find a flight that goes directly from South Africa to even Sao Paulo. They normally have to go through via Luanda or. No, I mean thereabouts. You know, it's like you try to get a flight going to Santiago from South America. You won't find one.
Right?
Huh?
That's in South America. Am I correct?
Sao Paulo, Brazil. You've also got the other one, GRG.
Can I make an assumption? I'm assuming that's because it's wider at the equator, so going straight over would actually be slower than actually going a little bit up and then down.
Yeah, it's just trying to find a flight number or flight numbers are the most important thing.
I'm friends with the pilot. Maybe he knows. I don't think he's on right now though.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
my
whilst
thing is.
you're there, if I can just ask Yo a question. Yo, you are disputing the. Are you there, Yo?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know the picture is actually real. What it is this guy was on a list. His name was on the list of the hijackers, okay? So he wrote to the BBC and said, I'm not the hijacker. So this is a real person saying that he's innocent. I'm in Saudi Arabia, I'm alive. I wasn't part of that. I didn't do that. You've got the wrong guy. Okay, that's what this article meant, okay? That the hijackers on the list were actually alive and well in Saudi Arabia, and the CIA had given out fictitious names. Okay, to get it.
Yeah,
now.
they could have mistaken the photos. You know, they could have been.
This guy
There's
is
a lot
not a
of
hijacker. Hang on. This guy here is not a
I'm
hijacker.
not claiming he is. I'm not claiming he is.
Right.
I'm saying they could have gotten the wrong picture of a wrong person.
Yeah,
People have a lot of people have similar names, so they might have.
That's right. That's exactly correct. And the real person contacted the BBC, the media, to let them know that it's not me. I'm alive. Okay, from Saudi Arabia. Okay.
Do you mind if I ask where you found this?
This is the BBC. Got it on there.
Yeah, but where did you find it though?
This image came from the. First of all, it was I first saw it on Loose Change. Okay, Loose Change.
What's Loose
Okay,
Change?
that was back in. Listen up. It's a documentary about the 9/11 and how it happened and what happened to all the bodies. Okay, this was the truth. You want the first edition, Loose Change, first edition, the very first one they put out. Documentary. It's about an hour and a half long. But this particular shot, I got it from the architects and engineers and architects for 9/11 Truth. It's in there.
Sure. Can I just ask though, as I asked in the comments, if we were to leave that the United States government did 9/11,
which they did, which without a doubt.
So I'm not denying that. I'm just asking. Then why would they allow this news article to come out?
Well, the BBC at the time, yeah, but at the time, the BBC and the rest of the media were all mixed up as to what their roles were during this event, because we have BBC James Stanley reporting that the Solomon Brothers building, which is building number 7, had collapsed, and it hadn't. It was still up behind her. So there was foreknowledge of all this thing going on. So it was all mixed up anyway. So it's no wonder. This is what happens when it's all mayhem and chaos. The truth slips out, and this is one of them. Okay? Do you understand now?
I'm just trying to look up the article to see if I can find it.
Yes, BBC, Jane Stanley, Solomon Brothers.
What's his name again? James Stanley?
Yeah, her name is Jane Stanley, the woman.
But the guy on the picture.
I don't know the name of this guy. It's a shame that the person who took this shot didn't take the whole article and just homed in on hijacked suspects alive and well. What it really meant was, lucky for me that I'd seen the original to that, okay, to this article. So I'm going by my memory from 2002, 2003. And this article relates to the hijackers who have been accused of doing that crime, and they were
Definitely
alive.
drinking.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not fucking
those
drinking this.
I don't drink, mate.
Not you. Whoever was that's belching.
Oh, right. I drink water. I do drink wine, but I haven't had any today. I haven't had any this week.
You're drunk, Jin. We can all tell. You're off your head, mate.
I won't be having any for a while.
So what did you just post there, Realm?
But Jin, if you don't mind me
Oh,
asking,
dang.
do you also have an explanation for what hit the buildings, or if anything?
Yeah, for me, as far as I'm concerned, right, they were planes. Okay, they were planes. I mean, they could have been. Look, some people think it was like a kind of like a drone with wings on. From what I could make out, what I saw on the day, they were planes. So I'm going to stick with the planes hit the buildings, and when you see the orange plume, all that orange plume from the explosion, that's 90% of the fuel was lost in that initial explosion and the flash. Okay, planes hit the building. Pentagon, the Pentagon, that was a missile. And in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, that could have been, well, it might have been a missile as well, because there weren't any aircraft parts to be found. Just a hole in the ground, and like someone had emptied a massive skip of junk into this hole. There wasn't any aeroplane parts, no body parts, no blood. The Labrador retrievers couldn't find any blood. And the guy that was in charge said, I stopped being a pathologist when I didn't find a single drop of blood. And there you have it, in a crash that just happened, you know. So yeah, planes. I'm going to go with planes for the Twin Towers and Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But the Pentagon, that was a missile, not a plane. The plane, a plane of that size could no way navigate all the lampposts and keep above the ground and then hit the Pentagon where it did, and leave such a tiny hole and not leave any mess on the ground. The fuel, the burning, the bodies, the chairs, the luggage, nothing at all. No engine parts. And then what they offered up as part of a plane wreckage, the experts said that is not of any 747 that I know of. The experts in the engineering world of planes, plane engineers, aircraft engineers said that's not apart from a 747, from another part of another plane, or could it have been a drone? Question mark.
Do you know why they were taken down, or?
Okay, now the reason, one definite reason why they were taken down, Larry Silverstein was in trouble with the building because he had a $5 billion asbestos cleanup for both towers. That's $5 billion. 2005. I keep saying here, 2.5 billion apiece for the Twin Towers. Okay, so, and they were of low occupancy, so there was a lot of vacant space. So he took out a new policy 6 weeks before the event for that event, for the place hitting. Yeah. So that was one reason why. Then the other reason is to attack Iraq and get the oil. It's a combination of things. And then there's the psychological attack on the human race, in particular America, but the world, because they're showing their strength here. They're emboldened. Look at what they can do. Okay?
Well,
I mean, look at where we are today.
I mean,
look at where we are now. Wear your mask. Wear your mask. Take your
injection in the future, because
Go ahead.
Why do you deny the psychological attack on beef industry, Jim? They're promoting
there is
veganism like it's a savior.
Let me tell you something. There is an attack on beef at the moment because, according to the diet and nutrition experts, they're saying that too much consumption. Hang on, too much consumption of beef is having an adverse effect on the obesity, the obesity problem in Australia and in particular the US. Okay, that's one problem. Then the beef themselves are being fed GMO corn. They're not eating the grass and they're not being exercised properly. So it's fatty, marble type beef. That's not healthy for you. Okay? This is why it's negative. It's the industry hurting itself. That's the problem. You know?
Is it the same people that say the old enchiladas are safe and effective though, Jim? Is it those same experts? Or is it proper non-corrupt ones?
I would have to say these are people who have got no axe to grind with anyone.
Okay.
They just
fair
want to promote health. That's all they're interested in. They're not interested in taking industry down. Although there might be some, because when you look at the way the cows have been treated when they go to slaughter and that, and when they're not treated well.
Yeah, fair enough.
How can I find the? Are you able to post a link to that BBC thing?
Like I told you, it's Loose Change.
So no.
Loose Change Edition 1, the first edition. Yeah, first edition. Loose Change, first edition.
That's a documentary. I just want to find the actual BBC news article because people can take a BBC logo.
Well, then why don't you then? Yeah, well, why don't you look? Type in BBC hijacker still alive. You got the date and everything there. Type it in. Type in and go into their archives, of course. Unless the BBC has taken it down themselves. So, you know, can't do anything about that. Everything you need to know is right there. I remember this article so well because the reason why I remember it, because it contradicted the CIA, saying it was 19 hijackers with box cutters, and then here the hijackers inside saying it's not me. I didn't do it. I'm here. I'm alive. It's me.
They also had fake bombs, they claim.
Yeah. Yes.
Of course, I don't know how they would know that if they died, but of course they could be from one of the ones that didn't hit buildings and they had it.
Yeah. Let's remember this. Yeah, fire up until that point, fire had never ever brought down any skyscraper at all. That is, fireproofed steel structure had never collapsed before and after. So we know for sure that fire did not bring down those buildings. That would be impossible. Fire can never do that.
Structural engineer, so I can't, of course.
I understand.
Building 7 is the one that I find most strange, though.
Sorry, building number 7.
I tagged you with something. I don't know if it's the same article.
Yeah.
I think it's an article a day before the one Jin posted, where they talk about a hijacked suspect alive in Morocco.
Yeah, there you go. There's one. That's probably the same guy.
No, it's the date is different from yours, Jin. Mine says Saturday 22nd September. Yours is Sunday 23rd September. I don't know if it's the same guy.
You never know. It might be the same guy, but the BBC got it late. You never know.
What's your stance, Lise? You seem to be against the official story, maybe.
Actually is the same guy, Jin. You're right. Walid al-Shari. Yeah, it's the same guy. Yeah, so this is legit.
There you go. I wouldn't bullshit you, man. I've told you that already.
Wow.
Anybody
would bullshit anybody for no reason.
Wasting people's time.
You can use the Hutchinson effect.
Who's trying to answer?
No, I was just trying to ask you, Lise, what's your stance in the official story for 9/11?
I don't believe the official story either, but I mean it definitely happened. I'm from Brooklyn, so I was in New York when it happened. I was a kid.
Oh yeah, it definitely happened.
I've gone to ground zero. It happened. I don't know what to believe, but definitely the official story doesn't
appear to me the actual BBC. This is news.bbc.co.uk.
I can tell you
Which is
can
probably
tell
why.
you-
Hang on for a second. That's probably why they haven't included what the actual www whatsoever was called, because this is not BBC's. This is a fake thing.
You think it's fake?
It appears, at least to me. Yeah, I can send you the link of it. This is not BBC. It's actually
No, no, no.
says not secure.
This is BBC. No, the
No, it's not.
BBC.
Which one are you talking
hang on.
about?
Here, I posted a
So,
link. This is
are
not
you talking
BBC.
about the one I posted
Yeah.
or the one Jin posted?
I sent you a link of the article. I found it. It's
Yeah.
not really
Listen,
BBC.
listen. The BBC one is original because.
I just want to
Oh,
clarify
what the
this.
fucking hell?
This
You're
is
not
not
listening.
actual.
You're not
Could
listening
you
to
listen
me,
for
man.
1 second though? I've listened to you for a long time.
Just
I want
let him
to
speak.
No, you're
Yeah.
not listening. You're saying that the
Jin,
BBC one is.
Jin,
have
let,
it linked
Jin,
to
let
I'm
him
saying the
explain
BBC
himself.
is not.
Jin,
a
can you let him
legitimate
explain himself
article.
though? Yeah, but let him
it's a
finish
legitimate
explaining.
article.
Let him
Okay.
finish explaining, Jin. Come on, man. Don't get so defensive. You aren't the BBC. Why are you white knighting for the BBC? Come on.
I'm not waiting
Let
for
him
the
explain.
BBC. I'm just saying that
But
the
you're getting
article
very
posted
defensive
link-
about it. Let him
Listen,
explain what he's trying to say.
I'm not denying
Yeah,
that.
I'm defending that I
9/11 could
posted
be
something
potentially
that
fake.
was
I'm not denying that.
official.
We
That's what I'm
understand, but
defending.
let Yo finish what he's saying, and then you can, go, like you can
Listen,
rebuttal.
Carry
exactly
on.
what I'm trying to say. This is not actually BBC.
It
com.
is.
This is news. This is news.bbc.co.uk,
BBC.
which is a fake
It's the
BBC
News.
lookalike.
Look, it's got it there. The BBC
Hey,
World
lookalike?
Service.
It's
Bloody
a
hell.
lookalike. It looks like
But,
BBC.
It's not a
when I
lookalike.
when I
It's
when I
a
click, for
lookalike.
example, on the
Look,
sports link,
I remember
in that
reading
Yeah, I
the
send you a
thing
article
you
myself.
posted.
What a
Yeah,
wally.
but yeah, Jin, just hang on. Yo, when I click on the links in that article you posted, it takes me to BBC. So you saying this page
Well,
itself
You ain't
is
got a
fake?
fucking clue, has
no,
it?
but look at the URL. It doesn't say BBC.
Yeah, I
It says
see.
news.bbc.
News.bbc.co.uk. So what?
Yeah,
Is
and
does that
I'll send a link. I'll send a link of actual BBC, and you can compare
right?
them.
But click on any of the links in the
Here,
thing you
hang on,
posted.
hang on.
What a wally.
Here
I
is
don't
here's
understand
BBC.
his
You see the
mentality,
difference
man.
between them? The one has news.bbc. One has bbc.com/news.
It's all the same thing.
It's a fake. No,
Bloody
it's a fake
hell.
lookalike. It's a
It's
fake
not
lookalike.
fake. No, it's not a fake lookalike.
Fake.
There are many factions to the BBC. What a wally this
Okay, I
guy
have
is.
to click on this.
All right,
Too.
let's
You have no knowledge.
look
You
into
have no
this.
knowledge.
You see
Is
the
Oh wait, because it says not
news.bbc
secure too.
He
is
has no knowledge at all.
news.bbc a real site? Let's look into it. Let's look into this claim.
Yeah, look into it. Look into it. I remember reading this article on this format as it was. I remember it very well indeed. So, that's why I've got good memory.
Definitely looks dodgy. I'll tell you that much.
It doesn't look dodgy at all.
course,
Not
it
to
could
me.
be
That's,
that they
that's
had
what I
later
saw on the
this-
day.
I'm
It
trying
does-
to defend you. I'm trying to
does
defend
look
you, Jay.
dodgy,
I
but
realized that they could have
I don't know.
later changed the thing so it looks.
I don't
like
even
it
know
was
how. I don't even know how you can use the word "it looks dodgy." What's dodgy about the article?
Well, it's the web page itself is dodgy. Even the way it loads. It loads.
You know what? This could be the BBC trying to defer people from the truth. That's what that is. Can't trust them, can you? I mean, come on.
Very
I
dodgy.
remember this article clearly because it exposed the CIA's mistake in that they've given a whole list of names and some innocent people were there and they came out and said, look, it's not me. I'm not that man. Don't come and get me because I'm not the one. I'm alive. I'm not dead. Blah, blah, blah. Okay? That's why it was funny. It's a real article, man. Definitely. I remember it.
We all
very
know how
well.
credible the BBC is too, right?
Say that
No, I
again?
don't think BBC
Yeah,
is
these are
credible.
two
Don't
completely
get me
different
wrong.
things.
I think BBC is a lot of clickbait.
What's
This
weird
was back.
though,
Look at the
if
date
you
of it.
if
Look at
you
the
click
dates.
on any links at the
2001.
top
secured, one
where it
says
says
not
news
secured. That's
or
the
weather,
mate. Look
they
at the
always
date
take
of the
you back
article.
to BBC.
Fucking hell. Look at the date of the article. There was a lot of chaos back then, okay? The BBC made a lot of mistakes. They didn't know what their role was properly, and they were accidentally letting out the truth. So if you're getting problems to the link now, it's because they've tied it up, obviously, 20 years later.
That could be possible. I tried to defend you.
It's most definitely the case. And I'm sure if you keep on going, they'll link you to a bloody vaccine is good site, no doubt. Look, we're living in a world where we're slaves here. don't take your eye off the fucking ball, yeah. Okay, this article is legit. It was out on the day I read it. On that day I read it, and I was like, well and truly laughing. So
Well,
you know,
I think it's a legit article because if you go to the bottom, there's a note. An update of the story was published in October 2006 in the BBC News editor's blog. And then when you go to it, the actual editor at the time, Steve Herman, talks about how it was a mistake by the BBC. I'll post the link. So I think it is a legit article.
yeah, I know it's a legit.
It is a weird link, but it
yeah,
seems
the
to be
thing is,
legit.
yeah, the thing is, I know it's a legit article because I read it on the day. That's the difference. There is no thinking about it. Fucking hell. You're arguing with my knowledge now. My experience.
Promote veganism.
My truth. You're arguing with my truth.
And well, it's always good to have like a confirmation, not to just go off someone's word, right? It's always good to.
Like I said, I'm not the type of guy that's going to send you down the fucking wrong road because I want you to know. I wanted to know what I know, so we become an army. That's what I'm trying.
If you want me to know what you
can
know,
say
you
that,
gotta discuss me in a calm, related manner and let the.
Yeah, Jin, you shouldn't get so defensive.
Don't look
yeah,
for that.
but
from me. I'm
Jin,
not
Jin,
that guy.
Jin,
Right now, you're doing it
Jin,
right now.
Jin, this is a big fault of yours. You get very defensive when people question you. No one is just gonna believe what you say because we hardly know you, bro. We're obviously gonna question anything you bring forth. So you gotta be open to being questioned, to being interrogated.
Yeah, and then I'm going to respond in the manner that I do because you can see my face. The black guy in my avatar, that is me, right?
No one's saying it's not you.
It's
But
me.
what I'm saying is, Jin, none of us have ever met you in real life. None of us know you from the sock on our left foot. So we obviously not just gonna blindly
that's fine.
believe what you say. We're gonna question you. The same way everyone else here is gonna get questioned when they make a statement. We don't know each other, so we're definitely gonna
I've been
question and
around a long
interrogate
time.
each other.
I've been around 7 years on this this thing here, so people know me very well indeed. You know, you guys don't know me, but you will learn. Jin's not the calm guy, very direct, loud. I don't waste time. I give you the best material, the best shit you can get your hands on and learn from. That's all I'm interested in, because I'm about trying to have a revolution. Is Jin? Jin's a revolutionary. Okay, that's my spirit. We're being devalued every day of the week. When you die forever. Make sure you make your life worth something. So if I make a lot of noise, it's because I want you guys to be focused on the truth. Cut away all the fat. Keep yourself healthy. If you want to be a vegan, be a vegan. If you want to be a vegetarian, be a vegetarian.
We understand that. It's just Jin.
Excuse me.
You
Excuse
just
me for
got
1
very
second.
defensive, and you didn't like being questioned about the whole
Because I'm telling you the truth. I'm not going to like it.
Right, but we can't just go by your word. That's the problem.
Well,
And
don't
that
expect
is
me to
everyone.
be.
Excuse me,
Don't
please.
expect me to be not defensive. Okay, that's a proud man.
Excuse me. I just want to say I clicked on the link down below that took me to BBC, and they did say exactly what I said earlier, that the identity was confused because of similar names.
Yeah, that's the link I just
what I've been
posted in
saying all along.
the text chat.
Yeah, been
The
saying
editor
that.
himself responded
common
to
problem.
it.
Of course, that doesn't mean it's not real what you're claiming or whatever,
but it is a real legitimate link. At the
Anyway,
end
I
of
know
the
I
day.
was right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to post shit to you guys. I'm not going to post illegitimate material for you guys to look at. That's
well, we can't always know whether we are doing that or not. That's the problem. We can be like someone will with complete conviction say that
my name with that.
Allah is that Allah is God, and we have evidence to support it. But that doesn't make it so necessarily, right?
So you better believe that one straight off the bat. You can trust me, mate. Yeah.
Well, anybody who says that you can trust me.
I mean, a lot of people can say that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't trust them. That's the first red flag.
That's not you personally. It's just every time someone says you gotta trust me, then it's.
I mean, Jin, that is what being a skeptic and a scientist is, right? You got to question what people say. Also, you're breaking up, Jin. Damn, it's bad, Jin. It's bad. Oh, is it me?
In your face
Nah, it's definitely Jin.
You can see my face. I can't see your faces. I don't know what you guys look like.
But seeing our faces isn't going to
they're
make
right
us more
today.
trustworthy, Jin.
Today, yeah.
That makes
You know
no
what
sense.
half of my face looks like?
I mean, yeah, I mean, just because I can see your face doesn't mean I can trust you. Like, I
at least
see,
you know what I look
I
like.
see Joe
You know what I
Biden's
look
face
like.
all the
That's
time.
good.
Should I trust him? You know,
No.
that's not a
Trust
yeah,
Joe
that's not an argument. Just because I can see your face, I should trust you. Come on.
Yeah, that's true, Jin. Come on.
Well, what's good about Joe Biden? Nothing but a scumbag, isn't he?
Yeah, but Jin, you are making the argument that because we can see your face, we should trust you more. Like that's not an argument, man.
No, I'm saying, well, you should because you can see my face.
That's not good. That's what we're saying. We
Otherwise,
disagree.
you'd
That's not a
honest.
good
I've got a
answer.
picture of my face now.
Honest.
And believe me.
I would blast my face.
See my face on my
online.
YouTube channel.
Yeah, you should, mate. You can see my face. You should trust me.
Yeah, but I've seen a lot of liars in my life before too.
Look, guys, you can only half trust me because you can only see half of my face. How's that?
No, I don't trust you at all, Sonny boy. I don't trust
Oh,
that.
damn.
I don't trust like that.
Hey, Jin, are you good at telling jokes, mate? Because I've never heard you fucking laugh or anything.
Let's tell some fucking jokes.
You've never heard Jin laugh before.
I do laugh. Don't worry. I do laugh.
Okay. So two flat earthers go to a football field and start playing football, and one of the guys turns to the other. Wait, this ball isn't round. You're tricking us. Fucking hell, that's sorry. I couldn't help.
I need a flat ball to play this game.
I need a fucking frisbee. That's what I need.
Where's the flat ball, man?
Okay, two Globers start playing frisbee, and one of them says, "Wait, something ain't right there." Nah, but yeah.
This is what they want us to believe. Look, can you see that? There's a joke there. Look at the image I posted. There's a joke there for you. Look, this is a joke, isn't it? This is what NIST wants us to believe. Look.
They're just lying to us, so we will keep falling off the edge. Those
Okay.
fucking assholes.
Yeah. Which one's gonna fall faster? Can you see it?
Yeah, but I don't really get the joke.
You don't get the joke? Come on.
You know, I guess you have a different sense of humor. I don't. I mean, haha, like, haha, gravity. I don't know. But...
He thinks it's funny because he thinks it's a lie, you know. So
oh, okay. So it's funny because it's so stupid, basically. Okay.
It's stupid, isn't it? That they think they're both going to land at the same time. That's what the NIST report states.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think there's something shady about 9/11 thing too, right? I think there's some stuff that is have had me questions, and I have in part believed that it could be fake. But then again, I must always not over-evaluate my skills. I think that's and remain humble. I think that's very important for anybody and everybody, because I am not a structural
I haven't got time for that. I haven't got time for that at all. What I'm telling you is, when
anybody got time for that?
Yeah, I haven't got time for that. When you've got the knowledge, when you've got the knowledge, I ain't got time for that.
Preach.
The knowledge.
Preach.
Now here, in this image we're looking at, it's impossible for that small block to knock down all that piece at the bottom and land at the same time as that other block on the right. Sorry, it's impossible. Yeah. But the NIST report says that the piece that was on top of the Twin Tower, where the plane entered the building, crashed in, the upper portion crushed all the rest all the way down at free fall speed. Yeah? That's what they're saying happened.
I think someone did a calculation. It was just slightly less than free fall.
It doesn't matter. It's almost free fall. I think they likened it to 70% of free fall. Okay.
It was more than that, but okay.
Yeah, it might be even more than that. It only took 9 seconds to get to the bottom. Okay, 110 floors. That's free fall. Okay, but they're saying that piece on top hit the rest of the building that quick. It can't do that. It's impossible.
Right.
The architects
We
said.
know, that's the problem. We can't be 100% sure. We must
Oh,
never be
we
100%
do know because hang on, we do know. Each
hang on,
floor. Let me listen to the dimensions of the building.
point, and you cut me off
Just no, hang on. If you listen, you can understand.
You
Listen.
listen to me for 1 second. God damn, I was.
Yeah, I'm listening all the time.
Jin,
But
just you
I
know,
make
share
I have
like
agreed
talk
with
to
you
each other.
almost anything, dude. Almost
Share
everything.
the
Dude.
mic a little bit. Whoa,
I've
who
I've
muted
tried
Jin?
to
That's
say several times that and I've tried to defend your position too, dude. So just please, goddamn it, you must never be completely convinced of anything, because you can never be 100% sure of anything with absolute certainty, no matter what it is.
Oh, that's for you. That's for you to worry about. I know what I know. Here we go. Listen up. The floors itself, the floors themselves.
If I'm playing poker, I want to play with this guy.
Are you not going to listen? The floors within the building, okay? Each floor, the floor above being supported was only 30% of its maximum weight. It could support more, okay? And if indeed that top portion was to knock down the floors, it would stop by the second floor. 2 stories and it stopped, because the inertia would be lost. But it would never happen anyway. It would never happen. Such was the structural integrity of the Twin Towers. They were the best buildings built at the time. Other buildings mimic the structure. So this is what we know.
What do you think brought it down?
I tell you exactly what brought it down. Exactly. We have thermite, nanothermite, and what do they call it? The shaped charges plus explosions, bombs, strategically placed all the way around the building, all the way down.
Have they found evidence of nanothermite, like, or traces of it? They have.
Yes, they have. Yes.
All right, let me look into that nanothermite.
I can post you a little. I can post the videos that you need to watch so you'll understand everything. Do you want to?
Yeah, you can post them. Go ahead, post them.
Yeah.
You're breaking up, but go ahead and post it.
3, right? From the
Jesus, internet in Japan is shit, huh?
You're trying to mute him because he doesn't want the truth to be revealed.
Oh yeah, the truth. Yeah, damn NASA.
Just remember to blame it on the obvious culprit. But how do we know it wasn't the Taliban who placed the thermite in the buildings?
The speed on standard. Yeah.
How do we know? You're dropping out a little bit. But can I ask a question? How do we know it wasn't Al Qaeda who placed the thermite in the building? How do you know it's the government?
Well, Al Qaeda would never have had access to the building. Number one, because the people in charge of the security was George Bush's father and George Bush's cousin. Did you hear what I said?
Sorry, what? No,
they would
just the
they would never. They would never have access because the security was run by George Bush's brother and George Bush's cousin. The company is called Securicom. They own the company.
How do you spell security company? Security company?
Securicom. Securicom is the name of the company Securicom. Securicom. Okay. Yeah, Securicom. George Bush and George Bush's brother and George Bush's cousin were the ones that were. Yeah, George Bush's brother and George.
Look up the company, but it's how do you spell that? It's SEC.
Yeah, Securicom.
UREY com.
Yeah, Securicom. Type in Securicom.
With an I, right?
So, Jin, I just looked into it. So basically what happened is physicists got dust samples after the buildings fell
Correct.
from normal New Yorkers. So one guy he picked up dust in his hand on the Brooklyn Bridge. Another guy got dust in his apartment, and then they gave these different samples to the physicists, and they used electron microscopy and other types of techniques
That's
to
right.
find these red and gray thermite chips, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The person's name you're looking for the chain of custody is what's her name now? McKinley. Jeanette McKinley. Okay, because her building was behind the South Tower. Okay, and when they collapsed, smashed every vacuum. But when she returned, she scraped up all that dust and sent it to a professor of nuclear physics. So, and they did all their tests. I can give you the 24.
Okay. Yeah.
PDF.
I understand what happened. I just find it pretty interesting that you believe these things when these are glow birth techniques that were used. You know, like electron microscopes and electron microscopy. Like, do you believe electrons are real? You know, like all of that points to like a spherical. It's just a bit weird that you're a flat earther that believes
I believe
this sort of physics
that they can
be
look at
used
things.
to prove.
I can't find any evidence that is owned by George Bush. Do you have like a thing?
You do, sir.
What did you say, Jin? You cut out.
Most certainly.
Is it me or is it Jin?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's just Jin.
It's the well-known.
They don't
I
want
don't
you
know.
to speak.
Yeah, Jin, you really
Well,
gotta
no,
fix your Wi-Fi because we can't hear you at all, man.
Well known. Okay. It's a well-known fact thing.
Jin, just disconnect.
Yeah,
it
they're
and
cutting me out.
Reset your router or something, man. It's real bad. But yeah, I just find it interesting that someone like Jin would believe
Yeah,
these
I'll do that. Yeah,
techniques.
good idea. Good idea.
Okay. While he's busy doing that, I just find it weird he believes that these scientific techniques can be used to determine if thermite was used at the site, when these are techniques that also used to prove a lot of things related to, heliocentrism and whatnot. I just feel it's a bit of cherry picking, right? It's fine when used to prove a conspiracy theory, but it's not fine when used to prove the shape of the Earth.
I also do believe it's more likely that 9/11 was staged than the Earth that is somehow hiding the shape of the Earth.
I don't know. That's slander.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. It's just, if this one technique can be used for both things, why do you only believe it when it's used here and you don't believe it when it's used there?
We don't measure curvature. We don't measure the curvature
Yep, we
of
can
the
hear you
Earth.
loud and clear.
You see, physically, we cannot measure the curvature or detect the spin of the Earth. So that's why the technology you mentioned is being used for good, and you see them using it. If you watch the videos that I can post that video, you will see Dr. Stephen Jones using the equipment and demonstrating how this dust ignites. Okay, you see him use the equipment. Okay, what's the matter with you, man? You know, there's skepticism, and then there's the extreme. You ain't got no idea. And that's why I said you can trust me, because I'm not. You can trust me because I'm not going to send you down the road, down an alley without a weapon. You know what I mean? I'm not
People
that
can
guy.
do it without doing it intentionally, you know.
Don't you worry, mate. I'm not that guy.
Well,
okay?
I do
I'm not
worry.
Jim
I do worry.
CBO1 that's going to come on. Don't worry. I'm not the guy that's going to rip you off. Okay? I'm
Don't
not
worry.
into that.
It doesn't help.
I'm not the guy that's going to rip you off. I will say, don't worry, because you
I
can't.
don't believe you're not necessarily ripping me off.
I'm not that guy. No matter what you do, whatever I post to you, don't ask me silly questions like, how do you know it's not blah, blah, blah? silly.
Who's also going to ask you questions, Jin? What do you
You only
mean?
need to check if you're not.
I mean, Jin, if we posted something controversial that goes against any mainstream narrative, you would question the shit out of us. You wouldn't blindly believe what we say.
I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it from you. Go look at it, do my investigation, and come back and whip you if it's not true. That's all. Simple. I'm going to start giving skepticism. I've got to trust you first until I can no longer trust your trust.
You don't have
to.
That's
how am I
me.
supposed to trust
Okay.
you? Do you know what I mean?
But that's called being a human being. So I'm going to trust you first. I'm not going to think you are a crook or you're this. So then you pass me material, I'll go and look at the material you passed me.
How do you
You're
know I'm
passing
not
it
a
to
crook?
me. I don't know that. I won't know that, will I? How will I know? How will I know unless you do something and you reveal yourself? Until then, I don't know. So I'm not going to think the worst of you. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do that at all. I don't live my life. I've never lived my life like that. And I'm a flat earther at the top end of the. Okay, at the top end of the. At 60, I retain my health and my faculties. Yeah, don't worry, man. I'm not worried.
I don't see what
people
people have to
people
gain.
online. I'm not going to be worried about people online.
Jin,
Fucking hell.
please, let's move on. Let's move on. I don't see what people have to gain though from lying about the shape of the Earth.
I think so. You don't know that? You don't know that? You don't know that? That surprises me. You don't realize you're a slave on this earth? You don't realize that yet?
Dude, please stop. And only you can set me free. You are a slave, but I will bring you to freedom. Come on, man.
No, you will set yourself free.
It's a shady tactic.
Look, if you want to be,
I've been called a slave
go
so
on,
many
go
times,
on.
and I want that stopped. If you can accurately represent the shape of the Earth, then do so. But don't say I'm a slave.
What I'm saying to you is this: you're saying that you don't know how we can believe that the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said. I said I don't see what they have to gain. What financial gain do they have, or whatever? 'Cause that's the only
Okay, and
motivation.
this is when I said to you, so you don't realize that you're a slave on this earth, yeah? You don't realize that. That's why you said that. Because look, people
I'm
have
not a
died
slave.
let me explain now. Let me explain. So now pin your ears open. People have died in wars. They're dying even today, okay?
They're
In
not
wars.
dying for the shape of the Earth.
You're
Not fighting.
interrupting again
Let him
without
finish.
listening.
Let him finish. You
You're
asked him a question.
interrupting again,
Let him
and
finish.
because I'm gonna.
I'm not answering it.
You can interrupt
Let him
1,000
finish,
times.
and then you can rebut it. All right. Let him
my
finish,
natural
and then you can rebut it. All right.
Yeah, because you can you can interrupt me 1,000 times, but I will finish what I got to say.
interrupt me
Even if it
too,
takes
dude.
1,000 times. Here we
Let
go
him
now.
finish, show. Just let him finish, show.
Here we go now. Okay, right. Like I said, wars have happened, right, where people have died, and it wasn't the citizens of those countries that wanted to fight. It was the powers that shouldn't be. The only thing is, it's the taxpayers who pay, and it's the taxpayers who die in these wars. That's what you've got to look back at history for. And then when you're at school, they told you that the earth is a spinning ball, but you never checked it. You believed it without checking. And it's been reinforced all through every facet of your life whilst you grow up until you've come to this server today. Okay? And there is no measurable curvature, no detectable spin, and it is impossible for a globe to be in the vacuum of space where you have minus 10 to the 17 torr of a vacuum without a container to protect the air we live. Until you can actually present that globe that you believe in with all its measurements physically in the real world and show us and the spin, you're lost. Because water is your Achilles heel. It's level.
Very long.
Yeah, you didn't even answer the question.
I answered
No,
the
you didn't
question.
answer the question. That's what I was trying to interrupt. You're not.
Well, then
Dude,
ask
stop
a follow.
interrupting me.
No, ask a follow-up question. Don't tell him he didn't answer. Just ask a follow-up one. All right.
Don't tell me how to speak, sir. I can
Just-
speak for
just-
myself. You're
all
also interrupting me now. I was trying to address what he was saying. First of all, it was very long. Second of all, you didn't actually answer my question. I'm asking, what is the financial gain from lying about the shape of the Earth? And you saying,
Okay, you didn't get it yet.
Hang on, I'm not done. I'm not
Hold on,
done.
Jin. Hold on, Jin.
All right. Go on.
I was asked, fucking hell. You started talking about we're going to war. Something about taxes, and I'm not paying my taxes because of the shape of the earth. If it was flat, I would still have to pay my taxes. My point here is, what's the financial gain or other gain from lying about the earth?
The gain is your sorry ass and your tax and your enslavement and your control, because you're a perfect drone. You don't even know you're a slave. That's the problem. So they've got you under control. You're paying your taxes. The money goes to wars that shouldn't happen. You're happy. You're going to go and vote for some more of that later on when the election comes, because you think you're living on a spinning ball that you haven't proven to yourself yet. So it's complete control of the human race. That's what it is.
They can
That's
send
what
us
they
to
gain.
wars. They can send us to wars and ask us for taxes without it having to do with the Earth's shape.
The Earth is the Earth being a ball is part of the control, because once they've got you under that control,
I would still have to go to work.
But once you're interrupting again. Once they've got you under control with the Earth from your childhood days, they've got you for the rest of your life. You will carry on voting. You'll think the wars made sense. You pay your tax. You don't question it, and you carry on. That's exactly what you've been doing.
You're putting things together that has nothing to do with each other. I'm not voting. I'm not going to work. I'm not doing anything because of the shape of the Earth. If it was flat, I would still have to vote. I would still have to pay my taxes. I would still have to go to work.
Yes.
What's the actual financial gain from lying?
Is it fine if I just ask Jin a question? Jin, are you thus saying if we all believed the Earth was flat and they weren't lying to us about the shape of the Earth, we wouldn't pay taxes and we wouldn't have wars anymore?
Go to war.
Yeah, I do believe so, because if they can lie, because
Jen, hang on. You're basically saying if everybody
could you
believed
let
what
Jin
I believe,
answer
there
that
would be no
question?
wars, and we wouldn't be enslaved.
Could you let Jin answer the question I asked?
Sorry, yeah, I thought it was an important point. Basically saying that if we
look,
all
he
believe
asked
the
a question.
Earth
Can
was
I
flat-
answer the question? Do you think I can answer that question? Thank you. Sit back, please. The answer to your question is yes.
You wouldn't need to pay taxes, and you wouldn't need to go to war with anybody.
No, because what would happen would
believe
be
the
that,
Earth was flat?
Can I not answer the question, please? Because people would realize that they lied about that, and then when they link up all the wars and everything else that's happened in their past, they'd want a revolution. They'd want to reduce the government to rubble, get it out of the way, and start living on life on Earth as it was intended by the Creator. I'm not religious, so that's not
That's not my question, Jin. That's not my question. I'll repeat the question. If they were not lying about the shape of the Earth, if the governments admitted since the last 2,000 years that the Earth is flat, and we all believe the
would
Earth
suddenly
is
be
flat,
peaceful.
Yo, calm down. If
Russia would
there
no
was
longer
no,
care about Ukraine.
you need to calm down, yo. If there was no conspiracy going on, Jin, and we all
would
believe
no
the
longer-
Earth was
Why are you interrupting, yo?
Thank
Can't you shut up?
Take
What's
a
the
break,
matter?
guys. Stop it.
Someone muted him. Good. So
No, I
if we all believed the Earth was flat, and the government wasn't hiding it from us, the government was open and saying we live on a flat Earth. You thus then believe we wouldn't pay taxes and we wouldn't be going to war?
I would hope that the people would be thinking like me. Right. So you've lied about the Earth, because
No,
that's
but
what
they
they
haven't
did.
lied about it. They haven't lied about it in this scenario. They are open and honest that the Earth is flat. There's no conspiracy about it. They're not telling us it's a sphere. For the last 2,000 years, all the governments and rulers of the world have said the world is flat. Okay? Now, considering that scenario, would we still be going to war and paying taxes?
Well, if we knew the Earth was a flat plane and we're living on a flat plane, then the next problem is the wars. That would be a problem, because people are dying for nothing now. So there would still be a
we
problem.
would still be going to war?
You would still be going to war, you believe, because the powers that be are so nasty. They want to control us. Okay.
So regardless of the shape of the Earth, they still want to control us, right?
Look, the control started early. Once they told you that the Earth is a spinning ball and we can go to space. Remember, they're making money from this. This is money-making business. Remember, it started when I was a boy from the 60s. So they had the power to make money from it. And that's what they've been doing ever since. They don't want to relinquish making that money. Now, they've lied they've gone to the moon. They've lied they've got rovers on Mars. They've lied that they've got the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, which is beyond the solar system. They've lied about the Himawari being out there taking 24-hour shots of the Earth. They've lied about that. They've lied. Japan has lied that they can land a module onto an asteroid, collect the dust, and bring it back. The limit to their lies, there's no limit now. And then you've got the Johnny-come-latelys, India, Israel, Saudi Arabia, China. They're all seeing the writing on the wall now.
So let's say they were honest about the Earth being flat. What would they be lying about then? What conspiracies would they use, or what lies and methods would they use to make us pay taxes and go to war on a flat Earth?
Well, this is what they'd be doing, yeah. They'd be lying that they can go to space. So there's your space budget's got to be paid for. Then there's the wars that they got because hang on. Then there's the wars that they've got their soldiers, so they need to utilize them. Otherwise, it'd be a waste of money having them. So they create these wars where they make money from the wars, the weapons and everything else. And we're the taxpayers. We pay for that. So we pay, we die, we're the slaves. That's what I mean by we are slaves, because we're the ones who die.
I totally agree with you, Jin. But it sounds like what you're saying is, regardless of the shape of the Earth, regardless what they tell us the shape of the Earth is, they're still gonna lie to us and make us pay taxes and go to war. So the shape of the Earth really is arbitrary. It has nothing to do with it. Even on the flat Earth,
no,
we would
it's
still
all
have.
part of.
We would still have NASA, and we would still have space programs.
wow.
We would still be going to war. We'd still be paying taxes on a flat Earth, right?
No, that's your viewpoint. My viewpoint is that.
But that's what
everybody...
you just said that, Jin. Not
No,
me.
no. I mean,
Okay.
yes, in a way. But let's take it now in reality. Now, it is important that we wake people up to the flat Earth. It's important, and because the flat Earth is going to wake them up, and then they realize that all the wars that have happened have been a waste of time. Yeah, it's been them that created it. That's why the flat Earth is an important key. We need to snap them out of that trance that they're in, that they're believing in a bull that they've never seen. Once we break that sleepwalking, if you will, wake them up from their sleep, then we can get them onto the page of right now. Stop voting, because all you're doing is voting for our enslavement, taxation, and devaluation. That's all that's happening. So we need to stop that completely, and then start to band together and take on this stupid power that should never be. And then grab the soldiers, drop your weapons. Peace is now here, right? Let's get on with living on this earth.
There, I totally agree with you. We need to fight back and gain control. But I think, just going back to the point Yo was trying to make, the shape of the Earth doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
That's down to Joe. That's down to Yo. It's important for me.
Well, but it sounds like you saying the same thing. Even on a flat Earth, we would have space programs, we'd be paying taxes, and we would be going to war.
No, not if everybody wakes up. Those things will stop, because the soldiers will realize now what was all this about. Why am I?
Yeah, but people can also wake up on a globe Earth, so the shape of the Earth doesn't matter.
No, they don't. No, they won't.
They can't. They can't
Oh,
wake
well,
up on a globe Earth.
They can't. They can't.
No.
Only on a flat Earth.
If they can lie about where you live, then they can lie about who you are, and also, frankly, how important you are.
So on a flat Earth, do we have countries?
We do, right?
Exactly right. So on a flat Earth paradigm, right, or scenario, right, which both Jin and I agree with, right, but we're still going to have countries, and we're still going to have struggle for individual power of these countries. Do you think, Jin, that on a flat Earth that all the countries are just going to be one?
They would all get along.
One big country, and there's not going to be any power struggles amongst these individual countries, these individual entities.
That's right. Once you figure out all the wars have been fabricated, then yes, we'd all get along.
No, but Godric, what Bansaw is saying on if
So,
we
listen,
let's say
every war, listen,
let's say
every
there
war
was,
that you've heard
no,
of
hang
in
on,
history.
hang on though, because the question needs to be posed to you properly, Godric. If we let's pretend hypothetically, the government's never lied to us about what we live on, right? Everyone knew we lived on a flat Earth, There was no ball conspiracy, none of that. There was nobody saying Earth is a sphere, all right? So everyone is a flat earther. The government isn't lying about the shape of the Earth. We all know and believe it to be flat. And we've known this for the last 2, 3, 4, 5,000 years, all right? Now, in that scenario, would we still be paying taxes? Would there still be wars? And would there still be space programs? Wouldn't countries have be
No
separate from each other?
wars, no wars, no space programs. I don't know about taxes. I mean, if taxes is what you think
Why wouldn't they be
contributing
wars on the flat Earth?
contributing is, then you would be paying taxes. But no space, no wars.
Why not? Why on the
Because
flat Earth there's no more wars?
Because if you figured out that every war in history that you've heard of has been caused and fabricated by a quote unquote Illuminati who controls you, who suppresses the people, it's always been that way.
But no, but that's what? That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, though. Like, we all believe the Earth is flat. There's no Illuminati and whatnot. There's no conspiracies going on.
Realize
Wouldn't
that
there
the
still
Earth.
be wars and
Once you
whatnot?
realize
Wouldn't
that
there
you
still
didn't
be
come
government?
once you realize you didn't come from a Big Bang explosion, once you realize that you didn't come from a spinning ball, endless cosmos, that we have a flat Earth that was created by a intelligent designer for you and for me to live on, yes, there would be no point of war.
I would
So
put to you, Godric, that a majority of people on the earth are God-fearing people. Right? They believe in a creator. I would say that a majority of people do. Right? They follow some sort of creator of some sort, whether that's via a religion or whatever. And these people, these God-fearing people, right, still get behind war. They still do terrible things. It hasn't stopped these things. People being God fearing,
God fearing people,
and realizing that they are from a creator. Because if you want to bring a creator into it, which I've got no problems with you bringing a creator into it, Godric, but a creator could have quite easily, right, created all this via a Big Bang theory. Right? He could have spoken a Big Bang into existence, and that's how we are here. If you want to go down the creator avenue, that's how it could have happened. All right. So people believing in a creator.
Well, no, not really.
Wait, let Benthal finish. Let Benthal finish.
Necessarily doesn't
There's no evidence for that, you see.
Hold on. It doesn't
No
necessarily
evidence for the Big
people-
Bang.
Jin, let him finish.
Jin, right? I don't care if there is evidence or not, but if you want to start bringing a creator into things, right, these things are possible via a creator. And because people believe in a creator, doesn't make people good people, doesn't make them do good things or will good things just because they believe in a creator or anything or believe in anything whatsoever. These things don't just magically happen.
Okay, let me just tidy that up because
respond to that. Let me respond to that first.
It's tidying up.
The
Let
world.
me just tidy that up a bit.
I did address Godric with
You
that.
have to. I heard what you said, but you have to look at what's happening now. Okay, these evil leaders that control the world. Okay, started this new war. Look at this new war. Do you think the people would have attacked Ukraine by themselves without this person forcing them to?
No, not at all, Godric. Not
Right.
at all.
So here, hang on. So that's the perfect example. The evil leaders are causing wars and using us for sacrifice. And even though we are God fearing, we also are controlled by these evil dictators. So we have to come out of that. And the only reason that they're in charge and in control is because we believe them. We are sheeple. We believe that we're in a spinning ball, an endless vacuum of space, basically a cosmic accident, as opposed to created by a loving Father who gave us everything we need,
and this
including food, water, and land. So we don't have to fight over it.
Yep, and this loving Father, right, that created us, also gave us the gift of free will. Because if you want to believe the book, right, of why we are here, right, we are here on this place because of free will. Okay, we made the wrong choice. That's why we are here. That's the essence of the book, right? Because we have free will and we did the wrong thing. So people are always going to be people. People are always going to do the wrong thing, Godric. People are always going to want more than the other person. You'll never alleviate these issues ever, because there are always going to be good people and there are always going to be bad people, and the bad people will always want control over the good people.
It's always been that way. It's a battle of good and evil, and I want to win that battle. But you can't do it if you're lied to. You won't be able to.
But Godric,
to
wasn't
rise
it
up.
that way as well when people believed in God, but they also believed the Earth was flat? Even when people believed, the majority of people alive believe we live on a flat Earth, there was still war going on. You know, like it's the point Bansaw's making. The majority of people throughout human
It's been
history
that
have
way.
always believed in a God, but there's always been war.
It's always been that way, but now they've taken away your origin. Now they've taken away your your human value. They're gonna teach you in school that you're an animal and that you're an accident, and that's different. I'm okay with that.
What? Okay, but Godric, just simple plain answer. If we all believed the Earth was flat and we were all God-fearing people, we all believed in God, are you then saying that because of that, there's going to be no more wars, no more fighting, no more taxes and space programs? Everything's just going to be fine?
No space, no wars. Taxes, I don't know about taxes, but no space, no wars, yes.
Just because we believe
Look,
the Earth was
can I just tidy this up?
Because
There,
you
because I'm
believe the
waiting on the
truth.
wings. Can I just tidy this up just a little bit? Look,
Because you believe the truth.
if indeed
You're not lied to.
Okay, if indeed everybody finds out that the Earth is indeed a flat plane, yeah, that obviously if you're going to have schooling, they're going to be re-educated. So all that's going to have to change. The education, yeah, that will have to change, right? So that's one thing that'll be out of the way. Then people will realize that the wars that have happened in the past have been for the powers and the elite to make money from, and we've been the pawns that have paid and died in that. So that will stop. The soldiers will be reminded that it's because of you we're in this mess, because the powers that be are using you to imprison humanity. You're running around the world for them to kill innocent people. Now, if you want peace, do you want peace? Put down the gun. It's as simple as that. Easy words. You want peace? Put down the damn gun. And then now you can begin to live. It's easy.
I've got a point on that. So did Caesar, like the Romans, were they living on a globe back in the day when they invaded and conquered countries? What sort of earth were they living in on?
Yeah, but Caesar fell, didn't it? Caesar fell. The barbarians. Hang on. Please let me answer. The barbarians from Britain marched all the way over to Rome and gave them a kicking, and Rome died because of the British.
Maybe so, Jin. But my point being is these things still happened. They still happen, regardless. So this idea of utopia, because we live on a flat Earth, right? Utopia only exists in your own mind, right? That's the only place because people are going to be people. People have free will, Jin. They get the choice, choose between good and bad, right? And they always have, regardless of the shape of the Earth. People have always chosen good and bad, always.
Right, let's look at the current situation we're living in right down today. You've got the powers of bees, they've got their armies, they're going out killing each other. That's going on, right? Then within our societies, we've got criminals and, drug users. The world's in a right state. So clearly, the world needs counseling. So it begins. Utopia is achievable, and it will happen if humanity gets its arse in gear and the good people come out, the counselors to help. So we can achieve it. Yes, there will be people who want to kill, and they will be dealt with in a manner that's not going to be inhumane. It will be to promote them and help them to realize their mistakes. These things can happen. Okay.
So why
it's not going to be? It's not going to. Hang on a second. People will have free will, and you can do things like heroin and drugs like that will not be made. Hemp only.
So why wasn't Utopia reached after the barbarians stood up to Caesar? Why wasn't Utopia reached then?
Because man's ego. Okay, I'll let
Well,
you
these
carry
good
on.
people, these good people stood up, Jin, as you said. These good people stood up and defeated Caesar. So now all of a sudden, now the good people are in charge. So where's Utopia? We should be in Utopia now. Under that logic, we should be in Utopia now.
Not necessarily, because when Britain beat up the Romans, now the British thought they were the superpower, so they got crazy with the power, didn't they? So they didn't have the utopia that we should have had. That didn't. It wasn't achieved. It was
But
not
that's
achieved.
Bansal's point in a nutshell. That even if you get rid of the Romans, it's going to be other people that come over, and because they have free will, they're going to. Some people might decide we want to be in power now. You know.
Unfortunately,
and
will not
they
happen.
still think
That won't happen.
still think the Earth is flat, and they still believe in God.
Now, unfortunately, that will not happen, because once the world realizes that this has been going on, they will work earnestly to live together in harmony. Those are the words that are going to be projected and shouted at the top of our voices. That around the world, the days of thinking you're going to be a superpower with your weapon to destroy are over, because you're just going to look like a stupid little boy with a gun. Because it's nothing. It is easy to kill. It is harder to live. So let's see who is the man now and the woman who wants to live. It's easy.
I think you're missing my point. I think you're missing my point.
No, I've got your point. I've got your point, but I'm overriding it. Is what I'm doing. I understand the point, but I'm
Overriding it. Oh, that's a new one.
Jin, I'm so on your side. It's not even funny, but I don't think you're realizing the grander picture.
I know. I understand it. You're talking about the human nature to want to destroy it, but Jin's faith in the humanity, it's in every person, and I will drag that out of you.
I know, and it is a pure and true faith that you have, Jin. Most
Thank you very
definitely.
much. I'm glad you can tell my voice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm never going to give up on that. To give up on that is to give up on the Creator's humanity that we have. We haven't. You know why? Because we haven't reached it yet. So for me, it's worth fighting for. We haven't got to that utopia yet. We're trying to get there. So I'm not going to give up, am I? I can't. Cannot.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah, but I mean, Bansal, I think you and I are on the same page here. Definitely, if today everyone woke up to the fact that the government is lying to us and the Earth is actually flat, yes, then maybe things would work out the way Jin and Godric are saying. But if it was a thing of the government wasn't lying to us, and the government was saying the Earth is flat for the last 2,000 years, and we all believed it, the problems of the world wouldn't go away. You know, they would still be there, right?
Yeah, and I think that even if we were able to eliminate all these puppet masters, no, even if we were to be able to eliminate them all and start afresh, new puppet masters would take their place, and they would find a new lie to spread and a new way of fear to be able to control people. Because that's what they do. That's how they control us. They control us through fear. They would just find a different avenue, and we might have utopia for a short period of time. But I think, unfortunately, if we want to take, how we're here is why we're here via the Creator, right? And we are here, right, because we are evil. We have free will, right? We chose the evil path. That's why we are here, right? And we have that ability to make choices, right? And unfortunately, people will, at times, all of us will make the wrong choice and lead you down the wrong path. And that's what happens. That's just a human for you.
Yeah, but that's now. If we're talking about utopia, once utopia is set in, humanity will never be fooled again, because the education that will be in place is critical thinking. So if a group does want to take over, suddenly they've armed themselves up, humanity will rise, because they'll remember what happened in the past, and there'll be nothing for them to be scared of. they'll nip that in the bud immediately, because if they don't, more of the same will come from the past. So no, at the end of the day, if someone does want to think he's going to take on, you're living in harmony, but now you want to take on the group, that ain't happening. That's never going to happen. We'll have people in place. We'll have the army will be, will be in place to shut that down.
Yeah. And I'd also argue with you, Jin, that's why we are here, via the Creator, to find that path, path for ourselves and live that path. Yeah, I would argue that too. But so
So no matter how bad humans can be, they will be. There are more good ones than bad ones. With the good outweigh the bad, and the bad people will be looking rather silly, with their guns. Yeah, and where are you going with that? So you want to kill us all now? Yeah, really? I don't think so. In harmony, you want to start killing? They're going to look stupid. What for? And then the people we got in place to take it down are going to take it down, because they realize what it's worth fighting for now. Humanity realize at the moment, humanity is divided, it's confused, doesn't even know its own health, wearing 2 masks, running up to get something in the arm. That will be in place. The human beings will reconnect with nature and will know that their immune system is #1. So no human being that's coming up to sell you something will be happening, because it's all going to be natural. Those pharmaceutical industries will be gone. They're not going to be around. People out there who just want to have this harmony, they're just waiting. It's the bloody soldiers and the wars. That's what's going on. But if humanity could wake up, it's all over.
It's not necessarily the soldiers, because they are.
Well, they're in place at the moment.
Well, they're doing a job that they think is right.
Yeah, brainwashed. Yeah, they're brainwashed. This is the thing. So I can reach them, because I used to be a soldier myself. That's why I said these words would ring right through them. If you want peace, put down your gun. Remember, do you hate those Germans or those Japanese or those Africans or those WAPs, the Italians? You hate them? For what reason? What did they do to you? Or were you told some story from your leader? Think before you act. Yeah? Think.
If you
Right.
believe
Did
in
they hate you?
this global warming, that we have limited resources, that our world is being destroyed, then you might, do what they say, because they hold the knowledge, they hold the power.
Yeah, the power, the narrative.
If they didn't hold the power, you wouldn't have to do what they say.
Because I think the only way you can install in utopia is if you force and coerce people, because there are just some people that want to do bad things. It's like how to use an analogy you guys might be more familiar with how in the Matrix, in the first movie, Morpheus told Neo that there's some people that want to be in the Matrix. There's some people that would, even if you gave them the offer of the red pill or the blue pill, they would take the blue pill, right? The blue pill is the one that lets you stay in the Matrix. They wouldn't want to leave, because they would rather be there than be in Zion. They're just some people that just want to be bad, that don't want to be part of a utopia, that want to control others.
I don't know those people. I've never come across them, unless they're in Gem
But you
Panda's
know
server.
them. No, but I mean, they're the
Gem
people
Panda
we see on television. They're the banksters, they're the criminals, the rapists, the murderers. There's some people that get pleasure out of doing those things. How do you get them to go along with your utopia if you don't force them?
No, they're going to go along. They're going to go along, because they're going to see the errors in their ways. They'll break down and cry by the time I finish telling them about what they've been doing, how they've undermined the development of humanity. They're going to be crying to get back into the good books.
They're going to be in tears.
To get into the good books.
Maybe your errors aren't my errors. Maybe your right way is my wrong way, Jin.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking about living in harmony here, nothing more than that, really. And anyone that tries to stop that basic development, obviously, is a wrong one. And I'll remind them, all the deaths that happened, you're part of that. That's your legacy. Look back at your legacy. You're proud of that. That's yours, yeah? That's good, is it? Is it? Is it really good? And then they're going to think, they're going to break down and cry. I'm telling you. And then you bang them in jail for a couple of years just to make sure, for good measure. No, I'm kidding.
So you
No, they go for psychological evaluation, of course, without a doubt. Clean them up mentally.
clean them up.
Yeah. I'll be a great leader, man. I'm telling you. You know, and remember, I don't get any pay until things are achieved. So I'm not getting any money for this. I'm doing it because I want to get money. That's why I'm doing it. But I'm not getting anything until it's achieved. 1 year at a time, step by step. I get paid yearly. If I don't deliver, I'm out. Quite simple. There you go. You know, so I'm not taking your money. And in the end, my plan is to not need money. So your house, like I said earlier, your houses would have your solar panels by law given to you by the government. And the reason why the government's going to pay is because if we can take your money and make weapons of mass destructions and name aircraft carriers after scumbags like the HHW Bush and cunts like that, well, I mean, I can certainly put money and put it on your roof. So at least you can harness the sun and have some power in your house. I mean, that's easy. It's a no-brainer. No-brainer at all. So, you know, no. People haven't thought this utopia.
You got solar panels, Jim?
Yeah, solar panels. No, I haven't got any. I want some. I haven't got any.
Part of being free is coming out from under this lie of the globe Earth and other lies too.
Exactly. All this is coming from the flat Earth truth.
I can't guarantee it. Another psychopath might try to take charge. I can't guarantee that. Like you said, we have choices, free will. Evil people are going to choose evil. But don't let it happen if you can't. Don't let it happen to you, you know.
Exactly. You know what's right. You know the right thing to do. Promote the truth. Highlight the bad. Expose it. Stop it.
I mean, would you invade another country on your own? You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? With guns and tanks? No, that takes an evil, stupid leader to do that, and it takes stupid people to follow him.
I think freedom is within, and it is irrelevant what the shape of the earth is. It is irrelevant.
I agree with you, but at the moment it's relevant because the taxpayer is paying for a lie to exist on this flat earth. It's been hijacked and we're slaved on it. So it is rather relevant, I have to say, at the moment. I mean, it's costing us money, time, effort. They're lying. They're taking our money and lying. We're paying for it. It's not free. It's not free at all, folks. The globe lie is costing you money every day. Come on, tell me I'm wrong. I've looked it all through, man. I've done it all, okay? I've done it all. I know exactly what we need, and I know how to achieve it.
I think there are millions and billions of people, of good people out there that think they live on a popsicle, right? And it's got, and it is that regardless of the shape of the earth, regardless, right? Because freedom and good comes from within. It doesn't matter what you live on. That's another layer to things, right? Perhaps, right? That's another layer to things.
No, freedom comes from within.
I hear this all the time, actually. That the flat Earth will unlock the truth and make you free and all that sort of stuff. And
yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't, because I realised before I even got into this, Jin, that I live within a system, a very evil system that is controlled by not by the people that I once thought controlled things. That there were people behind these people. Right, realised that a long time ago. Right,
so did I.
And I was on a popsicle, Jin, back then. I was on a popsicle. Right, so it didn't make any difference. This to me, just to me, was another layer, right? Of things. So
I can agree with you where you said freedom is from within, of course, but and that's the freedom to realize your real situation that you're in, and that is the earth has been hijacked by a 1% elite, and it's created a slavery system which we're all adhering to at the moment. People have died unnecessarily. The earth and its shape is part of that lie, okay? And that cycle needs to be broken to wake everyone up. And once that happens, people are going to realize, they're going to learn that all these jabs that they've gone and got was a waste of time, for example, now, because the human body can actually repair itself by itself. And you are meant to get some diseases. Diseases don't jump from animals to humans. Those things don't happen. They're going to learn about all this and realized how silly they were to not have taken time out to check. That's the only thing they're going to think. And then they're going to getting on with each other rather than making weapons to go and blow someone's head off. Do you know what I mean? That's all going to stop.
There'll always be something, Jin, because once upon a time, the world was hijacked by religion and religious leaders, and that's who they followed. Right? The kings and queens, the emperors, the leaders, right? They took counsel from these religious leaders. They held very high positions of power, right? And they led people via fear, right? That's what they did, right? That's what they did back then, right? And this was under the disguise.
They're doing it now. They're doing it now.
Right? Yeah, but the religion is it's a different religion now, Gene.
But it's still fair. It's still fear-based. Everything is fear-based.
Exactly. Everything is fear-based. Anything to control the people is done via and through fear. That's how they do it.
Yeah. Go on.
No, I'm just saying that's how they do it. Once upon a time, it was through a religion, right? What we categorize as religion. Now, you and I would both agree now that the new religion, the new religious leaders, right, are these pseudoscientists, right? They tell us of all this rubbish, right? That is the new religion, Jin, that is leading people via fear, and all this type of stuff. It's just a new
utopia. I won't call it a religion, but it won't be fear-based. It's going to be peace-based. Freedom, real peace. That is your motivation to live. Now, if your house is being paid for you, and you've got your solar panel and everything you need to exist, jobs are going to be there. That's going to be taken, and people are going to be proud to work for their freedom. Because that's what it's all about. You're now free to live on the earth, but it's required work. Farmers, engineers, plumbers, electrician, road builders, maintenance man, solar panel maintenance engineers, they're all going to be coming in. Everyone's going to be proud to work. You don't need money. Everything's grown. Your house is full. You just go to the shop, push the trolley, get what you need and go home. It's not even because it's grown free. Then you thank the Creator. Thanksgiving really will have a meaning there, won't it now? It's easy. Bloody easy. Anyone wants to control the human race will be seen as a bloody wally and be banged up. Do you know what I mean? You bang him up for a while because he's not acting coherently. How could you not want to live in peace? What do you want to control it for? Who are you to want to control everybody? Ah, exactly. Get back in your... Put him in there. He needs reconditioning, that one. That one needs reconditioning again.
Oh, Lordy Lord. Jin, once again, is on his bazooka motorcycle, freeing the world.
You got it, mate, yeah. Recondition that one, yeah. I suggest a month's reconditioning, I think, should do it. If it's not, then, apply another month until he realises that kind of mentality won't go. Like in utopia, peace and harmony land. Thanks. But yeah, it's achievable. It's achievable easily because you will have to work. Nothing's for free, but that's your sweat and toil. You go to work to make your living good on the flat earth. So easy. So easy. It's unbelievable.
Hey, Jin, have you seen the little it's like a little documentary called September Clues? Have you seen that?
No, I have not.
I will do you a favor, my friend. And
can you DM it to me? Will you DM it to me?
I am DMing it to you right as we speak, my friend.
Oh shit! Lightning speed.
That is a link that I actually got off Geo.
Okay, thank you.
And it's just a different Well, it kind of it's still down the same lines of what we think, but it's
Right.
just a different perspective. And seeing as 9/11 is your passion, I
Oh,
thought
it
you
is,
might.
yeah, because
Yeah.
I think you gathered that with my car number plate being 911.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
come on.
at your leisure, Jin, give it
Yeah.
give it a look.
I will definitely be doing that at my leisure. You got it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. Too
Appreciate
easy.
that. Appreciate that. Yeah. Anything to enhance my knowledge and my well-being, I appreciate. Yeah. Because that's what it's all about. I mean, why do you think I am the way I am? We've suffered enough. Now it's time to bring it on, and it's easy. We can see the problems. Just need to iron them out. Man's ego. That's the problem there. You know, we got crazy people in control. We need to. I really mean that. Revolution.
It's not a dirty word.
Revolution time. That's what it is. Always has been for me. Yeah. So those youngsters that were there earlier.
Look at
Yeah,
the
go
system
on.
they have, right? They have us believing that basically we're animals, that we came from a Big Bang explosion, which is a cosmic accident, not from an intelligent creator. That we have to leave our planets to go to another planet to live there because a couple of things. One, our planet's being destroyed by us. And two, because eventually an asteroid will hit our planet and kill it. Which, if you think about it, is nonsense. And they have us believe in this. We have to go to this Goldilocks planet mathematically. It must be out there. We have to find it. So we need NASA for that, right? This is like this is like the mass propaganda mind control that people are stuck into, and how can they live life with that on them?
Elon Musk says he wants to be the first to get to Mars and start to populate it and live on Mars. I mean, stupid is that? You're absolutely correct. Heaven is this earth. At the moment, it's been turned into a hell at the moment. That's what's going on here. Exactly. We're not able to go to planets to start populating it and living on it. It's never going to happen. It is not necessary at all. No need for that. We have everything we need on this earth is here. It needs to be redistributed properly and shared evenly amongst the peoples amongst the peoples of the earth. That's achievable with the greatest of ease. We just need to remove the 1% elite that are wrecking the game. And we're like little soldiers. They're moving around on the earth, and they're laughing their heads off. Oh, and the other things that they do underhand, you know, I haven't gone into it too deep, you know, with this Illuminati and this pedophilia thing that's going on top of that. Been aware of it for the last 30 years, mind you. Okay, 30 years of this nonsense hasn't abated at all. It's got worse. They've even had islands where they're doing this stuff. It's terrible. Well, this is just absolutely mad what is going on. But you're right. You know, it is a nonsense to think that we can we're going to be going, because that's what they think. People are thinking we're going to be going to Mars and live on that. You know, to future generations, maybe not them themselves. Oh, Bennett, really? No, we're not going to Mars, folks. We've never been there. Mars is a place called Devon Island and Steitenberg or something of the excuse me, the west coast of Greenland, north of Iceland is another island.
That's right.
They use. Yeah. 2 islands they're using. That's Mars for you. They've got their little rovers there, and then they just add in a pink film or tint over the image that you're on Mars.
And you have to think if a machine, a rover, can really survive for 7 years without human maintenance, that's a whole nother mind fuck.
That's another excellent point from an engineer's viewpoint. That is correct, because these things do need maintenance, especially as it's minus whatever it is, minus 70 degrees during the day sometimes. That's cold. So yeah, you're right. On Mars, 1% of Earth's atmosphere. So and there are times, right, where the rover, they've got a picture of the rover, an image, and the solar panel's dusty, covered in dust, right? And then later on, the dust has gone in a couple of other images. Like someone came along with a duster and cleaned off the solar panel. And everyone's asking, how could they clean the solar panels that clean? And then someone said, dust devils. And I laughed.
Yeah, it would be just covered with ash and soot. The solar panels won't even work after, I don't know, a couple months.
That's correct, because it would lose power, wouldn't it? It would reduce the power of absorbing the sun. So yeah, how could it work? Yeah, we're not on Mars, folks. We are not on Mars. Okay, we've never been there, ever. And the body language from the Mars team back, what was it, 6 years ago now? And I've forgotten. I think the guy, I can't remember the guy's name, who had that kind of like quiff hairdo. He didn't know anything about the mission. Can you tell me what JPEG you used to compress the image to? And before she finished, I'm sorry, I cannot tell you that. And everyone's cracking up behind him. Fucking hell. Or behind her, sorry. Everyone started laughing. And the guy stands up with Avatar on the back of his t-shirt, back of his jacket. And I thought, yeah, that's what it's all about. They lied to us. I know. You could tell the body language was one of, they were trying hard to contain the lie that they were telling. Bad liars, literally, not good at lying. Ugh. Didn't know a single thing. I think Justin Mackey's got that on his head somewhere. I don't know, in his noggin somewhere out there. Every time he got asked a question, he was relaying it to someone else who would know the answer. I thought, what the hell? What are you good for? You know nothing of the Mars mission. You're the head man. How could you not know this? Yeah, you got to go back and view this stuff, man. Classic. Lunatics making noises like, la, la, la. You know, when they and then their fancy handshakes and elbow touches and all this and that. They haven't landed on anything. I mean, the craziness that's going on this flat Earth. There's some sick people out there that need some counselling, I tell you. And then one of them said, and the price of this Mars mission for every American citizen is $3 or something silly like that it was, each. Oh, thank you for the breakdown. So it cost me $3 for this lie, did it, this time? All right. Thanks. Anyway, I don't want to bore you guys, but you raised a good point, or you raised a good point. It's gone quiet. Where is everybody? Come on. What's happened here? I don't want to. Server, come on.
I'm just looking at the free fall of Building 7, Jin.
Yeah, well done, man. You know, I'm going to go to Gem Pandas. So, going to get them to admit that fire cannot bring down a building. And if you do say fire brings it down, you're the guys that are totally insulting those who died in it.
Well, I'd say good luck, Jin, but I know you don't need it because you go there with a mission.
Yeah, you know that. Mission impossible, but I make it possible. Mission possible. That's Jim. Yeah, I love it. I do. I love going in there, winding them up, reminding them how evil they are. Because you've got to be evil to think fire brought it down. Got to be. No one's that dumb.
This video for an hour, is it a guy that defends the narration, or does he believe in the conspiracy?
Which one are you talking about? If you're talking about...
There's a video at 1140 that you posted.
Yeah, I posted 3, so you need to go back and check. It's a set, part 1, part 2, part 3. You need to watch them all. This guy, he's been a champion for those who died. You know, he's an architecture, and he's saying that the NIST report doesn't follow the scientific method. It goes against the laws of physics. Okay,
I'll
and
check him out.
he's been at it for 20 years. Okay, this guy's a champion. You know, and you know, they're suing the FBI. They're suing the FBI. They're suing NIST. They're doing everything, man. They need donations.
I'll
They
check
need
him out.
help.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, these are good people, man. These are good people. And it's just fantastic the way he's over the 20 years he's got it down to fine art now. How to articulate the engineering behind the Twin Towers and building number 7, and how they could never have ever come down due to fire. Impossible. I mean, when you hear that the steel was fireproof to withstand office fires for 2 hours, those are the horizontal beams, and then the columns, that the load-bearing columns, 3 hours, and then office fires, in any office fire building, they only last 30 minutes max, apparently. That's an industry knowledge, insider knowledge in the industry. They tell us that office fires in tower blocks usually only last 20 to 30 minutes because the tenants are not allowed to have anything that's not fire resistant in the office. First off. Okay, so there you have it. It cannot burn any longer. So NIST's report is going against all that knowledge, all that science, to say that one girder, one beam was, they called it thermal expansion. I think you understand what that means. It got so hot, it expanded and popped off of its mounting, okay, and then and initiated this progressive collapse at free fall. How can that happen? It would have to move 12 inches off its mounting first. And then guess what they said? In order for it to then initiate a pancake collapse onto each floor, the very first one would have to generate 630,000 pounds dynamic force. 630,000 pounds. Okay? And he said that would be impossible because even if it did move, it would only generate 1/10 of that. So it would never initiate a pancake. It could never happen because all the other girders are there supporting. You know, it's not only my passion, it's my life, this 9/11. That's why I put it on my car number plate. Shit, I'm not going to forget that. That piece of me died when the Twin Towers died. Definitely. I miss those buildings. They were murdered. And building number 7 that didn't get hit by a plane comes down in 6.8 seconds, roughly. Free fall speeds. That's impossible. The structural integrity of these buildings, second to none. No fires coming in. None. And let's say, as a joke, because fire could never do this, but let's say fire could heat the structure and weaken it. It still wouldn't initiate a symmetrical collapse. It would have to be asymmetric and fall at the path with the weakest resistance. And it wouldn't be quick free fall. It would be a slow, very slow toppling over as the buildings begin to, the steel
They
begins to lose its...
they use a type of C4 to blow the support beams.
Yeah, in order to take out those, guess what they said? In the building number 7, in order for them to take out and initiate this free fall, they would have to take out 400 joints per second per floor. 400 simultaneously, by the way, yeah, at the same time, at the click of a finger. 400's gone, gone, gone. 400 like that. Because if you look at the Twin Towers, sorry, the building number 7, it came down smoothly. It was beautiful to watch, actually, to see it come down, because you never get to see a building come down like that. You know? It's amazing, isn't it? That it can come down that smooth. And just right, that's what happened. And the only way you could do that is to remove those supporting girders out of the way completely. You'd have to do that. And they said it would be 400 of those on each floor per second. Wow, that's amazing. And in the Twin Towers, what they did was they had to dismantle the inner core columns first, because the columns are attached to the perimeter columns. So when you do the middle ones first, obviously now they're dragging the outer ones in. So the outer ones begin to be pulled in. But with the Twin Towers, it was exploded outwards. So they also had explosions to speed it up. So you've got an implosion and an explosion happening at the same time. You see? That's why you get that kind of funny shape as it's going down. It's going down and you've got the outward. And the power of the explosions, it was hurling 4-ton beams at 70 to 80 miles an hour across 600 foot away. And they said if you had a 200-pound cannonball, with that force, it could be hurled 3 miles. But this was 4-ton girders that were being hurled across the road. And one impaled in the Deutsche Bank. I've got a picture of that image, yeah. Amazing. You know, when you look at the engineering and then you look at the joke, that is the report from NIST, you know it was wrong, that NIST lied. They lied. And that's why we should never let it go, because it's the Lee Oswald all over again with the one-man lone gunman nutcase. And it wasn't him. And it wasn't fire. Fire couldn't do that. Apparently jet fuel is, they said it was only 700 degrees Fahrenheit, not centigrade, Fahrenheit. So it's nowhere near hot enough to generate enough heat to weaken the steel, because the steel was protected to last for 2 hours. Okay, that's the horizontal beams. The girders, support beams, they were fireproof to withstand for 3 hours. So, and fire only persisted for no more than 30 minutes per office room as it moves across. So once the fire's burnt everything in that room, it moves for new combustibles. It searches. It fires like that. And as it moves away, it means the steel now begins to regain its structural integrity again, because it's cooling down. Steel vectors away the heat along its expanse. That's why they use it in the building. You see? And then they fireproofed it on top. So there's just no way fire brought it down. Impossible. Totally no. As sure as the earth is flat, fire didn't do that. Yeah, that's what it's all about, man. That's why I keep coming back to 9/11, especially in that Gem Panda server. They're gonna get it again, another airfall and another eyeful with the images. Yeah. And I'm going to remind them, where's your compassion? Remember, 3,000 good human beings died that day. 1,000 of them, their bodies was never found. Disintegrated, obliterated, pulverized into the dust. Yeah? Okay? Human beings. And if you don't have a compassion for that, you're lucky I haven't got a bomb and a machine gun in here. Brother Loria. Because you're showing disrespect. Yeah? Right. And let's begin the debate. That's what I'm going to say to him. Let's begin this debate now. How fire can bring down steel. Show me. Cheek of it. How dare you think in that manner? No idea. And they even said if the steel melted, it still wouldn't melt where they joint them. Where those joints are made, cross beams and that, they would still be solid. That's how fucking solid they were built, man. And then each floor, the weight they were bearing on each floor was only 30% of their maximum. That's all. Just when you look into it, the revelations are just shocking. You just think, fucking hell, really? Yeah, man. These floors were solid, very safe buildings. Very safe buildings indeed. That was the only way you could bring them down, to blow them up. Oh, and another thing, the Twin Towers could withstand 30 times the weight of a plane hitting it. And because the winds apply more pressure than a plane hitting it, apparently. The Twin Towers. So the wind forces that are hitting the building are 30 times the impact of a plane. There you go. Fuck. Who knew? But anyway, it's gone quiet again. I don't see the screen, so I can't see if anyone's there or not. You see? Everyone's muted. I'm deafening everyone. I'm the only one talking here. Hey, where is everybody? Okay, I can take a hint. I shall move on.
I'm
I'll
here.
be
I'm
back
just
later.
there doing some work here on my computer. Take care, Jen.
Yeah, well, yeah. You did raise some good points though. So I respect you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. You too.
You're definitely tuned in. You're not asleep. So that's good. And thanks for defending Utopia because it's necessary.
You're a good man, Jen. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Bye now.
Come on, Dawn. Why are you still on this silly globe nonsense?
I've only smoked once so far today, and I'm watching Colony on Netflix.
What's that about?
It's aliens have come and made a deal with the government, and now there's like a resistance and a slavery operation. I'm only on episode 1.
Sounds fascinating. So, is it based on aliens, or is that like a subplot?
Aliens and after they land, how Earth is after they land.
Okay, cool. So, how do we deal with the prawns?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Have you seen District 9?
Yeah.
How do we get you away from all this globe nonsense, Dawn?
I reckon if you, Bansaw, and Whites never mention Flat Earth again, then I'll be able to never mention the globe again.
But you come here for it to be mentioned, though.
I'm just I live at home and I work at home. I'm home during the day, and you're cool guys, so come on to chat. Fill 10 minutes with some banner.
I'll agree there. We are cool guys. So I'm going to get no argument there.
Yeah, neither from me.
Would you agree with my globe argument? If there is a globe, water finds its level until it finds its level.
Well, I do agree with it logically. However, I'm going to do what the Globers do and always back my own side. So, even though I agree with your argument, I'm going to disagree with it because being cool with my friends is more important than truth.
You okay, so whatever you said on the last bit is funny, but I just won't add it into the answer. So I'll just take your first bit as yes, you agree. Would that mean that water finding its level is therefore not a flat Earth argument?
Well, I don't say level, I say flat. So, it's not my argument.
Water ends up flat.
I think water's flat when it's undisturbed, yeah. But then I've had this argument with Bev for years. Don't use the word level because it doesn't mean anything.
Well, that's a better word, flat. I would even say on a globe, some small bodies of water are flat, because we can't measure a curve at that scale. So I'd say if you're talking about small bodies of still water, that still works on a globe.
Yeah, but I'm talking about all water. So I'm not even going to comment on that because I don't think that really matters. Like,
that isn't a flat Earth argument, but that is a true flat Earth statement. You believe all water's mostly flat.
yeah, I think so. I don't really think that using the word level is a waste of time because I agree with you. Level works on a globe.
Okay, great. Great stuff.
However, because you're arguing against my position, I'm going to disagree with you anyway, because that's just what Globers do. So.
Well, yeah, I agree that you found a statement that's honest for Earth about water. But I disagree with your whole sentiment that water's flat.
Right, fair enough.
It is at rest.
Let me ask another weird question. If there is such a thing as gravity, it can bend the surface of an ocean. Does that make?
No, we're fucked up. We're already in La La Land.
Does that make the water magic or the gravity magic?
Where are you, Crypto? Are you in a market garden or something? Mark?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
No, I'm just playing a game. I should really turn the volume off.
I thought you guessed it correct.
No, I'm just getting obliterated on Hearthstone, unfortunately. Because apparently I suck at Hearthstone.
Yeah, like an arcade game or something.
It's just an online card game. Kind of dumb. You know why I waste time with it really, but I'm at work and got nothing better to do, so here I am.
Wasting time at work, but still getting paid. That is like one good excuse for finding ways to waste time, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm getting paid.
Last night I had a bad dream, and I was looking out of a window. I assume it was in the UK where I live, like me in my home. It wasn't specifically my own flat, but it was a similar type of setup. Anyway, bombs were being dropped on the UK and Norwich.
No.
And what I've seen is a few videos and pictures of bombs being dropped on Ukraine. So big metal tubes, and then weird, vague, nuanced devastation. So anyway, I was dreamt about this, and it was nighttime. I saw these lit up kind of metal tube meteor things coming down, but they were in slow motion, and I knew it was a bomb. And I was saying, "Oh look, one's gonna blow up over there," and I was pointing out my window. And I said, "Oh no, this one's coming closer." And I looked up and I saw it go above my building and then blow up behind. And then I had this sort of feeling of, if it blows up behind my building but close to the building, I won't be able to see it blow up, and I'll just feel it blow up and my building will blow up. And then I remember seeing bombs, like atom bombs, blowing up off on the horizon in the night out my window. And then I woke. Then the dream was over. So, am I being brainwashed by war news, or
Clearly.
are my witch powers very sensitive and I'm sensing war from around the world?
No, I would say you're clearly just internalizing the mainstream nonsense. I do find it interesting that people who are in this debate would believe the news. Like we were talking to Gummy Bear yesterday, and it's like,
I mean, I've got one video, where a Ukrainian person appears to have had his bottom of one leg blown off, and then it pans out, and there's a bomb stuck in the concrete, a metal tube bomb stuck in the concrete, and then someone else runs down the street with the camera, and the bottom half of his leg is there down the street, and it looks very real. So maybe I did internalize this shit.
well, I mean, I stopped believing a word the news media said 10 years ago. So
Well, so did I. I'm mostly with you that because they're always full of shit, everything could be a lie. But there's a few bits and bobs I see that are real enough that still must affect me somehow.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why I don't even bother watching it anymore, because I knew, like, they're always going to put some truth in there, and then they're going to mix in the lies, and then you've got to discern what's the truth and what's the lie. No, how about I just don't listen to any of it? It's much easier to just
all
ignore
my
the...
soul has to do is believe that some people have died by bombs around this time, and then I've created a dream up about it.
Right.
It was interesting, that conversation that Gummy Bear and you and a couple of others were involved in text yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just wasn't listening to reason at all.
I think we destroyed him.
Well, I gave him a bunch of reading to do, and he just went, nah, okay. Like, what could you do with that?
I gave him the NATO website saying we're adding our forces in now.
He's clearly picked his side, which is what they want to do. Pick a side.
Yeah.
It is interesting because obviously we're not what I don't think me, Crypto, or Zedek are war experts either, or global economic experts. We just take the opposite side to the wrong side. I see it a little bit like flat Earth. If you think globe's wrong, you're more likely to troll for flat Earth to teach a glober to go and look at his own knowledge again. And then it's the same thing here.
I look at it, Dawn, that they're all the wrong side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You pick sort of one to troll, one, if you know what I mean. Well, you don't, Van, so you're quite in the middle on it. I decided everyone else loves Ukraine all of a sudden because they've seen the flag on the news. So I've decided to say maybe Ukraine aren't the best guys ever.
Yeah.
I don't care how much of a bully Russia is. I'm still going to argue that side.
I probably do a bit of the same thing too, Dawn, though. Like I see how they've a majority of people, it appears that they've picked the Ukraine side, and I think maybe, if nothing else, just to be a contrarian, I take the opposite side to and not necessarily, but I do try and point out too that even though I might try and enlighten them on some of the other side, I do try and say it's all the same side. They want you to pick a side, right?
Yeah, they want you to say you're pro-Russian invasion.
Yeah.
Which obviously we're not, unless you are some type of real hard communist troll. You're not going to be pro-Russian invasion, are you?
Not going to be pro any invasion. I wouldn't have thought. Doesn't matter where it is around the world.
But I also think there's a part of it where the New World Order is a group of people around the world, liberal, communist, globalist, maybe Freemasonic types of people, aligned with Israel and the Jews. And I think Putin is trying to hold his own. I might be totally wrong. He might have signed the deal and been around the table. But it feels like he's trying to do his own thing a little bit like North Korea. And even though he might be psychopathic and on a similar archetype as Hitler, I don't think he's evil like Hitler. He hasn't burned people yet. But maybe he's on a similar, I'm the strong ego man and I don't care on the world. Maybe he's that guy. But I think if I would stick up for any small guy who tries to fight off the globalists, New World Order, just for balance.
Total anarchy. That's what we need, Dawn.
It's scary what was in, but I think it's worth a try sometimes. Burning everything down is one way to start again.
Start again. Reset. just reading an article that apparently Biden has assured the American people that not one American soldier will be stepping foot on Ukraine soil.
Yeah, didn't Nixon say the same thing, or Wilson about World War One? Some president said the same thing.
Okay, I'd have to look into that, Jerry, but yeah, I would. Wouldn't
Yeah, me
surprise
too.
me. It wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me at all.
Lyndon Johnson said about the Vietnam War. He said, "We are not about to send American boys 9 or 10,000 miles away from home to do what Asian boys ought to be doing for themselves."
Oh,
There you go. Sounds like a very similar narrative, Jerry.
it is, isn't it? It's the same everywhere, over and over again. Every time they need to do it. I'd also like to say, in my dream, when I was getting bombed, it was exciting. And a tiny, tiny part of me knew I wasn't really physically getting bombed, somehow. It was scary at the same time. I was scared. It was more like I was watching a show, like a 3D scary show. I wasn't terrified of actually being. Somehow I knew it was a dream. Somehow.
Do you think all this is actually all run from a central location in Israel, Dawn?
Oh no! I just think the top rabbis of the Jews on planet Earth are very persuasive, and they, through mysticism, they tell the elites of the world that aren't Jewish how Jews are going to win the Christian game.
Right.
The elites agree.
Now, I don't know if any of you guys have bothered watching. Sorry, are you still on the Russia thing, by the way?
Sorry, Crypto, you were a bit muffled there.
So, are you guys still on the Russia thing? I don't want to introduce a new topic if you.
Oh no, go ahead, jump in, Crypto, change it up.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, has anyone here watched the Vladimir Putin's half-hour address?
I watched about half of it, actually. Yeah.
It's interesting because he's kind of calling out a lot of the things that I think are quite wrong with the EU and especially the UK government, like pushing things like LGBTQ diversity way too much. You know, and it kind of makes me sympathise with him, to be honest, because although I don't really trust leaders, he seems to recognise the sovereignty of nations and of people to think how they want and to have traditional values, and so that makes me root for him, to be honest, because that's how I feel.
Is it in subtitles?
Yes, there is subtitles with it. Yep.
I think I'll just imagine what he says because I can't be bothered to read it.
There is actually a transcript too of what he
Oh.
said. But yeah, I think Crypto he does present his clearance, ice one, and very, very ordered too. He's crystal clear.
Some of it might be controlling Israel, but not specifically there. I reckon everywhere. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is done in Israel, like in a secret temple base. They've got like an iron dome and everything. They've got a special term so that if you ever talk about it, you are now an anti-Semite. So they're pretty protected.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. You know, there's this, someone managed to capture the Wikipedia page before it got edited, and it said countries backing the Ukrainian side, and it was a bunch of countries, including Israel, and then countries backing the Russian side, and it was a bunch of other countries, but also including Israel, and that did the rounds on Poll and a few other kind of places that you'd expect, and then Israel was suddenly removed from the Russian side. Interestingly. But I'm sure that's just me being an anti-Semite. You know?
What we should have done is created the term anti-glober from the very beginning. So we can label you all hate speech whenever you say anything.
But this is how weak the rhetoric is just call someone anti something and then you can legitimately silence them. Okay. Oh, but I believe in free speech. Yeah, cool. Of course you do.
Freedom of speech is one thing. Freedom of consequences is completely different. And who decides what those consequences are going to be for that?
Right. Yeah, I mean, in a classic sense, freedom of speech is meant to mean freedom of consequences from the government, right, or from governmental entities. The problem is now is that a lot of these non-governmental entities are basically governmental entities, and they're enforcing your right not to speak. You know, YouTube, Twitter, etc. in particular.
Yeah.
Another great term which is used to curtail free speech is dangerous misinformation. And decide what misinformation is? Well, the people who came up with the narrative in the first place, of course.
Yeah. You see that spruik quite a bit, crypto, don't you? The fight against misinformation. There's a fight against it. Well, who's deciding what that misinformation is? Like these people that are going, okay, this is what it is. This is what the misinformation is, and I'm going to decide that this is misinformation. All right, we're going to fight against it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting when you think about it, because they're literally just saying, I have opinion A, and if you disagree, I have opinion A. Right. Right, cool. What the fuck does any of that mean? It just means that you don't get to speak, and they're doubling down on your right not to speak, really.
Yes. And then and people claim bullying or harassment or discrimination or bigotry over these words that are said.
Thinking though, isn't your desire to debunk the globe Earth a fight against disinformation?
Misinformation.
Well, this wrong information, right? You want to defeat wrong information too by telling everyone Earth's flat.
But I don't wish to censor you.
No,
like, I'm happy to have the debate, but I'm not saying that you don't have a right to say it.
But you do want to go in the comments, say this is totally wrong.
Yeah, of course.
And
but I mean, having a discussion. The thing is about Facebook is that if you go on Facebook, let's just say, for instance, you're a white supremacist and you wanted to put up some white supremacy article on Facebook. They wouldn't even allow you to make the case for someone to argue it. Right? Now, regardless of whether you think that's just a wonderful worldview or just the most awful worldview or whatever, it's objectively not free speech if you don't allow the argument to be made and then the opposite argument to be made against the initial argument. And they're just saying that, well, anyone that doesn't conform to our worldview doesn't even get to speak in the first place.
Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree. The fight against free speech is dumb. I mean, the fight against misinformation is dumb. But I'm trying to say the desire to correct people's worldview about Earth shape is a similar desire.
No, I disagree. Because I'm not looking to curtail anyone's right to speak.
No, but you do want to correct and tell people the truth about Earth shape and change
What's
their
wrong with
worldview from the disinformation.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it, but that's the same as someone saying, people are saying there's only two genders, and I need to tell them the truth that there's more than two. So I need to correct this disinformation.
Well, you're conflating two very different things. It's the same.
But it's the desire to make your idea sound correct over someone else's idea that you decided is wrong.
Yeah, in a legitimate forum of debate.
Yeah, if it's legitimate, it's great, and it's not like a war. It's great. But I'm saying it can evolve into the same thing. It's a similar desire.
You just
correct people.
don't.
It's the Inquisition, just on different levels.
Correcting people is not censoring people. They're not the same.
Wouldn't you like to censor all the globe eventually?
Not really.
Help Flat Earth grow? Because if you don't, Flat Earth will never grow, will it?
Well, I don't agree.
No,
I think Earth is only not. I think that sorry, Banter, I'll shut up in a second. I think that Flat Earth isn't growing because of the censorship of Flat Earth. I don't think it's got anything to do with having to censor the globe at all.
Oh, yeah. That's fair enough. Maybe, like if you're Anthony Riley and you ring up the school and say, it's wrong to teach the globe as a fact because it's not a fact, that's disinformation. I'd like to join the school and teach Flat Earth. That's the kind of the same desire as the fight against disinformation.
I don't know what your point is. People don't want to. People disagree with people and want to make the opposite case. Well, yes, obviously that's the point.
Yeah, and that is the fight against disinformation. Except
no,
the one you were talking about, they just have the government's help.
No, they're censoring people. That's the difference. They tell you you can't actually make the case.
Yeah. You can't have a discussion or even an argument if it is shut down completely. If you're told that you can't even do it.
So if you had control of the schools, would you allow Globe Earth to be taught in your school as much as Flat Earth, so they're both taught?
Probably, yeah.
That's,
I don't see.
That's mad.
Like, I don't
And
have.
then people have to decide.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd.
What if the children say which one's true?
You say neither. Another way of approaching it is that you teach neither cosmology and you just teach logic instead. I would much rather have a population that's able to logically think, because then they'll come to logical conclusions on their own, and it won't matter what worldview they have, because primarily they'll be aware of logic and they'll be able to form a logical worldview. So who cares what it is at that point?
I think I would admit that I want to have a fight against disinformation. So I would like to shut down all the news that lies completely. So I admit I do want to fight against disinformation.
Yeah, I don't have that same desire, I don't think.
You want to let the news carry online to everyone 24/7.
Well, you're conflating two separate ideas.
The idea is stopping someone else saying wrong things. You have to admit you want to. If you don't, you'll have to carry on living with the wrong thing all around you.
No, because you're implying that there's only one, like there's only one space, and that in that one space, people only get to do one thing. I would prefer that there were 10 different news channels and they all told you different things. But what we have in the West and in the UK in particular, we have 10 different news channels, which are really just one news channel telling you the same shit. And that's what the issue is.
So you do want to shut down 9 of the news channels and turn them into different opinions?
No, I don't understand how you're missing this. I don't want to shut anything down.
So are we going to leave 10 of them lying? Let's say there's 10 news broadcast systems.
What I would prefer is what I said about 30 seconds ago, and I will say again and again and again.
Yeah, but now I'm asking, how would we get to what you prefer? Would we shut some down?
I don't know.
Or would you create another 90 to balance it?
I don't know.
Well, my point is eventually you're going to have to shut down the wrong things to help your right things become right.
No, I think that good information is gonna win out.
How is it if you've only got one news station and they've got 10?
Well, if you have 10 news stations that are telling you that unicorns exist and one telling you that's obviously nonsense, then if you're sensible, you'll listen to the one that tells you that unicorns don't exist.
They don't know. Normal people don't. They love Fox News.
Oh, well, and CNN.
And the BBC.
But it's their right to.
Yeah, but if you don't stop them doing that bullshit, everyone around is going to believe bullshit.
They believe bullshit anyway.
Not if you.
I just want to have.
You help me shut down disinformation. We'll be able to present our real information easier.
Yeah, I just don't have the same censorship inspiration that you do. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think you're going to live in a world of lies for longer then, because you've got no motivation to stop it.
Not that I don't have motivation. I just don't believe in your way of doing things.
I don't say we have to go around with sticks, and convert everybody to exactly everything we believe. I'm just saying we have to counter the disinformation, and sometimes that means trying to censor in different ways, or trying to shut them down, or replacing them.
You and I might disagree on what that even means.
Wouldn't it ultimately be up to the people absorbing this information to weigh it out and see what's true and not true, which would lead to the same problem over and over again? Like, it's basically up to each person to, discern truth from bullshit.
Yeah, but I'm thinking the more bullshit we allow, the worse they will be. The easier they'll discern the wrong thing.
Well, this is why a solid foundation of logic in the schooling system would prevent all of this. Because now you people giving their appeals to emotion on the TV, which is basically what the whole Ukraine thing is an appeal to emotion. And then people would be like, oh, that's an appeal to emotion. Right? And then it'd be done.
I agree on that.
Do you, Dawn, Crypto, Jerry, think, or have you guys experienced a change in journalism? Because 35 years ago, to me, journalism seemed to be far more balanced. Journalists seem to be out there looking for what they considered the truth was and trying to report the truth. And journalism back in the day was also considered to be quite a noble cause too. The fight for this truth, to get the truth out there. And now it just seems to me copy and paste pretty much. Have you guys experienced a similar sort of thing, or have similar sort of views on reporting in general?
Yeah,
I might be too young to be aware of that, but because the way that I feel about it now is every news story that we're shown is picked for a reason. Like, there's billions of things going on in the world, and we're shown specific things. I think that there's reasons why we're shown these things. I don't think anybody is some rogue, reporter out for the truth and all that. I think, yeah.
I think there is reporters, but I think they've all been co-opted, and they only get picked if the narrative fits. So now the reporters know not to waste a day on truth that won't be picked.
Well, I don't know if you guys know, but my so I've got a close family member who works in media, and what she said is, to give you an example, two of the biggest funders in journalism now, because journalism is quite a low-paid field and people don't really like to pay for news. Guess who the two biggest funders, or two of the biggest funders in journalism are? Well, it's Facebook and Google. They have regular journalistic like training events where they talk about how wonderful they are, and these journalists come out thinking, oh, aren't they amazing? They're helping us to, the thing about a lot of journalists is that they don't realise that they're not coming from an objective place. Like, most journalists nowadays don't understand that they have a worldview. So when someone like Google or Facebook comes along and just gives them what they see as like free money, as a way to carry on their craft, then they don't even question Google or Facebook anymore, right? So we've got all of these issues around journalists and journalism that have got nothing to do with the information being presented. The journalists themselves don't even realise they're corrupt.
You don't bite the hand that feeds you, do you, Crypto?
No, but even if you were to say that, you are at least aware of the fact that you have a vested interest. Whereas a lot of the journalists coming up now are not aware of that. And it's frightening, to be honest. Because these people, the people who don't know that they have a worldview are far more dangerous than the people who do.
Oh,
because if you are someone who is promoting a certain worldview and you know that there's like a certain cruelty to it, but you think it's a necessary evil, there is a limit to how far you will push that. But if what you think you are doing is benevolent, then there is actually no limit to how far you will push that worldview, because you think you're doing it for the good of those people, right? So that's a very dangerous individual, because at that point, you can't say to them, "Oh, please stop, please stop." Why would they stop? They think they're doing it for your good.
Yeah, that's an amazing point. I agree.
So yeah, to summarize, they don't realise they're psychopaths.
Yeah, that's what makes liberals, the new style of hard liberal, very dangerous. They've formed this kind of vague worldview. They don't know what their worldview is and how it affects. Or, yeah, maybe I had liberals that don't know what they support. Yeah, so going back, I don't think I want to censor everyone's wrong opinion. I think I just want to try and balance it. And stopping them saying the wrong opinions in different ways is part of the balancing it. I'm not invested in, like, at first I was very invested in people not hearing the flat earth, because I thought it would muddy the waters of cosmology or something. I don't know what I thought, really. But now I'm not applying this logic to flat earth or globe earth. More about if government's good or bad, or religion and stuff.
So I do find it interesting, Dawn, because obviously you're prepared to admit that the government basically lies about everything. But then at the same time you believe that the globe is real, which has only come from government and from government-funded institutions.
Yeah, yeah.
So I wonder how you square that circle in your own mind.
I don't think it's possible for them to lie about cosmology on that wider scale. I think their brainwashing and their witchcraft and their persuasive tactics, MK Ultra, I don't think they can hide the sky from us and hide the solar system and nature. I think that's too big for them to lie about, because there's lots of people that can buy a zoomy telescope, camera, work this stuff out themselves.
Yeah, but I mean, the sky is about interpretation rather than about it being right.
Well, no, I think once you study it enough, you can know. So you're not just interpreting, you are understanding.
Yeah, but if that was the case, then we wouldn't be disagreeing on it.
Well, most people don't disagree. Most people agree.
Most people have no idea what our arguments are.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like,
But
I would,
most
to be honest,
experts, most people with telescopes agree it's a globe. But
yeah, but you could say that they're vested interests as well. The problem we have is, okay, well, you're free not to agree. I think the problem we have here as well, though, is that you have, I mean, a good example of this would be even in this server. I was talking to Snaps yesterday, and she managed to put 3 straw men in a single sentence. I was amazed. I'd never seen 3 straw men in one sentence before.
Was that
yeah, she said, I believe that the Earth is the only flat planet in the galaxy.
I know, yeah.
Literally
But you
3
know
straw
why?
men.
You know why? It's because you said, "Why do you believe in that silly globe in a vacuum?"
Yeah,
You
of course.
started by insulting her worldview. So at that
Oh,
point,
yeah,
she
for sure.
doesn't care what's real or logical. She just wants to insult you about believing Earth's flat. So using the word planet doesn't matter. It's more of a troll.
but this counterpunch is irrelevant to my point. The point is that there were 3 straw men in a single sentence, right? Only never made that claim.
But
Flat planet.
You
No.
straw man that her globe was silly.
No, I didn't straw man. I said it was silly. That's an insult, not a straw man. Never misrepresented. No, it's not similar. It's completely different. The point being, we have people in this debate who don't understand Earth at all. So how the fuck is the average person going to understand it? And that's the issue we have. It's not that people disagree because they've. It's not because people disagree because they've heard the arguments. People often disagree because they don't know the arguments. And that's a much bigger issue for
Yeah, I'll give you that. I think they disagree even more if they knew the arguments.
I doubt it.
But I think you're in the argument and you're stating that the globe is silly, so you started it.
I definitely started it yesterday, but what I'm saying is that we have people. I feel like every time you throw in an irrelevant kind of addendum, I feel like I have to restate the initial point because it was strong and hasn't actually been rebutted or dealt with at all. The original point is that if those people who are in the debate don't understand the flat Earth argument, I don't know where we go from there because you guys have been hearing it ad nauseum. So how the fuck can we expect more people to understand it?
If I said to you, why do you believe in that silly puddle, Earth? I would trigger you into saying a few wrong things about the globe, and I'd say, haha, you don't understand the globe.
I doubt it.
Also,
Do you think I haven't heard everything?
It's happened loads.
When have I said something silly because you triggered me into it?
I'll tell you next time.
You'll tell me next time, right? Cool. Of course you will, Dawn.
Yeah, I think she forgot the meaning of planet, is Wandering Star. That's why I tried to tell her.
Well, no, I mean there were multiple straw men in there. Like only is itself a straw man. Like I never made that claim.
Do you think there's other flat bodies, other flat things? And
well, that's the point, isn't it? It's like that's why there are 3 straw men in this sentence. I don't think that Earth is a planet at all, so it can't be the only planet if it isn't a planet.
So that's one.
No, that's 2, and then galaxy was the 3rd one. I don't believe in a galaxy either. So that's 3.
You do believe Earth is flat, and there's other things above it that aren't flat.
Yes. I don't know what things in the sky are.
Even though she explained it badly, she still did get you.
No, she didn't get me at all.
You've decided
I think that's your job, white knighting.
You decided Earth
you
is
are
special and flat and different to the other places.
I don't know if those other things are places.
Well, yeah, that helps you, but not much.
What do you mean it helps me? It's an objective statement of fact. I don't know what they are.
But they are places, though, aren't they?
You don't know that.
Well, if it's a twinkle and it's up there away from you, what other word would you use than a place? Area?
What? Well, you're just saying it is a place in physical reality.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
if I don't use this word to describe this concept, I still keep the concept. This is a euphemism treadmill, right? No, I don't believe that you have correctly identified the concept. That's the issue.
What word would you use to describe?
Yeah, you're doing the same thing I just described.
An area of twinkling that isn't on Earth. What word
You've
would you use?
you've just done the thing. I've told you what was wrong with it, and you've done it again. Why?
To point out that you haven't got a word any better than place.
You haven't understood what I've said. It's not the word that's wrong. It's the concept.
Okay. What other concept would you use to describe an?
I don't know because I don't know what it is.
You don't have a concept. You got nothing.
I don't know what
you've
it is.
decided Earth is the only place you can know, and it's flat, making it different from the other places that you've decided you don't know anything about.
Okay, it's not I've decided I don't know anything about them. It's that I don't know anything about them.
I can tell you about
That's not
them
a decision.
I can tell
That's
you
not a
about them now if you
decision.
want.
No, you can't.
You go.
You can tell me stories about.
You've decided. You can't even be told.
No. Again, this is objective because I know you haven't been to the sun. I know you haven't been to the moon. I know you haven't been to the stars.
Go somewhere.
So anything you tell me about them is a story.
Okay. So if you tell me about China, it's just a story.
I haven't been to China. I wouldn't tell you anything about China.
That's my point. If you wanted to tell me,
if I told you about South Africa,
China,
if I told you about South Africa, where I have been, then you can choose to believe it or not. But at least it's based on some kind of. Why do you talk over me every time?
Because you were saying
If I was to go to South Africa, I could tell you my actual experience of South Africa. I can't tell you my experience of China because I've never been.
So
I don't know what's so difficult about
You
this.
can't tell me any knowledge about China. Only stories.
Well, yeah, of course, because I've never been.
It's absurd.
Well, what can you tell me about China?
Chinese people live there?
Okay, have you checked?
Yes.
You've checked. Have you been to China?
No, I looked it up on Google.
Right, okay, so Google is fact. Cool.
Is it just a story?
Until you verified it, yes.
Oh, God. Good luck with that logic.
I mean, this is objectively true. Anyway, this started with you simping and white knighting for someone who didn't deserve it. So I'm not really sure why you.
Started
did
with
that.
you attacking Naps using the wrong word, planet.
No, it started with her triple straw manning me.
After you attacked her and called her worldview silly.
I already admitted that I did that about 4 times. But see, this is the difference between globers and flat earthers, is that when you make that criticism, I say, yeah, I did that. And when I make a criticism, you can't admit it. There's never any, don't give any ground, even when it's legitimate, even when it's true.
There was also a point in there where crypto wanted to, define what the word planet meant, and Naps says, "Oh, this is where you guys always go, semantics." So it's like, you reach a certain point with people, and that's it.
I've just defended her now, given I think it is slightly semantic, because crypto knows the definition of planet. He knows that she might be wrong about it, and he knows what she means. But he's decided.
Well, you can't have a flat planet by definition.
Anyway.
You can't have a flat planet by definition. Right? So that was why it was a silly statement to make.
You can't have a flat Earth by definition.
Well, now you're just saying silly things based on a worldview.
Like I looked at the definition for Earth.
Okay, so again, instead of just admitting something that's obviously true, you have to just counterpunch. This is the problem with globers. You never admit anything that's true. You never concede, never back down, always defending other globers. This is the problem with you guys. You don't know how not to think tribally.
Earth definition, the planet that we live on.
And again, you've just walked past another criticism that's completely legitimate. Ironically.
You walked past the definition for planet.
I was looking at the definition for planet.
Earth, I mean. I think you've got a point
Well,
that she called out
the Earth is the subject of discussion. You can't make a statement within when we're discussing the Earth itself, saying that you know what the Earth is and therefore that is the definition of the Earth.
If you want to
the
stick
subject
with
of discussion is the fucking Earth, and now you're talking over me again.
If you want to stick with definitions, you can't use the word Earth because that isn't flat.
We were talking about the definition of the word planet, not Earth.
We're talking about her talking about Earth.
No, the definition was we were looking for was the word planet specifically.
I don't think that's important.
No, it's actually the subject of discussion. It's the only thing that's important. Because she said flat planet, which can't exist definitionally.
Yeah, but you know she meant Earth.
Then why didn't she say that?
That's not important. Is it?
Because I'll tell you the answer because you don't seem willing to answer. Because she was trying to strawman me instead of having an honest debate.
So you trolled on flat Earth, and she trolled you back. You started it.
Very different.
Still your fault.
See, this is the thing. Is like she's covered. Like you should actually be pro the Russian invasion on this logic.
You've done it to me today. You teased me about the globe. Here you are.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I admit that.
Your own fault.
It's like you've asked me. Oh, can you please admit that you teased me? Yes, I do. For the 9th time, I admit that I did that. Now, will you please admit that she strawmanned me?
Don't be surprised if you get strawmanned.
Will you please admit that she strawmanned me?
Yes.
Thank you. Fuck me, blood out of a stone.
But that's not the most important part of what happened.
It's literally the only important part of what happened.
The important part is you teased someone about their globe belief, and then you got trolled back. Now you're complaining about it.
No, she wasn't trolling me. I legitimately don't think she knows what flat planet means, and I don't think she knows what strawman is. Like, I actually think that was an honest representation of her ignorance.
So if planet was wrong for her, the word for her to use, why do you use the word Earth? Which, when Earth means a sphere, a globe, planet that we live on.
No, it doesn't. That is the subject of the discussion, is whether that's true.
That's the top definition on Google. The planet that we live on.
Brilliant.
Shall I look in the Cambridge Dictionary and see what it says there?
Right, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to sources that already agree with me and see if they agree with me. Great idea. I've got a theory on white supremacy. I'm just going to phone up the KKK, see what they think.
The fragmental material composing part of the surface of the globe.
Fuck's sake, Dawn. You're better than this, man. You're better than this.
No. You're complaining about use of words, so I'm giving you your own logic back in your face. Why are you using the word Earth when the definition is planet and globe?
You've been very successful, Dawn, in doing what you are doing.
Yep. As I say, Globers, their number one MO is never admit anything, never back down, don't concede an inch of ground. 2 + 2 is 5. And if the flat earther points out that it's 4, then you know, throw out another accusation.
If you need me to concede, then that's your own fault.
Well, see, that's the problem with you guys, is that you're looking to win arguments. You're not actually looking for truth.
Yeah, Don.
I've got the truth. Have it.
Well, exactly. You're not looking for truth because you think you already have it.
But not when you ask me, why do you still believe in the silly globe testicle in a vacuum? I'm not looking for truth. No, I'm looking to annoy you back.
Well, I will say testicle next.
I'm the one that uses globe testicle. I'll put my hand up for that one.
Silly globe.
It is silly.
Why? What's silly about it?
I mean, how long have you got?
Well, tell me the first thing that you think is silly about it.
Well, the fact that you've got an atmosphere in the middle of infinite nothing.
Why is that silly?
You need me to explain that?
Yep.
Right. I mean, I'm just going to repeat what I said.
If
You've
you
got
don't
an
explain
atmosphere.
it, I won't know why you think it's silly, will I?
It's not that I think it's silly, it's that it is silly.
Well, I won't know why you've decided it is silly if you don't explain it.
I'm just going to repeat it. It's like if I was to tell you grass is blue, that's silly. Like, do I need to explain why grass being blue is silly?
Okay. Well, let me tell you, flat Earth is
So,
silly.
do you understand that grass is blue is silly?
Flat Earth is silly. That's my statement.
Do you understand that if I was to say that grass is blue is silly?
You're comparing an atmosphere around a planet in space to grass being blue?
So, if I was to tell you that grass is blue, would you think that was silly?
I'm just going to repeat it. Are you comparing atmosphere around a planet in a vacuum of space?
Okay,
with grass
you
being
got
blue?
nothing. You got no answer. Okay, cool. That's fine.
Thanks for not
But
explaining.
why is
why you
the
think
whole
it's silly.
atmosphere thing silly? If you could just run us through that, Crypto, instead of just giving us another like analogy.
Okay, again, if I was to say to you that grass is blue, would you think that is silly?
That's a terrible reason to think
answering the
atmospheres are silly.
question
We're not even following it to the logical conclusion. How
Worst
can we even have
reason
a
I've
discussion
ever
on this
heard.
basis?
Yeah, but Crypto, you answering the question with another question. Could you just tell us why an atmosphere around the planet with the vacuum outside of
You
that
know what?
doesn't
I
work?
actually, if I can't have a discussion on normal terms, then I won't bother having the
In a
discussion at all.
discussion, you answer
How
questions.
about?
That's what a question's
Yeah,
for.
exactly. That's my point. So if I was to say to you that grass is blue, would you think that was silly? Now you can answer the
I
question
would think
because you
saying
said,
grass is
hold
blue is silly,
on,
but that
hold
doesn't answer
on,
the question.
hold on.
What
Haven't
grass?
finished. Dawn,
Okay.
you said that people answer questions in the prospect of a debate. Now, I would like you to answer my question for about the 8th time. If I was
I'll
to
tell
say
you
that
answer
grass
mine.
is blue,
I'll tell
would
you
you
answer mine.
think that
No
was
way.
silly? Move by pressure. Dawn, I'm not interested in you now. You're not answering me. Move by pressure. Do you think that that would be a fair thing to say?
Everyone here knows that I asked you first.
Dawn,
So
you didn't ask
Dawn
me
did
first.
ask you first. He did.
Okay, I'm trying to explain it with my question that no one's answering.
That's the worst explanation I've
Yes,
ever
if
heard.
you said
sorry.
grass is blue, depending on the context, that could be seen as silly. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would I need to further explain that?
Depending on the context, yes.
No. Well, then we just disagree. Because I think
Seeing blue
certain statements
grass?
are just silly in their face.
You can make
Yeah.
grass blue though.
Okay,
Depending
can't
on
explain
the
buy
why.
it,
water and the type
But
of
now
light.
you're being silly.
You can't explain why.
No,
you
Right,
can't.
because I was
giving
talking
you
about...
context. In all of the answers I gave you, I said depending on the context, yes, grass being blue could be silly, but context matters.
Okay, cool.
There
Sure.
are
So,
situations
given
where
that...
you can turn grass into blue or red or any color you
Yeah,
want to
you
make
can
grass.
dye it blue. Sure. But
Yeah.
I'm not saying that dyed grass is blue. I'm saying that grass is blue, right? So that statement is silly, doesn't need explanation. So when you say, oh, well, can you explain why it's... I don't know why you feel the need to talk over me literally every time I'm halfway through a sentence.
Dawn,
You're talking.
he's addressing Nate, so let Nate and Crypto go for a bit, please.
Just like I don't know how you can have a functional conversation if you talk halfway through every sentence and you never answer questions.
Do you want to answer my question?
No, to be honest, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm so annoyed by your flagrant disrespect, like of everyone. You don't just do this to me; you do this to everyone. I don't know why you do it.
It's because you say wrong things 3 words into your answer.
In your opinion.
Anyway.
So sorry about that with my pressure. Look,
sorry.
We can have a normal discussion, but give me 2 minutes to calm down because I'm pissed off with Dawn.
No problem.
Oh,
No
no,
problem.
I tried to.
Maybe I can try to pick it up with Banso.
You can try, yeah, if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Banso, do you also agree that the idea of an atmosphere around a spherical planet with a vacuum beyond that is silly?
Well, I think it is. Well, like the whole. Well, as I think that grass is blue is a silly statement, and now an atmosphere next to a vacuum, I also think is a statement.
Okay.
Could you explain why?
But I mean, grass is blue. You know, just if you just generally say that statement to any individual, I would understand why you would say it's silly. But if you put context to it, if you look deeper into it, you know, instead of saying grass is blue, you would maybe want to ask why is grass green, and that would give context as to why there is the possibility that grass could be blue.
You see
Right.
how instead of saying I don't want to talk about why I find atmospheres silly, you've brought up grass being a completely different color for no reason.
No, I was just relating it back to that. I didn't
Yeah,
bring up the grass.
Crypto did it, and then you used his trick.
But
It
I
wasn't
mean,
a-
would you be able to?
It wasn't a trick at all. I wasn't tricking anyone. I was
Okay,
just.
man. But can I ask you then? Can you explain why you think an atmosphere around a planet in space is silly?
Because I've never, all right, seen pressure, all right, being able to exist next to no pressure.
Okay. I don't know what Crypto couldn't say that himself.
So you've never
Because
seen
you
pressure.
talk halfway. Because you start talking halfway through every fucking sentence. That's why.
Right, so what if I told you the planet, the planet in this hypothetical, it has gravity and attraction to the center? Would that make it less silly because the attraction to the center could hold the atmosphere?
I'd like to see some evidence of this attraction.
No, but if that was happening,
There's no,
would it be less
there's
silly?
no if. There are only what ises.
You're not considering my if.
I want to see some evidence for the if. So it's
Okay,
not
what
an if
about-
because then all of a sudden I can say
Have it, please.
unicorns are flying around the earth and it is the pressure from their wings that is keeping the atmosphere attached to the earth.
Yeah, and if you gave me those ifs, I could then decide, Bansor. Yeah, since you've given me those ifs, in that world it would be possible, and that doesn't make it silly anymore.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it is silly. Of course, it's silly.
But
Right?
some
It is
horses,
silly. Right?
some horses bred to have one horn in places of the earth because the other horn. They found that one horn was better through evolution. Yeah, so if you gave me those ifs, I'd say, yeah, okay, unicorns are less silly. So now I'm telling you the evidence for the gravity in the center. Everything drops to Earth, and we've figured out Earth is a globe. That's
And
the evidence.
I'd like to see some evidence for this one horse over a two horse.
You've
I'd like
gone
to see
back.
some evidence.
Gone back to fantasy animals. Sorry for
No,
you.
well, you brought up the one horn horse, not me.
No, you brought up unicorns, not me.
Well, and you ran with it too.
You did, man.
Yeah, to explain, and then I
Yeah,
went
you ran
straight
with
back
it,
to the real
right?
point, and you
Okay, and the real
stuck on
point is evidence. And like I
Yeah.
said, I have never,
I've given
right,
you.
myself,
I'm giving you evidence.
seen, right? I've never seen evidence of pressure existing next to no pressure. Never seen it,
No, but
and
I've
I never will, and I never will see it. So I would like to see some evidence of that. That's all.
I took
right?
you well
And-
past that. I've taken you all the way to evidence for gravity in the hypothetical. I don't know if you just ignored that bit or.
But I don't live in hypotheticals, though. Dawn.
Oh, of course, it's a hypothetical. We're asking you why it's silly. This concept that you don't believe in. That's a hypothetical.
Because it's silly because of the evidence that I have seen and everyone else can see. Right? You also, too, Dawn, can see that pressure cannot exist next to no pressure. You can see this every single day of the week. Right? So this ain't a new concept to you at all, or to any glober.
That's why I got to the gravity points to try and convince you that gravity is real in this hypothetical.
But see, you don't have to convince me.
We have evidence for gravity in the hypothetical of planets having atmospheres in space. It also includes gravity that holds it on. So I'm saying, would that be silly?
So your evidence is an apple falling on my head. That's your evidence.
Yeah, and the understanding that that happens all the way around a globe.
Okay.
Yeah. So
apples
fall
on
falling.
everyone's head, right? And that's
Apples
that's
falling on
gravity.
everyone's head all the way around, and we know it's a globe. That can hold an atmosphere on. hypothetically.
Okay, so how have you put out the breeze from unicorn wings hasn't pushed that apple down?
We worked out that because it's attracted to, that doesn't matter. We worked out because it's attracted down to Earth. We've assumed it's Earth pulling it from the center.
Okay, how did you attract? How did you work out that attraction? Just by having an apple fall on your head?
Yeah, and experiments with other falling things.
With other falling things. Okay, so how do you still know it's not unicorns?
We're assuming. We've decided to assume it's Earth pulling the stuff
Okay.
down.
Okay, so you just assume. See, that's not evidence, is it? It's an assumption.
No, we've got evidence, and then we've assumed that's what the evidence means.
You've only got evidence of an apple falling down, and the unicorns flapping their wings is, to me, the cause of it, right? But you haven't eliminated the unicorns yet.
You're not even being honest now.
I am being very honest.
What you think? You think unicorn parts pushes apples down?
Sorry? What
You
was that,
think
Dawn?
unicorn parts pushes apples down?
No, the breeze of the unicorn wings as they're flapping, right, causes a breeze.
Is that better?
Yeah.
That's what you think.
Well, you haven't shown me otherwise yet.
Oh, that's what you think because I haven't shown you otherwise yet.
Well, you haven't shown me otherwise. Like that, there's a
Yeah,
possibility,
but
but you haven't shown me that that's
do you
not.
actually think it, or were you trolling?
So, all right, this argument is going nowhere fast. Bianca,
He doesn't want to talk about facts.
Yes, Nate. Yes, Nate.
Dawn, could I have a go at it?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so Bansar, the reason you feel the whole vacuum thing doesn't vacuum space with the atmosphere next to it doesn't work is because you've never seen pressure next to a vacuum, right? But would you agree that that isn't exactly what's happening in the globe model? In the globe model, we say that the atmosphere reduces in pressure the higher you get in elevation, to the point where when you get to the extreme edge of the atmosphere, you have very little to no pressure next to a vacuum, right?
So there's a gradient.
There's a gradient. There's a pressure gradient. So it's
Okay.
not to say there's a lot of pressure and then boom, vacuum, right? It gradually recedes, number one. Number two, even if we had to say absolute pressure near a vacuum, we tend to see that every day, don't we?
Do we?
You don't think so? Think of a thermometer or a pressure gauge or a barometer. What is that mercury expanding into? Into a vacuum. That's how they make thermometers. They evacuate the tube and pump it with mercury only so that the mercury can expand into a vacuum. Because if that mercury expanded into air within the glass tube of the thermometer, it would impact the rate at which it expands and maybe give you a wrong temperature or pressure reading. Right? So that would be an example of pressure near a vacuum.
So what we have is a vacuum, a man-made vacuum.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And also too, what we have, right, is pressure differences which make that thermometer work. So, and the mercury will always want to, right, because it is a vacuum, it will always want to head into, right, the vacuum, right? Now,
Not necessarily.
yes, it will. The weight, yes, the weight, right, of that mercury keeps it, right, at a certain level all the time. And when that pressure changes, okay, it then, right, allows, right, the pressure difference, right,
Or
for the
temperature,
mercury
let's say.
to move, right?
All right.
And that's
All right.
and that's how it moves, right? So it moves from one point to another point all the time. That's how it works, and that's what it always wants to do. It always wants to equalize itself. It looks for a point of equilibrium, because when the pressure is consistent, right, that mercury doesn't move, right? It stays there. Okay, when it's reached its equilibrium. But when you change that equilibrium, it then moves naturally.
But you're
That's how
talking
they
about a barometer right now, right? Because the mercury in a barometer
thermometer,
is
whatever you
exposed.
want to use.
But
Yep.
but how would this work in a barometer? I understand because the mercury it leaks out of the tube and it's kind of seated in like a bowl type thing, which is exposed to the outside atmosphere pressure. And when this pressure pushes on that mercury, you see the mercury rise up in the barometer. But a thermometer is very different. A thermometer is closed off from the outside, and it's only affected by temperature,
By
not by pressure.
temperature. Exactly
Okay.
right. Exactly right. And it
Okay.
does and it does a similar sort of thing.
Yeah.
Now I'm presuming. I don't know. I've never actually looked into a thermometer per se, but there is temperature involved, and I
Definitely.
would say that movement is off the top of my head due to some sort of expansion of the
Yeah.
mercury itself, because it's in
Yeah.
such a small little area. It doesn't take
Yeah.
much expansion at all for it to move up that little vial. So that's how.
Yes.
So yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, so when you heat mercury, it expands. When you cool it, it
There you go.
contracts,
There
right?
you go. There you
So
go.
this
Yeah. Well,
mercury
I
move
presume.
expands. Yeah, in a thermometer, if the temperature around this thermometer, or if you take this thermometer and you put it under your armpit, and your body heat warms up the mercury, it's going to expand into that vacuum inside the thermometer tube. But if you
Yeah.
put that mercury in your freezer, it's going to move away from the vacuum. There's going to be more vacuum inside that
Yeah.
thermometer now.
Yeah.
So
And I don't even
even
know
though
if it is a vacuum in a thermometer. I'd have to look into
it
it. But
is.
look, let's
Okay.
just say it is. Let's just say it is.
Okay,
All right.
I would rather post something proving that it is a vacuum so that we're not
Yeah.
working with what's if.
Yeah. I'm cool to go with that. No, I'm cool to go along
But
with it.
okay.
It's not going to change the discussion one way or the other,
Okay,
mate.
fair.
Because high pressure will always look to move to low pressure, right? That's how you get the movement. High will always go to low all the time, every single time.
But in in the thermometer, it seems to be something very different happening. Because you would agree that because the mercury is made of matter, it has internal pressure, right?
Look, I think when we're talking about a thermometer, I think we're talking about two different things, right?
Okay.
We're talking about one being the atmosphere that isn't right, that isn't equalizing into a vacuum, right? Because of this magical stuff, for some
Whoa.
strange reason,
Wait.
right?
Are you saying in the globe model, the vacuum, our atmosphere doesn't equalize? It doesn't recede? There isn't a gradient where eventually there's no more atmosphere anymore and it's equalized into the vacuum?
No,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Someone's calling me. I'm so
yeah,
sorry, Ben. So just
go, Nate.
give me
Yeah,
1
go,
minute.
go. Yeah, go.
I think the problem sometimes is two people are trying to lead the conversation.
Okay, I'm back. So sorry.
Like two people be talking to each other. Go ahead, Nate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I didn't hear you, man. What do you say?
I was gonna say I think the problem is sometimes there's two people talking, right, and they're both trying to lead the conversation. So it's very frustrating, and that's why people get tense a lot. Anyways, go ahead. Whatever you guys were talking about.
I accept your claim. No, your reason. It's silly because you haven't seen enough evidence. I accept it.
Okay.
Cool.
So Ben,
Well, we haven't seen any evidence of gas
Well, it's
pressure
actually
without a
slightly
container.
more than that. It's not just that he hasn't seen evidence; it's that he's never seen anything even approaching what you're claiming.
Yeah, we've never seen gas pressure without a container. It's always
I'm
contained.
sticking to what I said. Thanks.
Yeah, but that's not what
it's
Ben
always
saw.
contained. It's not that we haven't seen enough evidence. We haven't seen any evidence of gas pressure without a container.
Yeah,
None,
that's fine.
zero.
But that isn't what Bansaw's dispute.
You have
Bansaw's
seen
saying
I'm
he's
just
never
responding
seen
to what
Giving
Don
gas
it
said.
to you for
pressure.
3 years, so I'm not taking
I'm
any of
just
your
responding
time.
to what
I'm not
Don said,
seeing
Nate.
evidence. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't.
Okay.
It's not. He said we didn't see enough
You
evidence.
have
There's
seen
no
it, Jeremy,
evidence.
for 3 years.
There's no evidence of gas pressure without a container at all. Zero.
3 years we've shown you.
You've never shown me gas pressure without a container. It's ridiculous.
Explain how it can work with gravity over and over and over again.
Sure, you can explain how unicorns work. That doesn't mean unicorns are happening.
That doesn't make the globe explanation with gravity explaining gas pressure without concern.
Explanations are worthless.
Oh, then good luck with life.
Sure. Explanations are
Well,
worthless.
you're right, it doesn't make any less because it was already at absolutely nothing, so you can't make it less than nothing.
I don't believe you that none of you have seen evidence for this. I just don't believe it.
Nobody has ever seen gas pressure without a container, including yourself.
I told you, I accept that you haven't seen enough evidence, but I'm not accepting you haven't seen any.
No, we've seen zero evidence of gas pressure without a
I don't
container.
believe you, sorry.
You've never seen it either.
Don't project onto me, thanks.
You've seen gas pressure without a container? Where'd you see that at?
In evidence, it can happen.
You've seen it in evidence?
I've seen evidence, it can happen, yes, that's enough.
So you've never seen it, though?
Jeremy, what is
Yeah,
the container around a cloud?
You think a cloud's gas, Nate?
Don't you? Don't you think water vapor is the gaseous form of liquid water? No.
I don't know. I know what a cloud's made out of. Clearly, you don't.
What is a cloud made out of?
Really,
Water
Nate?
vapor, right?
No.
I'm asking. What do you think a cloud is made out of?
Here, I'll Google it for you. Hold on. It's funny. It's funny you're using. It's funny you're using examples though that.
You can't
It's
say
funny you're
really
using
Nate.
examples
Like
that
I'm
you don't.
asking a dumb question and then you gotta Google it. Come on.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
so I get you a correct definition because I don't want to be bickering about it later. But it's funny that you're bringing up clouds as gas pressure without a container. Hold on a second. What are clouds made of? A cloud is made of water drops or ice crystals floating in the sky.
Okay. What about water vapor then?
That's
Just
from
basic
NASA.
water vapor. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So clouds aren't made of water vapor. Maybe clouds were the wrong example to use, but just general water vapor, steam. Is that being contained? Like when you let off the steam. If I go into the middle of a desert and I heat water and it turns into steam, that's water vapor. What is containing it?
Nothing contains it. It just goes everywhere.
Yeah, but that's gas pressure without a container, because that's steam.
Yeah,
is
and
pressure.
it dissipates. It doesn't stay in one
It
spot. It dissipates.
eventually, yes. Yeah, I totally agree. Eventually it'll dissipate. But in that first 1 to 2 seconds, you literally have gas pressure without a container before it starts dissipating. The steam itself.
The steam.
It
You're
has
talking
a
about the
pressure
white
read.
stuff you see. We're boiling a pot of tea or water or something, and there's white stuff that you see, right?
Yeah, even when it becomes invisible, it's still water vapor. It's just
Yeah.
very far apart, so you can't see it.
Well, hold on.
But
When
if you
it's
put a
steam-
barometer there, you would get a pressure reading.
Hold on, Nate. When it's white stuff and you could see it, that's not gas. You know that, right?
It's not a gas. Why not? Isn't that water vapor? Isn't steam
If
water
you can
vapor?
see it, no. Listen, if you can see it, that's why it was silly that you said a cloud was water vapor. Because if you could see it, it's not water vapor. Water vapor is invisible.
I don't know about water vapor being invisible. That I've never
It's
heard
invisible.
of that. Is all water? Because I just Googled it and it says steam is water vapor. Is all water vapor invisible?
Water
Since
vapor is
we're relying on
invisible. That's
Google.
why you're challenging me on this, is because you don't like. I don't want to try to play you or punk you or not, but you don't know enough on this topic to even.
No, because Jeremy, you just made a claim I've never heard anyone else make before, so I'm definitely going to challenge it. So when
Go
I
ahead.
Google steam, it says water in the gaseous state can always be called water vapor, and we can think of steam as a type of water vapor, hot water vapor. So
Sure.
steam
Now,
is water
now
vapor.
Google if water vapor is visible.
Is water vapor?
Is all gas invisible? Is all gas
Not all
invisible?
gases are
No,
visible.
there are a
No,
few
they are
gases.
visible gases.
There are a
Yeah.
few gases that are visible. I thought we went. You must know this, Nate. We've been over this time and time again. How did it?
Okay, so it does say pure water vapor is visible without any condensation. So steam is water vapor with condensation.
Yes, and the part
So
you see,
it's
the part you
not
see is the
clear.
condensed part. What?
Yeah, but the condensed part, the part undergoing condensation, is steam, and steam is
The
water
part
vapor.
you see.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
the part.
it says
The
steam
part you
is
see
water
is.
vapor.
What's up?
What I'm trying to say is, Jeremy, it's not conclusive because it does say all water vapor or pure water vapor is invisible without any
Yes.
condensation. But
Right.
when condensation happens, it becomes steam, and steam is classified as water vapor.
Okay, when it
See what
condenses, do you know what happens when it condenses? Do you think it's still water vapor?
it says here? Steam is water vapor.
And it says it's visible or invisible?
It just says steam is considered as water vapor. Then when I Google is all water vapor invisible, it just says pure water vapor without any condensate. Isn't okay?
Yes,
But
and
this
when
is
it when
someone's
there's
writing.
condensate
This
there,
isn't.
and when there's condensate there, that's the liquid part of it, which is why you can see it because it's not water vapor anymore because water vapor is invisible. The condensate part is liquid is now a liquid and you can see it.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Water vapor is invisible, fine. But just because it's invisible doesn't. So it's invisible, but it's a gas, right? We agree that water vapor is an invisible gas, the way a lot of other gases, like helium, for example, is an invisible gas. But even helium has a pressure to it. So if I boil water and it goes from liquid water into water vapor, even when it's invisible, it still has pressure. If I put a barometer in there, I would get a pressure reading. So isn't that gas pressure without a container? Or what is containing this invisible water vapor now?
Where is the water vapor?
I just boiled water in the middle of the desert.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So it's
then
being
what? And then
released
it
into the air, and I put like in the first 5 seconds of this water vapor being released into the air, I put a barometer in there and I get a reading.
Okay, do you
So
know how
isn't
fast
that
water
true?
vapor moves?
It doesn't matter, Jeremy. I can still put a barometer in there and get a reading. The reading might last for 1 second, but I got a reading. I don't even need to put a reading in there. Just the fact that I know above this boiling pot of water there is water being evaporated. That already tells me there's a gas present there because that's how evaporation works. Unless
Yes,
we
there's
don't
gas
believe
there for a
in
second, and then
evaporation anymore.
there's
Yeah.
gas there
So
for
for
a
that
second.
brief second.
Hold on, there's gas there for a second, and then it dissipates
Yeah.
instantly, which would not be
Exactly.
gas
But
pressure
for
without a
that
container. That's
brief
gas
second.
pressure instantly.
But
Hold on,
there's
Nate.
gas
Hold on.
still there.
I realize that, and
Yeah.
it's instantly gone because that's what gas does. It
Well,
fills the
not
available volume.
Not instantly. It'll take a few seconds.
You know
a
how
second or
fast
two.
gas moves. It might not be instant. Do you know how fast gas moves?
There isn't a defined speed for how fast gas moves. Gas moves depending on what's
So.
around it. So if you're doing this on a very humid day where the surrounding air is already filled with, it's already fully saturated, that water being evaporated isn't going to move that fast, Jeremy.
Okay.
So
The average
for
speed of a water molecule is approximately 660 meters per second.
The average speed of what?
660 meters a second.
What is that?
Very fast, and that's the speed at which it dissipates once you boil that water.
But Jeremy, could you repeat that? The average speed of what is 600 meters per second? Or what? Hello?
Yeah, a water molecule.
Oh, average speed of a water molecule is 600 based on what?
We measured it.
I mean,
You
if
seem
I
like
have water
science people.
water in a cup, what speed is it moving at? Like, what is this based on? Is what I'm asking.
Water vapor. The water molecule when it's in its gaseous form.
Oh, when water molecule is in the gaseous form, this is how fast it moves.
Of
Based
course,
on
it's
what?
not moving at 600 meters a second when it's in your cup, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but I'm trying to